moment you were born, you always had it all. And I guess someone dropped the ball, 'cause look where you have gone. Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We are back for another night of Season 7 playoffs. Yes, sir. Super happy about it. We're going to be starting in the Challenger League. Your boy Psychonautic in the booth, bringing that action to you. And I'm joined by the one and only Puggles from Vipers. How you doing tonight, Puggles? It's good to see you.
I'm doing pretty good. A little tired, but you know what? We power through.
I feel that. It was a long trip for you to get back from RLCS Worlds, but I hope it was worth it, my man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look real quick at the playoff bracket we got in the Challenger League tonight. To start us off, we've got the number 1 Ascension going up against the number 8 Drakes. Drakes making a great play-in run to make it into the playoffs, but they have to face off against the number 1 Rocker Man's Ascension team with Jaegers and Merely. Puggles, I think this is going to be either Ascension slapping them or a really, really good match.
Yeah, frankly, I'll have to agree, but you know, just to put a little bit of history to this, these two teams did play at the beginning of the season, the very first game, and that is where Ascension took it from Drake's 3-2. So it has been close here at the beginning of the season, but I do believe teams may have been a little different, and everyone was still trying to find their stride of what kind of team they're going to be in this Challenger League.
And to add just a little bit of lore to that, both of these teams are making their 6th playoff appearance here in the Nemesis Gaming League. These two teams historically have been going at each other here in the playoffs for most of the life of Nemesis, and this is just, you know, adding another brick to that tablet, if you will, another signature down at the bottom of this historical matchup between these two teams. And Puggles, let me go ahead and get your caster prediction, because it looks like most everybody's ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Ascensions. I'm gonna have to back the higher seeded team. Ascensions, they're 15-1 for a reason. The number 1 seed in this Challenger playoffs. So I just gotta go with the 15-1 over the Drakes here.
I feel you. Ascension looking very, very solid, and I'll be pretty surprised if they don't put a hurting on it. Rocker Man coming out early with the F-150, starting things off for Ascension.
Yeah, Rocket Man able to beat apparently Rai and Zuleta, just a little awkward there on the way back, and Rocket Man, he has an open net to shoot on, and he doesn't miss those, Psycho.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't, especially when he's in the F-150. The man peaks in the F-150. But Jaegers with the 50 sends it back. This could be dangerous. Apparently Ryan not able to get his touch. Merely going to take that one away from him. Merely sticking with it, coming off the sidewall. A little bit of a miscommunication comes out, but Jaeger's going to barrel through. Zuleta to take that ball away from him. Ryan missing his touch. Rockerman beating Daydreams. This could be something. Merely's there. He hits the post instead. Jaegers keeping the pressure alive. Rockerman missing his touch in the midfield. Jaeger's going to make a quick turn to send the ball into the Drake's corner. Popping it up. Merely is up to make a touch. He's awkward. Can't get what he's looking for. And Rye going to clear that one away. Jaegers making a touch in the midfield. And so far, Puggles, it's pretty much Ascension dominating. I haven't seen Drake's barely do much of anything. As I say that, the caster curse comes out. Zuleta going to tie things up.
And this all gets set up by Daydreams. This Daydreams gets a huge dunk off Rockerman's first touch there. He tries to put it to safety. Not going to work. And Zuleta, he is probably the most open net that I've ever seen this Ascensions team give up. They tie it up here pretty early on.
Zuleta, a returning player, not for the Drakes, but in Nemesis. He's been here for a few seasons. I want to say at least 3 or 4, maybe even longer. Shining through. He's well known in the Challenger League. He's got a lot of potential. Apparently, Rye sends it over. I'm not even sure what happened. It just looks like they got caught lacking.
Yeah, it looks like Merely and Jaegers both expected Rockerman to get at least a touch onto that ball, but instead, a little bit of a miscommunication as Rockerman opting to go just for the boost and leaving the ball for his 2 teammates, who unfortunately were in the same spot. So a huge capitalization from apparently Rye.
Drake's going to take the lead. Jaeger's trying to clap back, but can't do it. It's going to hit the crossbar and bounce out. Rockerman sends it back towards the net, but it's over. Jaeger's missing his touch. Merely's there, but Zuleta going to beat him out. And try and stop the offensive pressure. Rockerman still with it. Apparently Rye to take it away. Merely dunks on him. Off the backboard. Jaegers is there, and he hit the gym. He's going to muscle that one through.
Yeah, great dunk here, though, from Merely to set it all up, and Zuleta just caught in a bit of an awkward position, and Jaegers able to take the ball right from him. Huge tie up here from Jaegers and Ascension.
And a little over 3 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time for some Rocket League to happen. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Daydreams finding an opening. Nobody back. Daydreams going to once again take the lead for Drakes.
Daydreams able to just take it right away from Jaegers. This was a bit awkward there. And Merely, he tried his best to get back, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to keep the ball out of the net.
Too little too late right there, but still plenty of time on the clock. Ascension should easily be able to make a comeback here and at least tie things up. Daydreams in the mid. Jaegers to take it away from him. Rye with the block. Rockerman looking to slow things down. Gets the flick off the backboard, but apparently Rye sends it away. Rye going to stick with it in the midfield. Gets it past one up to Zuleta. Zuleta trying to pass it around, but Rye not going to be able to stick with it. Daydreams putting a shot on. Merely with the stop. As we reach the halfway point here in game number 1, things certainly turned around, Puggles, for the Drakes. They looked like they were getting dominated in the very beginning of this game, but then they turned it around and now seem to be doing the most.
Yeah, they really are. They're really dominating, but woo! And that's why Ascension's number 1. They're a huge team. Passing play is merely able to just dime up Jaegers, and Jaegers a huge half volley to the top right. Zuleta, no way he's reading that huge passing play to equalize for Ascension.
Yeah, beautifully placed shot from Jaegers there, just out of the reach of Zuleta. You love to see the accurate shooting that a lot of challengers get. Sometimes we get it down in the novice and the prospect league, but challengers really kind of started where they start to zone in, if you will, or dial in that accuracy, as we just saw from Jaegers. Zuleta with the clear out. Zuleta to stick with it, gets a pop. Jaegers makes the stop. Daydreams trying to take it away from him, but Jaegers gonna stick with it. Merely missing the touch. Rockerman is there. He's got the F-150 sending it down, but he's not going to be able to do anything but get a bump as Jaeger's going to come in to a cleared lane and take a powerful shot.
Yeah, Jaeger's able to find the accuracy and the power here once again. Rocker, man, you gotta give him some credit clearing out Daydreams, even though in my opinion I don't think he was gonna do much there. And Zuleta, the last one there in the net, not able to make a touch, and huge bounce back from Ascension.
Rocker Man almost sending another to the top right corner, but it hits bar and bounces out. Rocker Man can't make his touch out of the corner. Daydreams there, missing his touch. Apparently Rye, not expecting the miss to come out, doesn't get a good touch on the ball, and it does get cleared out. Rocker Man taking another shot that's going to hit post. The ball sent back down to Ascension's defensive zone. Daydreams on the ball. Gets it past Jaeger's, going to stick with it. Trying to find one through Rocker Man. Rocker Man to Merely for the pop clear. Now 60 seconds left, Puggles. And this has been a very back and forth game. Drake's now down by one, even though they've been up by one twice so far. Do they pull it back here, Puggles?
You know, I think the momentum's just going Ascension's way as merely, as you were asking me this, Rocketman setting up merely for another great goal, and they go up 2. So it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for Drakes to come back here, Psycho.
Yeah, much more difficult with 43 seconds left on the clock. You can definitely score 2 goals in that time. You can score 6 goals in that time or more if you're just absolutely popping off or getting incredibly lucky. But I don't think that's going to happen here for the Drakes, as Rockerman and the rest of the Ascension roster are looking to close out game number 1 in this best of 7 series. Loser to go home into their season, and the winner moves on to the next round. Apparently Rye going to stick with it. Up over 1 in the midfield. The final 10 seconds. Drake's just looking to get one for the road at this point. Daydreams, 50s with Jaegers. Rye to follow, but merely takes it away. The ball just has to touch the ground. And Ascension, looking to get one for the road? No, but they are going to take game number 1 in this best of 7 series. You know they got to feel good about that one, Puggles, getting the early lead and setting the pace for this long series.
Yeah, but Drakes, they had it within them the entire time. They just really lost it there at the last minute, where they gave up that 5th goal to Ascension. But it looks like Drakes, they're gonna be pulling in the sub card, as I wasn't able to talk about here at the beginning. Daydreams, he is the sub for this Drakes roster. Going to be interesting to see who they take out and who they're being replaced with. I can only assume that it is going to be Geo, but you know, sometimes we get a nice surprise, don't we?
Yeah, sometimes I think the surprises are a little bit more frowned on in the playoff settings, but you know, hey, sometimes things happen and real life comes first. Essentially, this is just a video game and we're just a community, but we try and give the best Rocket League content that we possibly can. We try and bring the fire. Zuleta actually the one leaving the match. So I don't know, Puggles. Interested to see what happens right now.
Yeah, and Zuleta, he was having some internet issues there, but it is going to be Geo replacing Zuleta here as we move into this. So for Drakes, everyone keeping score at home, it is apparently Rye, Geo, and Daydreams. So we just got to wait for all these players to ready up, as I do believe they're all in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw Geo join right there at the end, and there we go. Now we're going to get him on the pitch. We're going to get all 6 of these boys ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. Ascension up by 1. Drake's looking to make a comeback here. Jaeger's going to pinch that one, try and follow. Doesn't get the touch he's looking for off the backboard, merely going to whiff past it. Geo gets the touch, looking to follow it. Jaegers gets the doink, though. Looking for Rocker, man. He makes the block on the shot, merely trying to get the clear out with the ground pinch. It's a little bit awkward, but he does get a flick over one Jaegers to block the Drakes from pushing into Ascension's half. But Daydreams is sticking with it. Rocker, man, takes it away from him. Jaegers is there. Gets a big touch to the center. Geo's with it. Getting the dribble, but merely just going to wait for him to drop that one. And we're seeing a pretty different game so far, in my opinion, Puggles. A lot of back and forth in the midfield. Not a lot of, actually, literally 0 shots so far.
Yeah, this game is, seems that both teams have figured out what their defense is going to be for the rest of the series, as we get a little bit of pressure here and there from both teams, but it's able to be quickly saved or cleared away. But so far in this game, Ascension, they've had the most pressure as they're just starting to lock down Drakes onto their own half.
Which is exactly what they need to do. They already saw in the last game, Rocker Man with the shot, putting it in the net, taking the lead for Ascension.
Yeah, and Jaeger's a huge pass out mid off the sidewall. Daydreams, he was looking to try and beat Rockerman to the ball, but unfortunately not able to win it outright. And Rockerman, he gets the first strike here in game 2, a very pivotal game for this series.
And Ascension definitely not out of the woods yet. As we saw in game number 1, this Drake's roster, once they find that groove, once they get going, they can really gear up and put some numbers on the board. So Ascension gonna need to be careful, and I'm sure they're looking for an early insurance goal if they can just tack it down and keep the pace in their favor. The Drakes, looks like they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Rockerman not able to get a good shot off of the pass from Merely in the midfield. Daydreams completely whiffing the ball as it pops up. Merely puts a heater on net, and Geo not able to make the stop.
Yeah, Geo just in a really unfortunate position as he was really hoping that Daydreams was going to make the save, and Geo, again, he just jumps a little past the ball, but, you know, that's definitely a savable ball, but Geo just had to make do with what he had.
And that is unfortunately what we all got to do. Sometimes it works out for us, sometimes it doesn't. Drake's now down by 2 with under 3 minutes left on the clock. Will they be able to make a comeback here, or will Ascension secure the second win? Apparently, Rye finding a really nice pass from Geo.
Yeah, Geo able to get up early after this backboard clear and send it right to Rye, and Rye able to put it right around Merely. A huge pass, and now Drake's, they're only down by 1, and they have more than enough time to tie this game up.
Plenty of time. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they take the lead away from Ascension as they did in game number 1 with how much time is left. But we will see, can Ascension hold strong defensively and hold this lead against Drakes, or will they gear things up and tie things up, if not take the lead away from Ascension? Daydreams off the backboard. Jaegers is there. Jaegers looking for a second touch, can't get it out of the corner. The ball gets doinked up to the mid. Merely putting a shot just over. Geo's going to make the touch. Geo with a boomer. Jaeger's back. Rockerman putting it up. Jaeger's there, not able to get what he's looking for, though. Merely sticking with it, gets it past Geo. Jaegers and Merely both there. Rockerman's up, coming down with the shot. Apparently, Rye to make the stop. And apparently might have a counterattack here. Sends it out to the mid, but it gets cleared away, all the way back into Drake's zone. Ascension Puggles, excuse me. I calling everybody Jaegers now that I've met him. I'm literally calling everybody Jaegers. I was calling Bagels Jaegers on Monday. Puggles, what is wrong?
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, that counterattack that Drake's just had was a huge opportunity for them, and they just couldn't capitalize on it, as all 3 Ascension players were pushed upfield trying to get that goal. All 3 in the net at one point as Rye was in the midfield, and unfortunately they just couldn't quite put it on target, and now that may just cost them here in this game if they can't find another opportunity soon.
Oh, Jaegers with a shot, but Daydreams makes a great stop right there as we enter the final 60 seconds of game number 2 with Ascension still up by 1. Geo missing his touch off of the sidewall. Jaegers trying to 50 it through. It goes in favor of the Drakes. One of Ascension back in time to make the stop. Push it back over the midline. Geo missing his touch apparently. Rye gonna be a little bit slow. Let Rockerman get up on the ball. Jaegers with the 50. It gets immediately cleared out. 30 seconds remaining for Drakes to come back and tie this game up. Game number 2, they don't want to drop this to this Ascension roster as they might be able to run away with it, get a third, maybe even a sweep. Jaegers with a big shot, but Geo making the stop. We enter the final 10 seconds. Drake's looking for that final goal. Will they be able to make it, or will Ascension hold out as Jaegers clears it down, trying to waste time off of the clock? Geo puts it up. The ball can't touch the ground now. Geo trying to get it through the corner. Rockerman to put it down. Ascension, your winners of game number 2.
Yeah, and that was a big game too, as Ascension, they're going to take a 2-0 lead in the series. This is a best of 7, so they still need to win 2 more, but Drakes, they're in a pretty dire spot right now, as, you know, that game was probably the most important if they won it, and then just the following game to get that series lead was maybe even more, but as of right now, they need to get 2 in a row, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to take their time out, but it doesn't look like they're going to use it here, Psycho.
Yeah, which is a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, letting Ascension go up by 2 like that, not taking a little bit of a timeout, getting a reset, maybe going over some things that are going wrong for the Drakes. Which, to be honest with you, Puggles, and maybe your opinion will differ with me here, I don't feel like the Drakes are playing that bad. It's just that once Ascension starts their onslaught, that is, Daydreams gonna start things off for the Drakes.
Yeah, this is a big goal here, as Daydreams able to get the first one for his team and the first goal of game 3. This is a huge lead, and right now, Drakes, they need to hold it, or else they may just lose yet another game.
Yeah, they need to, because that's what I was bringing up, is that we've seen throughout this entire series, Geo looking for that double, and apparently gonna bounce it off the teammate's car. An unfortunate turn of events. Drake's almost able to secure the second goal in quick succession, but I was basically what I was trying to say. Wow, I'm stumbling over my words here. Puggles, is Geo almost gonna send that one in, but he's not able to. But yeah, Ascension, if Drakes lets them start to sustain their pressure, then they become unstoppable. But if Drakes can just keep them in the midfield or in their own defensive zone, then I think that's going to be the ticket for Drakes to shut down Ascension here, Puggles.
Yeah, I definitely agree, as, you know, the Drakes' pressure has been really well, and they have been playing just as well as Ascension, but it's just the few mistakes and a few overcommits, as merely he's going to put in a huge goal here on a bit of a team overcommit.
Yeah, Rye, I think, might have been able to get back to that, but merely with the heads-up play, getting the demo as he tried to rotate back, leaving himself with an easy shot. Now Ascension tying things up. Only a minute gone so far from this game, and it's starting to heat up. It's starting to look like what we saw in game number 1, just the back-and-forth onslaught of offensive pressure from both of these teams, as opposed to game number 2, which seemed to be played more so in the midfield until a little bit later on. Merely with the touch, can't make the stop. Geo trying to get it out to Rye. Rye looking for a demo instead of a pass. It's going to turn into a clear from Ascension. Jaegers trying to fake out as Merely comes in, puts it, tries to get it in front of the net, but Geo not going to let it stay. Geo and having a 50, beats out the defender with the double commit coming out from the Drakes. Not going to work out for Ascension. Apparently, Rye putting it off the backboard, Merely there, makes the doink. Daydreams with the shot, doesn't go. Rye finding the upper left-hand corner and finding the back of the net.
Yeah, merely on the defense with that touch, maybe not what his team was looking for, as I think Rockerman coming from the other side would have had a better chance of a huge clear, but unfortunately the ball is just going to bounce right out to apparently Rye, and Rye able to put his team up 1 after a bit of a dubious past minute here.
Yeah, beautifully placed shot from Rye there. Couldn't have been placed better. Merely almost with the snipe, but apparently gets in front of it to make a good stop against the post. Geo getting in the fray. Merely's up, but gets beat out by Rye. Rockerman getting beat by Geo in the midfield. Jaegers pre-jumping, gets the touch off the backboard, sticking with it, trying to get it cleared out of Ascension's zone, but apparently Rye to take it away from him, missing his touch in the corner. As we get down closer and closer to the final 2 minutes here, Drake still up by 1, Puggles. I think this is the longest that they've held a lead in this series.
You know what? Personally, I'd have to agree. As game one, they've had multiple leads, but they didn't have them for very long. And merely, as we're talking about the lead here for Drakes, he's just gonna take it away in a huge tie, as he just sinks that shot right in the middle of the net.
In the NASCAR car, no less. I didn't know Merely was a NASCAR fan.
I think it's new. I thought it came out like literally today.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Merely is a NASCAR fan, and he's apparently doing pretty good in it. I gotta say, been playing pretty well.
You think about getting the NASCAR now?
I'm not thinking about getting a NASCAR. I live in Texas, and I have to hear about NASCAR 7 months out of the year.
Fair enough.
I'm good on it. Well, I guess we should be talking about NASCAR. We should be talking about Daydreams. What just happened?
I don't think we need to talk about Daydreams here, Psycho. I think we need to talk about the only rocker man, as he comes off the back wall, an insane angle on his own net. So really not what you like to see there, but they're down one once again, but they've proved so many times that they can come back here, as Jager's looking to do just that, not able to finish it, and merely deciding to hold off there in the midfield.
Jaeger's with the almost able to pull off the doomsy there. Just narrowly missing it, but the Drakes are still leading this game. Almost down to the final 60 seconds. Drakes might be looking to extend that lead a little bit, but Jaeger's to get back. Jaeger's with the awkward touch, getting it past one. Rockerman to help him out off of the backboard. Daydreams is going to send it away. Merely with the catch. Merely too awkward to get with it. Rockerman also catching it, helping his teammate out. Rockerman sticking with it, but can't 50 through. Geo is apparently going to take Jaegers out in the midfield and shut down any offense Ascension was hoping for off of that run. Jaeger's going to come off of the demo, get a shot, but not put it through the defense. Daydreams with the pop. Merely's up. Rockerman helping to clear this one out. Merely in the midfield. Rockerman following into the Drake's corner, but apparently Rye to take it away from him. 30 seconds left on the clock. Drake's still leading by one. Ascension looking to do anything that they can to get this third win in the series, but Drake's just not allowing anything to come from Ascension. Final 10 seconds wind down. Rockerman in the midfield gets a dribble past one, looking to control it, pops it up off the backboard. Merely's there, he puts it in. 2 seconds left on the clock, and we got a tied ball game.
Rockerman, a huge dribble past all three, as Daydreams, the last one there, in an awkward position trying to get the best touch he can, and unfortunately, he doesn't get any touch, and now merely he got another goal. He got the hat trick, all 3 goals going to him, and the ball just needs to touch the ground as we will go into the very first overtime, but the ball very dangerous as they finally get it down. Ascension taking a quick breath or sigh of relief there. Oh no.
And Rockerman not able to convert. Jaeger's missing as well. Merely coming in to clean up. Can't get it through the defense. Geo sending it down. Merely pops it up in the midfield. Jaegers is there. Doesn't get the touch though. Looking, I think he was expecting Daydreams to beat him to it. But both of them missed. Rockerman sending it back into his own corner. Rockerman out to Jaegers. Jaegers sends it down. Daydreams out of the corner, pops it up high. Merely's there. So is apparently Rye, securing a save and a savior medal. Rye been doing a lot of work in the defensive zone for the Drakes in game number 3. Rockerman out of the corner. Geo sends it away. Merely putting a shot on it. It's going to hit the post. But apparently taking it up the wall. Missing the button, missing his touch. But merely going to 50 with Daydreams as we reach our first minute of overtime here, Puggles. Can't really tell if either of these teams have an advantage at this point.
Yeah, and in my opinion here, this overtime should already be over. I think Rockman, he had the best look of this overtime right off the kickoff. Just couldn't put it into the net. Right, like, you really got to capitalize on those. And if Drakes win this, that's got to be in the back of the mind of Rockerman, thinking we could have won this here just at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sure it certainly will be if the Drakes are able to close out this overtime. And that's a big if, as Ascension It's just a brick wall on the defensive end of things right at this moment. Gio getting the control, gets blammed away, but gets the pass. Rye can't find the touch. Rockerman trying to take it slow. Merely with it. Gets a touch up to Jaegers to doink, keep it moving. The ball gets sent all the way back. Ascension is going to clear it out back to the Drakes. 2 minutes now so far, and just not a lot of Rocket League happening, Puggles. This is honestly, I don't think we've seen these two teams play before.
Yeah, it's definitely much slower, looking more like game 2, as both teams not wanting to give up any free goals and playing super defensive. But we also have seen that Drake's, they're whipping out a few more demos. I've noticed that the red cars have been getting demoed a lot in this overtime, at least 3 times across the board. So I'm going to be very interested to see if that's going to open up spots for Drakes to capitalize on, or if that's going to lead to a huge overcommit.
Essentially, it should. Rockerman pulling out a demo of his own. Enough demos come out. Eventually, one of them's going to work. Daydreams there to make the save. Jaegers missing his touch. Daydreams staying patient, staying with it. Apparently, Rye comes in, but they can't 50 it through the Ascension defender in the midfield. Merely with the shot over Daydreams. He's going to get the touch, and it bounces off of the crossbar. Oh, my goodness. Puggles, what a save from Daydreams. He's been missing a lot of saves so far, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Rockerman going to slam it in, finish it with the F-150. Ascension now up by 3 in the series, sitting at match point.
Yeah, Daydreams, a huge save there just a few seconds ago, but unfortunately it's not going to matter as his teammate couldn't help him out and clear the ball. And then just the passing play over to Rockerman at the end, able to clean it up. And Ascension, they take the 3-game lead. Drakes, they do have an overtime. At this point, I'm considering if they even know that, because yet again, they're already up, ready to go. So personally, I think we're just waiting on the Ascension players to get going. But Drake's 3-0 down. They need a reverse sweep. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Yeah, they got to start with, not letting Ascension take the lead away from them when they have the lead through pretty much the entire game. But, you bring up the timeout again, and they aren't using it. But, I've heard some teams talk about they don't like to use the timeouts because, while it might, knock the other team out of a groove, it also has the chance of knocking your own team out of its groove. So I think that the Drakes are just kind of are looking at it like that, Puggles. I think they're might even be a little bit afraid to take a timeout. It might give Ascension a little bit of a buff.
Yeah, that's definitely true, as these teams, they definitely have different mentals, but obviously, if I was in the position that these Drakes players are in, I would definitely be calling for it, as Ascension already getting some early offense and almost able to find the back of the net, but yet again, being stifled away by the Drakes defense.
Yeah, Drake's doing a good job so far on defense, but they need to get out of their zone. They cannot, as we know from game 1 and a little bit of game 2, we know that you can't let Ascension start to generate offensive pressure, because they are just going to keep shooting and shooting and shooting. These 3 guys' rotations are very honed in, as they've been playing this exact same roster literally every single series this season. I think actually Rockerman might have missed a game somewhere down the line. They might have all missed a game, but mostly they've been going together. But it doesn't matter, as Gio's going to come in, start things off for the Drakes here.
Yes, once again, Drakes, they're getting the first goal, but like we saw in the past game, it really doesn't matter sometimes, as Ascension, they're able to get their offense rumbling, and there's really no stopping the Ascensions, at least from Drakes, so far we've seen. But it's going to be difficult here to hold on to this, and we need to see a little bit more offense from Drakes in order to really convince me that they're going to be able to take this series far.
Yeah, especially having to reverse sweep. A game 7 reverse sweep is one of the hardest things to pull off in Rocket League, probably in general. in most sports that do best of sevens. But hey, you got to start somewhere. Drake started with a goal, and now they just got to hold this lead and move forward one step at a time, as Ascension's going to bang that one on from midfield. Rockerman taking the long ball.
Yeah, a huge shot here from Rockman going right over Daydreams and the rest of the Drake's defense, as they're caught a little bit too far forward, and Rockerman able to punish a bit of an overcommit there.
Yeah, Daydream's not having the greatest defensive night. He got that amazing save in that overtime in game number 3, but there's been many times where he was just pushed out a little bit too far, or doesn't quite stop at the back post, gets beat out by the shooter. I'm sure Daydream's going to be looking to work on his defense in the offseason, assuming that the Drakes go home here and are not able to pull it back, though they are not out of this game yet by any means. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, we still got a tie ball game in game number 4. However, Ascension is sitting at match point in the series. They are 3-0 right now, so they only need to take home this dub here in the Coliseum, and they will be moving forward in the playoff bracket. Daydreams with the touch, sends it across, but no Drake there to find a pass. And Rockerman coming off the corner, can't get the second touch. Gio to take it away from him. Apparently right in the midfield. Gio getting bumped and then immediately demoed by Jaegers. But apparently Rye taking the ball away from Jaegers, keeping it away from him, getting the pass to Gio. Gio makes the cut, but Rockerman, solid defense, ready for the shot. Jaegers gonna send it out. Rockerman helping him move it down the field. Rockerman out of the corner with the bump, and can he get it? Merely's there, but he can't get it through the defense. Apparently Rye staying strong and keeping that ball out of the Drake's net. Gio getting a one, as well as Merely gonna style on him, take the lead with a double.
Yeah, a huge double touch from Merely. He had the entire net open the first time, but he wanted a style on this Drake's defense, as nobody was in the net after that first attempt. And Merely, a huge goal here, putting Ascension up in possibly the last game.
Yeah, Merely well known for having a good accuracy on his doubles. You cannot let that man follow a ball like that. He's going to put it in 90% of the time, guaranteed. As we've seen, that was, I think, the first one that he hit this series, but he's hit one. I wouldn't be surprised, Puggles, to find out that he hits one pretty much every series.
Yeah, with the way that he made that look, I wouldn't be surprised if he does that every game sometimes. And
Whoa!
throwing it off the corner, Ascension, they're starting to run away with it here, as we need to see the Drakes get some sort of composure back, as all 3 of them in the corner.
Yeah, they have to find the muster that they have at the beginning of every single one of these games. It's like they come out firing on all cylinders, and they get halfway through the game and they just don't have the energy to keep it up. Ascension just having that amount of go. Merely is just popping off right now, secures the bag, secures the hat trick.
Yeah, the hat trick indeed, and Merely, he's going off right now in the new NASCAR Camry, as you love to see it if you're Ascension's fan, and you maybe take the sigh of defeat if you are Drake, says Merely. He looks unstoppable, and with these 2 other teammates, it's going to be really hard to get 3 goals here in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. Rockerman's defense has been on point. Merely popping off offensively in this game is just the dagger in the side of the Drakes here. And though they mathematically can still bring things back here, it's highly unlikely that Ascension is going to allow that to happen, as they have just not been able to finish any of these games so far, and they're looking now at getting swept out of the playoffs by Ascension. Rockerman with the ball sends it out to the mid. Ascension just looking to kill time at this point. I'm sure they won't even mind if the Drakes were to score a goal, as it wouldn't amount to very much. Rockerman with the big clear, trying to find Jaegers. Jaegers is up for it, but can't find the angle he needs to get the ball in, as it only needs to drop for Ascension to officially win and be your victors here in Season 7 Challenger League playoffs. but they are keeping it up and apparently going to leave the match. Merely going to get one for the road. He gets the carry. He gets one for the road. A little bit of a show off there from Merely. Can't blame him. He was peaking this game. I'd be showing off if I was feeling myself as well, Puggles.
Yes, merely he's gonna get the last one and get 4 goals for the series or for the game. Why not? And Ascension, they're gonna move on, and they are going to play the winner of Venom and Raptors coming up later today. So definitely keeping an eye out on that matchup if you are a if you are a challenger player. So yeah, that's a huge win here from Ascension as they sweep Drakes out of the playoffs, like you said.
Huge win from Ascension. Indeed. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Big Murr from Ascension. Congratulations, Big Murr, on that fantastic sweep.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It felt good to get a dub coming back from Worlds.
It looked good too. I gotta say, I was told not to bring this up, but I know Rockerman came down with the COVID. Most people know that he's got the COVID, but he still looked good out there. I gotta say, were you worried? Merely, I haven't talked to him. I don't know if he how bad his symptoms are, but were you worried at all about how the way he's feeling? Maybe he wasn't going to be up to perform tonight.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. The odds as far as that were kind of stacked against us because other than spending 5 days at Worlds, coming back a little bit rusty, obviously, yeah, Rockerman did come down with the vid. It hit him pretty hard. He said he's feeling a little bit better today, but he still has a lot of symptoms. He can't really calm effectively. And also, Jaeger seems to have come down with something, so he was feeling a little sick as well. I don't know if that one's the COVID. And he also had to speed home from work. He got home from work about 5 minutes before we had to play. So we didn't really get to warm up. So we were a little bit nervous going into it at the beginning, especially since we knew that the Drakes were kind of popping off during play-ins. But once we got our footing, we got the confidence. It felt like we had the series the whole way.
Yeah, it looked really good too. As the game one, you guys came out swinging, both offenses going crazy. So my question for you is, going into game two, did you guys change anything? Like maybe have a little more defensive look, because that's what I saw from game two, is a lot more defense was being played.
Yeah, I think our strategy didn't really change too much. I think they adapted and kind of forced us to play a little bit more defensively. They were going for a lot more demos and stuff that was messing up our rotation. But our main game plan the whole time was, we knew that we had the edge in speed. So we were just kind of trying to keep putting on shots, keep up the pressure, and hopefully we wouldn't have to play defense.
Yeah.
And so moving forward, now that you have won that match, you will be looking to, I believe, I'm just trying to pull up
It's
the bracket real
Venom
quick.
versus Raptors.
Venom
It's our
versus
next game,
right.
actually.
Well, yeah, which is our next game. So how do you feel about that one, Merely? Out of those two teams, let me just get a caster prediction from you real quick, Merely. You're the big dog caster anyway. So Venom Raptors, who takes that one home?
The favorites are definitely the Raptors. I know Cotney is a very mechanical player, as well as Ibonic. They have some really solid mechanics, very fast team, and if they get the edge early, I think they'll probably just run away with it. But I wouldn't sleep on Venom too hard, because Grav is a really good player, also has really solid mechanics, and he's a player I know the most about on Venom, but I think if they're playing well, they could definitely take it. I do have the Raptors winning that one. They've looked solid all season. I don't really expect them to falter here, but I think if they're a little bit too overconfident, Venom could steal it away from them.
That may be true. Venom looking for the three-peat, Merely. And I don't know if they're looking as good as they looked last season, but they're definitely looking good. Looking like they can possibly do that, but I don't know. Ascension sweeping the Drakes right there, man. Again, congratulations on that. Not only, like you said, being a little bit rusty, everybody being a little bit under the weather, and just popping off, man. You looked great in game number 4.
Thank you. Yeah, I felt like the rust was completely worn off there. Tried to go for a few mechanical plays, and they worked out. It was nice.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and it was fantastic for me to watch and cast, and I'm sure Puggles enjoyed it. I know everybody at home enjoyed it, and we appreciate you, Big Mur, joining us up here in the booth for a little interview. I think that's about all we got for you, though, my man.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Have yourself a good night, man. Get some rest, and take it easy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's pretty much going to do us for our first match of the night here. Puggles, I want to thank you for joining me up here in the booth. It's always a pleasure to get down with the get down.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun, especially watching this series unfold, and hopefully, as the Challenger series have gone so far in this first round, we might get another sweep here. But I'm hoping that we don't get to do that. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. We want the content. Challenger League usually pretty good about bringing it. Even Ascension Drakes, that was pretty good content. It was a sweep, but the Drakes did play well. They just couldn't bring it home. But when we come back for our break, we'll be seeing the number 4 Venom go against the number 5 Raptors, as we've already talked a little bit about. So stick around for that. You don't want to miss it.
so sweet even when they hurt. You wanna feel, wanna fall in love, wanna give it all up, but you don't want to lose your control. Are we playing this game? Oh, are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin, 'cause I play to win. I playing this game. Cause I play to win. You fear that love is hard to find. Not in your heart, but in your mind. Are we playing this game? Oh, are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin, 'cause I play to win. Control. started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We are back for our second match of the night, still in the Challenger League. Match 2 of the playoffs. We've got number 4 Venom going up against number 5 Raptors. Your boy Psychonautic still in the booth, ready to bring this action to your home space. And I am joined by someone new here in the booth, a novice player on Team Ignite is Charles. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing all right, Psycho. How are you doing? Actually, I would like to start this off by saying I'm so excited for some Nemesis playoffs. I was actually away for about a week or two from casting, and I missed it. You know, especially casting with you, Psycho, and just really excited for the games that we have ahead of us. So yeah, it's gonna be really cool.
Well, I appreciate that, bud. And speaking of the playoffs, if you want to take a gander at the screen real quick, we can put some playoff brackets up there for you. You can see where we're sitting at. We just watched Ascension sweep the Drakes. They moved on to the semifinals. They're waiting for the victor of the match that we are about to watch. Venom versus Raptors. The loser goes home. The winner goes on to play against the number 1 seed Ascension. So this is going to be an interesting one here, Charles. Like no matter who wins this one, they've got a brick wall standing in front of them already.
I mean, Ascension, geez. I mean, those guys are crazy. I mean, you just saw it on stream. They swept Drakes. Just absolutely. I mean, just Rocker Man, merely. I mean, you can't get a better team in Challenger League than Ascension right now, and they're hot. So if I were them, I'd obviously be focusing on this match, but it would be kind of like a bittersweet victory if we won, because you have to go up against Ascension and, you know, Rocker Man and merely. So a little bit scary there, but you know, I'm looking forward to this match. And actually, the match odds are actually in the Raptors' favor. I think it's 93% of people think the Raptors are going to take this one, which I find quite odd. I think Venom's a much better team to be having that low of a percentage of people thinking they're going to win.
And real quick, just before I forget, let me give a couple of shout outs before we start this thing out. One to Grebsy for handing out 5 community subs, Krippus for handing out 3, and Blazing Biscuit for 29 months. Oh, and it looks like now Fort for 3 months. So shout out to all you guys for supporting the community. Thank you very much. But Charles, let's get your caster predictions so these boys can get loaded up onto the pitch and get underway.
All right, this is going to be an unpopular opinion. I think Venom's going to take this one, and I think it's going to be done in a swift 5 games. All right, channel points, yet again, if you want to win channel points, and I've been right 3 out of 3 times, pick Venom to win this game. I'm telling you.
Charles does have something special when it comes to his caster predictions, and we'll see if he can maintain an undefeated streak or if the Raptors are going to throw it down the drain for him. As we get into this best of 7 series, loser goes home, winner moving on to play Ascension in the semifinals. Koala out of the corner, Cotney putting it down. And to go over the rosters real quick, Venom is running with Milk, Grav, and Koala. Milk and Grav are returning players to Venom. They were the champions last season. Venom is actually a 2-time defending champion looking for the three-peat. And Raptors are rocking with Cotney, the carry, Demon, and Ibonic. We'll see if the Raptors are able to shut down Venom's attempt at the repeating 3 chips in a row. And the first minute goes by as Grav gonna start things off. Venom in the lead.
One thing I love about Venom's play, Psycho, is their non-stop offense. Look at that pass off the wall. Just an easy dunk for Grav. And you're not going to see another goal like that from any other team but Venom. Their playstyle is so unique, and I think the Raptors are going to have to do a little bit of adapting here in this game one.
They certainly are, though I wouldn't count the Raptors out just yet. This is a team that is well known for popping off, has great synergy, and had a very, very strong run in the regular season. Quite respected within the Challenger League. At least it appears to me. I'm not a Challenger League player. I know you're not either, but I've seen a lot of respect go to the Raptors here. So I'd be a little bit careful on sleeping on them there, Charles.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, but I just love the Venom so much in their play style. But that doesn't take away from Cottony, as he's definitely, in my opinion, their best player. And I think if they're gonna want to take this, Cottony has to be the driving force here.
And you may be right about that, as Grab gets a flick past the defender, but he's not gonna find the back of the net. Koala in the midfield, not able to get the second touch. Cottony with the doink on net. Grav making the stop, having a 50 in the midfield. Milk there to send it down. Grabs up, looking for the redirect off the backboard. Ibonic missing a touch. Koala is going to have to 50 through. Demon gets demoed. Grav in the corner, gets beat out by Ibonic. It's in the mid, but Milk's going to beat the offender to the ball. Ibonic with the touch in the midfield as we reach the halfway point here in game number one. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Venom still in the lead by 1 here. Ibonic with the big save right there. Charles, it doesn't seem like the Raptors have been able to find their groove just quite yet. Venom still with the lead and holding down some good defense, but it's not going to hold out. Ibonic going to get the score.
There goes the caster's curse yet again, Psycho.
Yeah, that's like 3 times the match.
As Ibonic puts a beautiful shot, but can we talk about that pass, though? Puts it past 2. I think there might have been a miss there, but just beautiful play all around, and I'm excited for this Raptors team. I mean, they're obviously the favorite for a reason. I'm just excited to see how well they perform as he puts it off the backboard, and Cottony the carry. Oh, my Lord.
He is doing what he is known to do. Gets the flip reset, still able to follow, and the double touch off of the crossbar absolutely peaks on Venom, taking the lead for the Raptors. 2 minutes left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a game on our hands. As Ibonic is up. Can't really do much with the follow. Cottony trying to help him out. Gets the touch off the backboard. Cottony trying to 50 and just put any sort of wrench in Venom's wheels, not wanting them to get out of their zone. Milk with the big bump. Koala trying to slow it down. Can't get the flick through, but does end up getting a demo, and this is dangerous for Venom. As Cottony gets to the ball just a little bit late, he can't do much with it. Koala is there, looking for the counterattack, but Ibonic was sitting back in the net and makes the save, picks up the Savior medal. Ibonic doing a lot for the Raptors so far in the defensive zone. 3 saves, even a goal to his name. Ibonic is actually doing the most on the Raptors here in game number 1. Ibonic almost with a self-service goal there. Starting to look dangerous on the pitch. Cottony gets it past 1. Got it past the second one, but turned off of it, thinking that the second Venom player had a Demon with a huge save on the goal line against Koala's shot. Ibonic trying to get it past the defender. Grav not going to let it through. Demon's there. Milk pops it up and out. Cottony to stick with the Cottony with another flip reset, but can't get it through. Grav staying strong on the defense. The final 30 seconds winding down in this game, Charles. And I don't know. I love me some Venom boys, but I don't know if they got this game number 1.
Only time will tell, but one thing I really love from the Raptors is their defense. I mean, obviously their offense is, with Ibonic and Cottony, just a dynamic duo already, but their defense with Demon, Cottony, and Ibonic, just all 3 back in the back lines. I mean, they have 6 saves. That's ridiculous, as Ibonic puts it down from the ceiling to make it 3-1.
3-1, Ibonic with a nice shot. Koala missing his touch. Ibonic looking for the Savior medal and the hat trick. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to get it. We'll see what happened in these final 5 seconds as the ball does go in favor of the Raptors, but Grav gets the final touch on it. Cotney sends it away. The Raptors looking to put it down. Milk trying to keep it up. Cotney to Ibonic. Ibonic going to miss it, but the ball's going to touch. Raptors taking the win in game number 1, starting things off looking good.
Oh yeah, they looked really great out there. They put, I think anybody who doubted Venom, including myself with the prediction, they kind of woke us all up here, and just beautiful performance, especially by Ibonic. I mean, 2 goals, 3 saves, 4 shots. Nothing else I have to say about that. Just excellent work, and he obviously I think he's the driving force of this offense so far. I mean, you try to stop Cotney, and you have Ibonic standing in your way. So I don't know if these Venom boys can even handle this right now, but if they can, they need to make some quick adjustments, and they need to make it now.
And I'm sure that Venom is planning on doing just that, making some adjustments, as they are known to do just that. They're quite the adaptable roster. Koala not having a fantastic game, not able to get up in the rotations a lot. Had a couple of shots, but couldn't find much of anything else. I'm sure we should be looking to him to sort of step things up a little bit in game number 2. Not that he was playing bad, just getting a little bit more involved in the plays, helping his team out a little bit more. Maybe that's what they need to shut down this Raptors roster. Because I mean, in the beginning, they were doing really good. They had a lot of pressure. They were keeping the Raptors suppressed, but the Raptors just found that stride about halfway through, and they were like a snowball. They became unstoppable.
Oh yeah, I mean, a snowball, definitely indeed, and I'm actually curious to see if this trend continues in game 2, or if Koala being more involved with the play will kind of suppress the Raptors offense. I need to know, Psycho, do you think that Venom has what it takes to at least take this game number 2?
I think that they do, to be honest with you. I think that they got to make some changes. I think that they got to incorporate a little bit better communications, because looked like a lack of communication left that net wide open there, and Raptors going to take an easy goal and an easy lead.
Oh wow, that's just an unfortunate hit. I don't know who hit that ball. I think it might have been Milk, but just unfortunate touch off of his car, and the defender, or the attacker's gonna make you pay off of that every single time, and that's exactly what we saw there. Is Cotney? Oh my goodness, he almost puts it in the back of the net there.
Cotney shows he's not done popping off, but neither is Ibonic, coming in strong, taking that right off of the top of Koala's car. Double commit coming out from Venom. They're gonna get punished for that every time from this Raptors roster.
I mean, Ibonic, Cotney, they're like a rock'em sock'em toy. I mean, it's a right and a left by them each and every second. I don't think I've had an analysis where I've not had to be like, oh, Ibonic scored or Cotney scored. I mean, these two have been just flying everywhere. Just absolutely ridiculous, as we almost saw another goal there. But they just the Venom needs to help suppress this. I don't know what they specifically need to do, but I know it has to have to do something with that midfield game. I know I harp on it a lot, but midfield is very important, especially in Challenger. I think Venom just needs to control that midfield, maybe get a couple pops in their zone, and really just take control of this game, because I know they have it in them. Just depends if they know that they have it in them.
Oh, most definitely. Almost finding the back of the net there. The pass play coming out from Venom, but Ibonic stays strong on the defensive line. And Venom looking to turn things around here. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Koala sending it down. Cotney pops it up there to follow it, but he gets bumped off the ball. Comes off of the ceiling. Ibonic there to help him out. Takes the shot, but Koala on the goal line with a huge save, keeping it out of Venom's net. Demon sends it all the way off the backboard. Gets the demo, but Ibonic can't find the back of the net. Finds the post instead. But he gets a good bump on Koala as he rotates out, clearing things up for Cotney. Milk gonna have to 50 through the defense. Grab with the shot, but it's gonna go wide. Demon taking his time in the midfield. 50s with Koala. Cotney trying to keep it away. Milk's there. Grav is up. He puts the shot down. Nobody back from Raptors able to make a stop on that. And now Venom back in the game.
I mean, they're back in the game, but that is a very bittersweet goal. Obviously, great shot by Grav, but you have to think, I mean, have you stopped this Raptors offense completely? They're still going, and there's a couple chances there that they could have had, just little mistakes by the Raptors team. And Venom just needs to keep that pressure going. They had a little glimpse of it right there, and that's exactly what you just saw. And, you know, Venom just needs to play a better overall game if they're going to want to take this game number 2.
We're going to have to wait and see if this is the start of that better game that you mentioned, or if the Raptors are going to keep a lid on this. Grav coming in for the shot. Ibonic there, making the stop. Koala trying to stick with it. Cotney to clear it out. Grav in the midfield, shutting down the clear. Ball's in the mid. Milk sending it away. Koala gonna 50. Nothing coming from it for Venom. Ibonic off the sidewall, looking to follow, but can't beat out Grav to the ball. Demon with an awkward touch. Grav making the pass to the mid. Nobody from Venom there to help. Demon makes the touch, leaves it for Ibonic. Ibonic looking for the carry, but can't get it through the defense. Milk making a save on the goal line. Demon and Koala gonna both get a touch on the ball. Grav putting it out. Cotney's there. Koala able to get it through. Gets an awkward touch, but fakes out Ibonic with it. And Ibonic out of the corner. Can't get it through Milk. Grav with the touch. Milk up to follow. Trying to look for Grav, but Cotney gonna get in the middle of the pass play. And Koala with the shot. Ibonic there in time. Getting yet another savior medal. And Demon with the touch. He plays patient, but he gets a big clear. Giving away possession. Looking for a demo on Koala. Koala getting away from him in time. Koala still with it. Past Ibonic, leaves it for Milk. Milk and Cotney 50, and it goes in favor of the Raptors. Final 45 seconds. And Venom still down by 1. Looking to turn things around here in the later part of this game. Koala up. Ibonic's there. He puts it into the Venom corner. 30 seconds left. Demon still with it. Gets it past the defender. Nobody from Venom back. It's off. Luckily for Venom, that was shot would have been the end of it. The final 15 seconds, it might still be over for Venom in game number 2 of this best of 7. Ibonic with the shot. Milk went to the back of the net. Didn't have to make the save. The ball just has to touch the ground. Cotney gonna help facilitate that. No, Grav to keep it up. Ibonic with the touch. Grav putting it away. The ball is still up, and it could still be scored by Cotney at this point. To be honest with you, oh my goodness, and he's gonna pull it off. Cotney, the carry, strikes again.
It just doesn't end, does it? I mean, just ridiculous. Oh my gosh. I mean, he had so much confidence. And what I found to be what really struck me about how much confidence this Raptor team really has is how they kept the ball up even when they didn't need to. I mean, they're like, yeah, we're going to keep the ball up. We're going to score one more goal, maybe get your confidence down a little lower. And I have to say, from the Venom side of the ball, they had glimpses where they looked really good. But it fell apart because they're panicking a little bit in the defensive zone. You saw it when the ball hit the post and bounced out. He dove towards that corner. I just feel like if they're going to want to keep the Raptors at bay, they got to play a better defensive game, and they have to, calm it down. I obviously stream nerves, but I think Venom just needs to play, as I said, just a better overall game if they're going to want to take this Raptors team the distance.
Most definitely. And Venom calling for the timeout, so they'll get the 60 seconds in between match and an additional 60 seconds for their timeout. Going down by 2 to the Raptors in the series. Raptors now only need 2 more wins to secure their spot in the semifinals against Ascension. And just to bring that back a little bit, Charles, you talked about Venom's defense, and they did have, I think, in that last match or in that last game, I believe they had 2 sort of giveaway goals, but they were also able to bag, let's see, how many was it? It was like 7 saves. So, they did play good defense. Raptors were just unrelentless on their offensive pressure. And whenever you have a team that's just constantly shooting at your net, it doesn't matter how good you are at defense. Eventually, you're going to fold you're going to crack and they're going to get it through. And that's pretty much what the Raptors did. I think that Venom really needs to shut the Raptors down in the midfield and not even allow them the ability to shoot on their net.
I actually agree with you in that one. You kind of changed my mind there. But yeah, I do agree actually. I did think I was a little curious how some of these Raptor shots were developing. I mean, because you just have them, they're flying everywhere. I mean, their main source of attack has been they've gotten on the wall and they've just made a solo play. I think Venom just needs to get one man up there to try to block it and another man to clear it. I just think you can't allow Cottony and Ibonic time to do because they're very mechanical players. You can't allow them to get into open space and make a couple of moves. And on the Venom side of the ball, I just need to see more from Koala if they're going to want to, if they look to take this game number 3.
Koala has been pretty quiet this entire series. Would love to see the man pop off and show out. Game number 3. Very, very crucial game for Venom here. It is imperative they don't drop this game to the Raptors. Milk with a huge save. Milk being the star defender of game number 2 for Venom. Even though it was a loss, he had, I believe, 4 out of the 7 saves to his name. He's been doing the most on the defensive line, rivaling to Ibonic for the Raptors, who's been playing a huge defensive position for them this entire series. And Milk with the catch in the midfield, but he's going to get it banged away from him. Milk trying to get the dunk on Cottony, not able to find it. Ibonic in the midfield, gets it over Koala. Grav is going to come out of his own corner. Cottony there, and nobody from Venom back there, just getting caught out on their rotations again and again.
I think that was just an unfortunate mistake by the defense. Almost a save there, but I mean, the read was there and the pass was beautiful. I mean, the mistake on the wall, I think, came down to the ball just being too fast. I mean, that ball came at him like a bullet at that point. And I mean, yet again, it's just a nonstop parade by the Raptors team, and they just Venom just needs to put their best foot forward. I'm kind of seeing a little bit of glimpses of their offense here, seeing some good stuff from them, but as you mentioned before, they need to control that midfield, not allow Raptors to get into their own end.
And will they be able to do that, or will the Raptors continue their onslaught on the Venom backboard and net? Ibonic can't follow that one. Milk coming out of the corner. Demon to put it back on net. The double commit coming out from Venom, but they get a huge clear off of it. And Milk trying to get it out to the center for a teammate. Grab in the backfield. Gets the awkward second touch. Doesn't work out for him. I'm sure that's not what he was looking for. Milk trying to get mechanical. He is known for doing making shots like that. He's made several on stream. However, unable to find the back of the net on that one. And Koala gonna come through and help Grab out, get the dunk on the defender.
I mean, Grab, what a beautiful pass us out of Koala there. And the awareness by Koala to not set that shot straight forward. Beautiful placement, bottom left corner. There's not much you can ask other than that from the man himself, Koala.
That's very true. We've been saying his name for 2 games now, and he finally shows up. You'll love to see it. Hopefully that sparks something inside this Venom roster, and they're going to start finding more and more of that. But unfortunately, before that, Cottony going to get a great pass to his teammate in the midfield, score another goal, and take the lead.
Another person we haven't seen too much on the offense, but has been holding it down on the defense, Demon. Beautiful shot. I mean, beats, I think, 2 people there. Bottom left corner yet again. And, I think this is actually going to be a back and forth between these 2 teams. Both teams are looking pretty solid here. Just excited to see how this game goes down the stretch.
It is looking like we have quite the game so far. However, in game number 1, the Raptors were able to take the lead and then, completely shut down Venom's offense. So we'll see if oh my goodness, as Graf puts the fear of God in Demon and makes him own goal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how to analyze that shot. I mean, wow, that was a beautiful shot by Demon, just on his own net, unfortunately, but One thing I'm looking at is Koala put nice shot in the chat. A little bit of toxicity there, and I like it for this Venom team. They need to, get in the Raptors' heads a little bit, and you just love to see it. And it's a tie game now. Anything can happen, and this Venom team seems to be kind of back in this one.
They certainly do, as we got a tied ball game. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Venom looking for a pot shot, forcing Cottony out of the net. Ibonics there, gets the pop over into the mid. Grav having to make an awkward touch, leaving it in the mid. Demon's there, but Koala is as well. The 50 goes off. Cottony popping it up. Milk to take it away from him. Milk sticking with it, gets it through Ibonic. Gets a second touch, but can't get it past the third defender. Koala making an easy save in the midfield. Grav putting a shot on. It's just off, and his second touch is off as well. Grav sending it back to Koala in the corner. Koala taking his time, trying to get the carry. Gets it past one. Ibonic to send that away, not letting it in front of the Raptors net. And Ibonic sending it back out to the mid. Grab there. Excuse me. Putting it down to Milk. Koala can't get it out, and seems to be some floundering from a couple of different players here, but Demon going to go ahead, rotate through, and get the demo on Grab. 45 seconds now left on the clock, and I don't know, Charles, based on what you're seeing, which of these two teams would you say has an edge?
I think overall Raptors has an edge in this series, but this game specifically, I think Venom's actually looking like the better team, and I'm excited to see how they are moving forward. But a major difference between these two teams that I'm noticing is whenever Raptors double commits, and they double commit actually a couple seconds ago, one of them actually went to go for a demo. So it was a double commit, but it did benefit the team as Milk, the huge JNAPS fan, puts that in the back of the net. You love to see it.
You love to see it. Milk doing what he does best. Finally getting one of those shots. We usually get to see at least one every time he makes it onto the stream. And there it was, ladies and gentlemen. Milk happens to be super spicy. He takes the lead in the final 10 seconds against the Raptors here in game number 3. Raptors looking to just make a stop here. Cottony pops it up. And Milk there again, but the ball's going to touch before it goes into the net. Not able to get one for the road, but they do secure the win in game number 3. They are now down by 1 in the series, as it's Raptors 2-1 and best of 7.
Yeah, I really was a fan of the Raptors team that we saw in game number 3. I mean, they basically matched the Raptors energy, and they really put it to them. I saw a lot of great stuff, especially from Grav. I mean, he was the MVP of this match at 3 saves. Ridiculous. I mean, the Venom defense, they're putting a stop to the Raptors offense. And I have to say, these two teams' defenses have been excellent. Their offenses have basically canceled out their defenses. And Venom, beautiful game by them. Just absolutely, they were flying everywhere. And they put the ball where it needed to be when it mattered most. They almost had another goal at the end. Unfortunately, they did not. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this Venom team going forward. Let's see if they can keep the same energy in this game number 4.
Yeah, and certainly the scoreboard speaks for itself there, as Venom was able to outshoot, outsave, and outscore the Raptors. But that was the first time in this series that they've been able to pull that off. Will they be able to continue that momentum here in game number 4 in the Coliseum? Or will Raptors steal that momentum back, take their 3rd win, and sit at match point? Moving into game number 5, you'll have to stay tuned to find out. We get directly into this action. The ball is in the Raptor zone, or excuse me, Venom zone. Grav making the 50 with Cottony. Koala missing his touch. Ibonic to put one on, forcing the save. Milk does make the save. Grav coming out of the corner, trying to keep control of the ball. Goes for the low 50 against Cottony. Koala to take it out of the corner. Ibonic getting an awkward touch. Doesn't work out too well for him. Demon going to help him out. And Demon with the big shot, and it's not gonna go. Grav able to get that out at the very last second. That was absolute robbery from the Raptors, Charles.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if anybody got the recording of my face, I think my face said it all. I was in complete shock how that got saved. Beautiful bump by Demon. Wow. I actually watched a scrim with the Raptors, and Demon really stood out to me with his demo. It's just really an oppressive force on the offensive side of the ball when he wants to be, and that clearly just showed right there. And yeah, it just not a great start for Venom here, as the Raptors are looking like they're returning to their previous form here, but the Venom roster just needs, I think Grav needs to be the man himself, and he needs to put this team on his back a little bit here if they're going to want to take this game 4.
We'll have to see if he's able to do that or what is going to happen. Ibonic missing his shot. Koala trying to take time, does find a read, but is not able to beat out Cottney to the ball. Grav popping it up. Grav to follow. Demon gets to the ball first. Milk keeping the pressure alive for Venom. Cottney not going to let that get in front of the Raptors' net. The Koala trying to get it through. Grav in the midfield, banging it into the corner. Ibonic to take it away. Ibonic pops it, but can't follow it off of the sidewall. The double commit coming out. Demon last back. But Koala not able to do much with the ball. Grav trying to look for a 50 here. Runs out of boost. Milk with the shot, but can't get it through. Cottney with a huge save on the goal line. And we are now almost halfway through game number 4. We still have no goals. This is very unusual for this series, Charles.
I'm still surprised there has not been a goal yet. Both teams have had excellent opportunities, and I'm starting to see a little bit of a spark here from this Venom roster. They're starting to get a little comfortable, and I think Raptors just need to, let Venom not get too comfortable here in the latter half of this match. And I know we've harped on it a lot, but I would love to see Koala maybe put one in the back of the net, or at least make Raptors scramble a little bit here. And because I love Koala's play, and I would love to see Venom take this game number 4, and just for the content purposes. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this game, and I'm excited to see it down the stretch.
Oh, and a big shot comes out from Demon there. Koala makes it back. Ibonic putting it back on, but Milk is there and makes the Venom making 2 saves in rapid succession as Raptors start to heat up offensively. Ibonic, he's there with it, looking for the double, but he can't get it through. He's only going to find the post, and Milk with a long ball from the midfield. It's off, and Demon to try and take it out, but Koala dunks on him on the sidewall. Ibonic sticking with it, but not able to carry it. Koala, 50's in the midfield. Grav backing up, but can't get to the ball. Grav gonna turn on it, putting it off of the ceiling. Koala's there, takes the shot. Ibonic is staying in front of that ball. His 3rd save, and I believe his 2nd or 3rd possibly savior medal of this series so far. He has just been an absolute brick wall this entire series, being a major thorn in the sides of Venom, not able to find the back of the net. 30 seconds remaining. We still have a 0-0 ball game here. It's going to probably go into overtime and possibly a long one. Never mind. Grav with the pass out of the corner, and Milk slams that one home.
What is that, caster curse number 4 for you, Psycho? I mean,
Yeah.
Just really unfortunate for the Raptors team. I mean, I'm just still surprised how there's not been a goal earlier in this game. I mean, they've looked electric on the offensive side, and I mean, as this game continues in the last 10 seconds, the Raptors just need to find a way to sneak one past the Venom defenders.
Will they be able to do that in the final 5 seconds, or will Venom take the win here in game number 4? Only 1 second left. And that ball is going to go down. That ball is going to touch. And now we got a tied ball game again, ladies and gentlemen. 2-2 in this best of 7 series as we move forward into game number 5, arguably the most pivotal game of this series. The winner of game number 5 going to be sitting at match point, looking to take the dub, looking to secure their spot in the semis against Rocker Man and his Ascension boys.
Oh, wow. Speaking of Rocker Man, I'm sure he's enjoying the content right now. I mean, we're going into game number 5. It's tied 2-2. Just we've seen a lot of close games from these teams. I don't think there's been a very massive goal difference in any of these games by these two teams. And I think they match each other's energies very well. And I think this is going to be one heck of a series continuing. But one interesting fact that I found out before I started casting this event, Venom has never lost a playoff game, which is ridiculous to think about. I mean, they're back-to-back champs for obvious reasons. And if the Raptors continue like this, I mean, they could possibly be Venom's first playoff loss.
They very well could, and I'm sure Venom does not want that to happen. However, they don't have much of a choice for the next 60 seconds as Raptors pulled out the timeout. They're going to take that extra 60 seconds to recoup, regather, as they were able to win 2 back-to-back games, but then Venom comes back in game 3 and game 4, wins both of those. So, Raptors got to be thinking, okay, we need to change something. We need to start making some changes. To be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised with Ibonic's performance there in game number 4. He was doing such a great job in the first 3 games. And game number 4, he seemed to be a little bit out of place more than, he was any other time throughout the series, and whiffing more balls than he was. So that might have just been an off game for him. Interested to see if coming back in game number 5, he's going to be back onto his shenanigans like we saw in game number 1 and 2. And, that could be a major, major difference in this game, Charles.
I mean, Ibonic, sorry. Just massive difference maker. I mean, this game is just packed with difference makers. I mean, this field, this pitch, it's just full of difference makers, and it depends on who can step up the most. As we head into this game number 5, and Psycho, I have to ask you, who do you think is going to take this game now from what we've watched so far?
I hate answering this question whenever Venom or Vipers or anybody from Victory Org is on the screen because I always feel biased, but I got to go with even realistically at this point, not just biased because I'm a huge fan of Victory Org, but realistically, I think Venom's going to take this. I think it's going to come down to a game 7, to be honest with you, but I think that Venom is going to be able to pull it, reel it in, and move on to the semifinals. These guys have been working really hard this season to get to playoffs so they can have a chance at the three-peat. And I don't think that they want to give that opportunity up.
I agree. I mean, this Venom roster looks hungry as we're seeing this in this game 5. I mean, they've just been constantly attacking Raptors so far, and hasn't even grab. Oh, what are you? Oh my gosh, he's from outer space, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I was just talking about. They're not interested in just ending, especially not in the first round, letting their playoff run in. They want the three-peat. They're going to take the lead here in the first minute of game number 5. Venom doing the most. Raptors long from being done. Plenty of time left on the clock. And we know that these Raptors boys are able to absolutely pop off and turn the tides of this battle at a moment's notice. But will they be able to? As almost a big play comes out from Ibonic and Demon, but the ball does go wide. They're not able to get it through the defense. The double commit from Venom. The Demon, a little bit too awkward to capitalize. Milk getting it past the defender in the midfield. Milk putting it in front of the net. Koala not there fast enough. He's going to need to be a little bit faster to catch a pass like that. Ibonic coming out of the corner. This could be dangerous. Cotney was there. Grab sends it in front of the net. But luckily, he sent it fast enough. Cotney didn't have enough speed to catch up to it. That would have been an easy goal for him. But as it is, Venom maintaining their 1-point lead. Milk with the touch off of the backboard. They move it into the midfield. As we reach the halfway point in this game. Number 5, Venom still up by 1, Charles, but it looks like Raptors are not done yet. Ibonic can't reach the touch there, and nobody else from the Raptors came in. That was a huge missed opportunity, in my opinion, Charles. Raptors might be kicking themselves in the butt after that.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is not RLCS. I know this is not Moist versus Furia, but if you want to see an exciting series, stick around because these two teams are fighting for this victory. I mean, just beautiful work by both of them, and obviously Venom has the lead, but I don't think it's going to stick for very long. But the way these Raptors are playing, I mean, they have more shots by only 1, but it's not looked that way as the Raptors have just been in the Venom zone, and I see this trend continuing till the end of this game.
Yeah, there has been a lot of offensive pressure from the Raptors, as we would expect. They've been offensively heavy this entire series. I'm sure that is the way that they were through the entire regular season as well. However, the last 3 games, including this one, has not been working out for them. Venom locked in on what they need to do to shut down this Raptors roster, and they're all 3 in the same spot. That could have been extremely dangerous, but nobody from Venom there to capitalize on that moment. And we're seeing a lot of that here in game number 5 from both sides of the aisle. Ibotic in the midfield, but he can't follow it. Grav gonna put it to the side. Out of the corner, Cotney with the shot, gonna bounce it off the top of Grav. Raptors back in it, tying things up.
I mean, he was due for a goal. Just beautiful shot. I mean, Grav almost got to that, but the sheer power and speed on that ball, you cannot match it anywhere else, as it is now a tie game going into the last minute of this match. And I'm just sitting back and enjoying. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorn, grab whatever snacks you want. This is gonna be one heck of an end to a game number 5.
Yes, it certainly will. Less than a minute now. We're tied up. Will this go into overtime, or will one of these teams be able to do the most? There it is. Demon with the flick to Ibonic, and a huge goal comes out for the lead.
Talk about an absolute dagger. But can we talk about Demon's flick? Absolutely clinical. Pops it over 1, and it just had enough height to where Ibonic could get to that. And that is a beautiful goal for goal number 2 for this Raptors roster. And it's just been back and forth, really. And if Venom wants to take this game 5, I think they're just going to have to sneak one in past the Raptors defenders, maybe make them panic a little bit in the Raptors defensive zone.
They're going to have to do something, as Raptors have found that groove. And now Venom only has 20 seconds left. Grav missing his touch off of the ceiling. It's going to turn into an easy shot for Demon. And that might be all she wrote for Venom here in game number 5.
Unfortunate miss on the ceiling there. But, I mean, Demon followed that ball perfectly. And he's been putting on a show this game for sure, as he does have a goal and 2 assists here. And this Venom, I don't think the Venom has enough time to win this game 5, but I liked the way they played. I really did. And I think if they want to take at least game number 6, they're going to have to keep playing the same way as they did as game 5, but they're going to have to amplify at a level. Maybe try to stop the Raptors in the midfield, because I've noticed that whenever the Raptors boom the ball down from the midfield, they're getting some quality opportunities there. And just Venom needs to adapt just a little bit so the Raptors do not have those excellent chances that they've been getting.
Right, and I think Venom definitely might have underestimated Demon a little bit there. Demon pretty quiet through most of the series. Finally shows up in game number 5. He's on every single conversion that his team has. 1 goal, 2 assists, no saves, but I mean, he was just absolutely putting it on Venom. And I don't think that they were anticipating that. I think that they saw, okay, Cotney and Ibonic are sort of not playing as well as they were at the beginning of the series, so we don't have to worry so much. And then Demon just coming out of nowhere, blowing their hats off. And now Venom in a dangerous position. They lose 1 more, and the three-peat goes away. They have to win the next 2 matches in a row, or the Raptors move forward.
I mean, as I said at the beginning of game number 5, this pitch is full of game changers, and Demon was the game changer in this match. Curious to see who's going to be the game changer in this next match. But if I had to guess, I would say Milk, because he is looking ready to pop off here as we get game number 6 underway.
He has been looking more and more hot. We'll see if that continues for him or if something changes. Ibonic with the stop of Koala there to clean things up. Holla at your boy as Venom takes the lead.
Koala, what a shot. Top bins for your boy Koala, and it is going to be 1-0 Venom, but we saw this in game number 5. Venom got that early lead and Raptors came right back. Can Venom hold on to secure a game 6 victory?
And I just gotta point something out real quick, Charles, because it's bugging me a little bit, but it's interesting as well. We saw game number 1, Cottony pop off. Game number 2, Ibonic pop off. Game number 3, Grab. Game number 4, Milk. Game number 5, we see Demon pop off. Are we about to see Koala pop off in game number 6? Are we just gonna round robin everybody doing the most?
I think that is definitely a possibility. I mean, with a shot like that, it's hard to not have confidence after that. But I will say, this Venom team, I don't think it matters who pops off. I think it matters if, like, the quantity of players who pop off. It's not about quality. It's about quantity here, as Koala almost puts another one in the top shelf. He is really feeling himself, and I am here for it, Psycho.
I'm telling you, he picked a great map to Forbidden Temple just to come out and start feeling himself. But Cottony feeling himself. Cottony the carry coming back with the big old dunk.
Oh my. Wow, just an unfortunate 50. I'm sure that shot Koala's confidence down a little bit, and I think that's exactly what the Raptors needed. They needed to shut down Koala because he was looking dangerous. And wow, a tie game. And as I said, this Raptors roster is coming, and it's just a matter of time. Oh, what a fake by Ibonic, and oh my gosh, just a ridiculous goal.
What a play. Ibonic with the demo and then gets the touch under the final defender. Great play from him, taking the lead for the Raptors, and that may have been the goal that ends it all if Venom is not careful. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. They have plenty of time, but these Raptor boys have been looking hot all night. Demon with the shot, taking a 2-point lead. Raptors are starting to snowball.
Here they come. Everybody on the Raptors roster gets a piece, and it's looking like Thanksgiving out here. They're handing out goals to the Raptors, and I need to see that Venom defense at least step it up a little bit, or if we can't get that Venom offense, because this is basically looking like game number 5 here. The Venom gets first goal, and then the Raptors just demolish them. Oh, almost had a goal there. But yeah, I need to see more from this Venom team if they want to keep their undefeated playoff streak alive.
Venom still on the offense. Koala making a soft touch. He's awkward though. Milk missing out on the ball. Was expecting a touch to come out, but nothing did. Milk still with it. Cottony to take it away from him. We get closer and closer to the halfway point of this game number 6 match. Raptors still up by 2. Venom needing to find a goal quick. Koala looking for the redirect, but not able to get the touch. Milk jumps over the ball. Demon gets it over. Grab. This could be dangerous for Venom. Grab getting back in time. He's able to come off the back wall and get a good clear, but Ibonic takes it from him in the midfield. Ibonic turning off and leaving it. Koala there. The dunk in the midfield. Gets the doink. Milk with it, but Ibonic to shut it down. Ibonic still to follow. Grav gonna beat him to it. Milk with the doink. Gets it past 1. Cottony is back. With 2 minutes left on the clock. Raptors still up by 1 here, Charles, but Venom is starting to heat up a little bit, starting to do more in their offensive zone.
And I think that's completely natural of a team who has their playoff hopes on the line in a game. They're gonna be starting to get at least a little bit hot, and I need to see the Raptors roster just kind of cool them down a little bit. And I'm seeing really great stuff. I mean, they're winning 50s, they're winning the fight in the defensive zone, and I'm excited to see this continuing into the latter half of this match.
Koala getting a flick there, a little bit awkward as he flicks it from the midfield. Doesn't generate a whole bunch of power, and that is unfortunate for Venom, as Ibonic is going to score yet another goal. And he has been putting in work this entire series, and he's looking to shut things down and send Venom home right here, right now.
That could very well be the last shot of the game, or the last goal of the game, as this Venom team is looking a little helpless here. And it's just unfortunate if the Venom can't get this, at least one more goal to try to start their offense up again. I just need to see more from the Venom's roster going forward.
Yeah, they need to do a lot, and they need to do it now. Raptors not interested in allowing that to happen. Almost another empty net goal comes out. Koala gonna clear that one away. Ibonic pops it up. I'm sure Raptors just looking to waste time at this point. But Ibonic gets it past one, puts it down to Cottney. Cottney with the pinch out of the corner. Grav gonna send it away. Now the ball is floating in the mid. Cottney's there with the touch to put it on net, but Koala to make the save, getting his savior medal. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's starting to look bleak for Venom, as the loss here will send them home, will end their season, and the possibility of a three-peat. And Demon with the dagger, 11 seconds left, as Ibonic steals that goal from Demon to secure his hat trick.
I mean, I think this Raptors team is definitely a dangerous team to go up against in these playoffs. I mean, they looked really good. They shut down an amazing Venom roster. And I would like to first and foremost apologize to anybody who did put channel points on Venom. I'm sorry, but the Raptors just a more complete team, as Cottney just puts in another one to basically end this game.
That game one, Cottney the carry, coming back into game number 6 and putting the beat down on Venom. Actually, all of these guys, all of these Raptors just doing a really, really good job here in game number 6 to close out the series. And that all but does it for this match, ladies and gentlemen. Raptors going to be taking the W here, moving forward into the semifinals to face off against the Ascension roster that had an amazing run in the regular season. Congratulations to Raptors putting Venom down like that. Venom, unfortunately, going to have to go home a little bit harder than everybody else, in my opinion, as that was their chance at being back-to-back-to-back champions.
Unfortunate loss, but I will say going forward, I mean, the Raptors, they're looking good, and I think they can definitely take the Ascension team. Definitely, if they play the way that they did in this game, they could definitely look to take them the distance at least. But I guess time will tell, as it was just an amazing game by the Raptors overall. I mean, they all stepped up. I think every player in this game stepped up, and the series stepped up, including Koala, who did in fact step up this game like you predicted. But yeah, just great game by the Raptors, and I'm excited to see them moving forward.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. Venom only able to take 2 points. Raptors winning 4-2. Quite a convincing win from them. However, I don't know if it's going to be enough against Rockerman and Merely and Jaegers on Ascension. They are looking really, really hot. I think that's going to be a fantastic semifinals game. I mean, maybe even the best game of the playoffs. I'm not going to say that it will be, but it's going to be right. I have a feeling it's going to be right up there at the tippy top for what we see out of the Challenger League.
I would wholeheartedly agree. I mean, Raptors looked really good, and I was surprised actually by their performance. I mean, I know a lot of people had them winning this game, but I personally did not think they were going to be this hot, especially in game number 6. And I mean, they just looked on fire, and Ascension definitely has some work to do if they're gonna want to, I mean, swiftly deal with these guys. But it's gonna be definitely a battle, and I'm excited to see it.
I am as well, but I'm also excited to see the next match of the night. We're going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Before we come back, we've got, I believe, 4 more matches lined up for you here tonight. Yeah, 4 more matches, the next of which is going to be up in the rival league, where we've got number 1 seeded Hydra going up against the number 8 seed Whiteout. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if there is a match that you want to watch tonight, it's this next match. Hydra versus Whiteout. Hydra having a 17-1 season, only beat by 1 team. They were beat by Whiteout, and Whiteout swept them. So this is going to be a revenge match for Hydra right here. Or will Whiteout continue what they started earlier in the season and knock this amazingly tough Hydra roster out of the playoffs in the first round? It's going to be a great one. Charles, I appreciate you joining me in the booth here tonight. It was a pleasure casting alongside.
Pleasure casting alongside you too, Psycho, and all of you watching. Stay tuned. I know I'm going to be casting another game tonight, but these games going forward, man, they're a doozy, and it would be worth your while to watch these games going forward.
Certainly will. We're going to take a short break, about 4 minutes, and then we'll be back into the rival league action. Hydra versus Whiteout. You don't want to miss it.
dancing in their line, past that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Start with dancing. Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Hey, welcome back everybody for some more playoff Nemesis action with our third match of the night. We are headed to the Rival League where we got Hydra and Whiteout going off against each other here. The almost undefeated team, and this is the only team to take them out here merely.
Yeah, so they're actually the only ones that got the better of them so far. Also, apologies. Normally I would have a face cam, but you get to see my true self up there. My webcam decided to stop working approximately 5 minutes before the match. So we're struggling out here, but it's all good. We're going to get some good action. And this one, the 1 versus 8, but like you said, they have beat them before. There might be a little bit of upset potential over here.
Yeah, we do get to see the luxury of, what is that, tennis mouse?
Yes.
Tennis ball mouse there. But yeah, Whiteout, surprisingly, the only team to get the better of Hydra, like you mentioned, 17-1 record in Biscuit on Hydra, always known for those outstanding records. Previously did get an undefeated season in season 2 or 3. Is it season 3?
Season 3, yes. They also won season 2, but the undefeated season
back
was
to back.
season 3. Yeah, back to back as well.
One of the few teams to do that, but
The only team
other
so
than that,
far.
I think the Melons did they not?
Not undefeated,
Oh, well, that's fair.
but back to back, yes. We did have the Melons.
Yeah, this will be, I believe, the first. Well, actually, you know what? I don't want to second guess myself. Kirpus, let's take us to the Rival League bracket here, see what's going on across the Rival League here. As we do have 2 Rival League matches going on tonight. We got Hydra and Whiteout, which of course is this series, and a rival going off against Knights. Blaze, the only team to make it through so far. That is due to the unfortunate situation where a forfeit was taken, but we'll have to see how the cards fall tonight, merely between Hydra and Whiteout and a rival and Knights.
Yeah, and 2 big matchups with different potentials. Hydra Whiteout, obviously, probably we'd expect to be a close series. It's kind of hard to determine beforehand, as like we've already talked about. Whiteout actually swept Hydra before, and Hydra's only loss of the season. However, at the same time, Whiteout only at 10-8, whilst Hydra at 17-1. I mean, they've looked mostly invincible other than this matchup. Also down there, we do have Arrival at 8-10 going up against the Knights. They will play the winner of this matchup, or I should say the winner of that one plays the winner of this. Blaze, the only confirmed team in the semifinals so far, waiting on the Pineapples Distortion matchup there. So still a lot left to be determined, and as we've already seen with the playoffs, anything can happen. The nerves add a lot. The stakes are different, and I wouldn't expect to see some shenanigans here in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of shenanigans, it truly is a shame we didn't get to see Ray Ray in playoff form, as that is always truly a spectacle to watch. But
Indeed.
the forfeit was taken. But back to this series, Hydra versus Whiteout here. You always have the veterans on the side of Hydra with Mayo and Teshega. Mayo and Teshega have been around the league the past few seasons, but Biscuit been around since its inception, always making some deep playoff runs. Meanwhile, on the other side, we got Larry and Pharaoh, along with, I believe, Quick Snail is going to be their third. And Pharaoh been around for a decent amount of time, along with Larry as well, the past few seasons. But, I mean, I think I know which way you're leaning here, merely, but who do you think has the edge in this matchup?
Well, it's just so hard to root against this Hydra roster. I mean, like you said, you've got Teshega, you've got Mayo, both top-tier players have been playing in Rival League for a while now. I believe Teshega's even Titan MMR, and Seabiscuit has a solid third. However, if there is a team that can take them down, I would put the Whiteout squad up to the task. Larry, Pharaoh, best rival sub-ins for Titan. They've got some experience. I still think Hydra takes it, but I think it'll go the distance, probably 7 games.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Maybe in a 4-2 fashion, but hard to factor in what exactly happened in that one series where Whiteout was able to take them down, and also, like you said, the 10-8 record from Whiteout a bit concerning, and something that is going to be concerning is this shot that Pharaoh able to get away at the last second there to send it away. But yeah, the 10-8 record, a little bit of a question mark as to why they ended up falling that far, had to find their way in through the play-in tournament. And, was it a bad day from Hydra, or is this Whiteout team just super inconsistent and is able to peak at times?
I think it might be a combination of both. Whiteout, historically, like we've already said, they beat the Hydras, but they've lost some series where you really feel like they should have won. That's a few shots already barraging, and you will be able to tell immediately the offense is not the problem for Whiteout. Sometimes they do get a little bit suspicious in the defensive half, prone to overcommitting like a lot of these teams, and if they can avoid that, they shouldn't have any trouble finding these goals on Hydra's other side. The key to victory just going to be avoiding the Hydra counterattacks for the most part.
Definitely Hydra with the mechanics of Mayo and Teshega. Biscuit, not really known for the mechanics, but is able to pull out a double tap every now and then, as Hydra has looked somewhat uncomfortable here on the defensive side of things. A shot coming in to the right side, but just off the post. And this is now 3-4 times that Hydra has not had a defensive player on the backboard and just getting barraged by shots by Whiteout. And on the passing play, coming out, Biscuit able to get a 50 off the ceiling, but quickly back on the opposite side is Hydra only able to muster up 1 shot here, and Whiteout have 4 recorded, now 5, but might even be 1 or 2 more not registered. As Larry will try and clear this out to the middle, straight into the hands of Mayo. Pharaoh with the pre-jump to Shega, looking for an aerial bump to disrupt that defensive play. As Biscuit on the transition, over to Teshega, back to Biscuit, who puts the shot on, but quickly sent away by Pharaoh, as Larry had to take Biscuit out of his way to even find contact on that ball. He's getting bumped off the offense now. Pharaoh back to the middle, but so far, merely, I think Whiteout might have a puncher's chance in this series. They're looking pretty good. There could be a slow start from Hydra.
I think it might be even more than that. We did say these teams are evenly matched, and Hydra with only really 1 real opportunity so far in the first half of this game, while Whiteout has just been over and over taking shots on net. Here comes another one, actually will be missed, but the follow-up almost good. And like you said, Hydra looking a little bit uncomfortable, hard for them to break out of their half. And right now it is Whiteout controlling the pace of this game one.
And finally, able to get backboard presence is Hydra, but not for long. Will Whiteout be able to withstand the pressure as Biscuit gonna slot this one?
And they might not have the majority of pressure, but they now certainly have the majority of goals. They will go one up, and it's a bit of a question mark how it is only a 1-goal game with the amount of pressure we see on either side. That Whiteout defense not really up to par, not able to deal with that, and the free shot placed very well there by Seabiscuit. You know, he might not be all that mechanical, but he doesn't miss shots very often, and usually with quite a bit of power as well. One of the reasons why he has been such a menace in both the Challenger and Rival League for so long.
Yeah, and not too shabby on the passing plays either. Haven't really worked out thus far in game one. But as a mistouch coming out from Mayo Farrow, he's got to put this through. And again, the accuracy plaguing this Whiteout team as a follow-up missed as well. And just a minute ago, Larry had an open net and wasn't able to find the shot accuracy right there as Mayo with the soft touch looking for the double, does find the accuracy, but still dangerous. But sent away by the Whiteout defender. Back to the middle. Shigo gonna get beat out. Larry with a quick hit, and they will find it finally. After 9 shots, they will put one through. And it almost feels like maybe even 12, 13 shots at this point, nearly.
Well, we're only at 9, but it feels like it could be up there, not counted by the scoreboard. You know, I got a little bit concerned for Whiteout when the net was completely open, and it looked like he went for a flip reset double touch instead of just hanging it in. I can respect a man going for style points, but when your accuracy is lacking a bit, you kind of just want to put in anything you can. Definitely impressive mechanics from the Whiteout roster, but right now it's their speed giving them the real advantage.
Yeah, and still continuing to make this Hydra team look uncomfortable on the defensive side of things, although once they transition to offense, they look more than capable as Tashega. Perhaps looking to fake that one out for Biscuit, but didn't look like he had enough boost to shoot or pass. And Mayo had a really good double tap opportunity on the previous drive, and great defense from Whiteout to put that one to rest. As the final seconds rolling down, final chance could go to Hydra, but a big clear comes out into the corner. Mayo, the soft touch, gonna chase it out, but Quick Snail pumps into his own teammate, but Larry rushes in his third man, gets a lucky double off the corner, and almost an own goal into the top right, or top left, excuse me, and you know, got overtime game one here.
And right now, pretty evenly matched so far. Whiteout seems like they have really good pressure, just getting a little bit antsy for these goals at times, as Larry almost had an opportunity, not enough boost to convert it. They are looking scary when they get on offense. It's just holding off against these Hydra counterattacks, and whenever they start to get pressure, Whiteout does look a bit uncomfortable. But with that said, Quick Snail coming through off the ceiling. That one actually going to go past. Biscuit gets the doink, and it will be cleared out for now, but still just so many opportunities for Whiteout that they're not able to capitalize on.
Yeah, and again, another backboard misplay coming out from Hydra, and not quite sure if it's just mechanical misinputs or just lack of confidence, or truly Whiteout is putting the ball in some uncomfortable spots for them, but they're just whiffing time and time again off the backboard, or they're not there. 2 players on the backboard here, at least they were there, although still giving up some ball possession due to that double commit. Nail to the middle, Biscuit with the shot. Farrow not really in the most optimal position. Well, able to flip across the net, get that save. Mayo, ballsy third man challenge, and still one more to boot. Net could be open here to the middle. Larry gonna cut this off. That's Tashega off the ceiling. And Biscuit with the slow play, but Larry gonna pounce all over this one, and still with a quick redirect to boot. Mayo in a bad spot. Ends up getting faked out from Larry, but unable to find contact on that one. And I don't know. I mean, this is, again, this could be the question from the previous series merely. Is Hydra playing not up to par? As this one off the backboard with the follow and slips past Tashega? And, you know, I'll have to save that question for another few seconds.
And you know, I'm just not really sure where the third man for Hydra was there. It looked like I couldn't even see Biscuit on my screen. I'm not sure if he went for a boost steal or something, but you have to be ready for those clears. And, you know, in this game one, Hydra just didn't really look prepared to deal with the backboard. I mean, Whiteout was pounding it over and over again every single time. They didn't perform up to the accuracy quite a few times, but eventually, if you let them get that many opportunities, they're gonna send one home, and that's what happens. Whiteout in the overtime takes the win, and looking good. At this point, Hydra gotta be having a little bit of flashbacks to getting swept by them. I'm sure. You've already lost in spectacular fashion as team once. It's crucial for Hydra to try to regain this momentum as soon as possible.
Absolutely agree there. Especially, like I was saying, it felt like Whiteout even got more shots than were actually registered. Felt like a lot of just missed shots or off the bars that just didn't end up counting as shots. But even just on every offensive drive, a double commit was forced out of Hydra, or just some players not in position off the backboard. Just did not look comfortable for them. The offense did look like some promising chances every now and then. The Mayo double tap came out. There was a really good slot from Biscuit that resulted in that first goal. But, I mean, other than that, they just got to create more chances and be more aggressive and confident on the defensive side. And I think that's kind of what I was going to allude to, is this time the accuracy going to plague Mayo. Not able to find the crossbar. Down in a huge 50. Going to roll back, but Mayo able to get there in time. But, I don't know, it just looks like maybe a nerves factor, although I find it hard that these players would be experiencing nerves given their experience merely. But I don't know. I guess we'll have to see at the end of this game too, but Hydra just not looking as potent as they normally would.
It doesn't really seem like it's nerves. I mean, Hydra, for the most part, once they get on offense, they look so comfortable. It's just dealing with some of these defensive rotations as Pharaoh. It's a crucial block off. Almost a goal for Hydra, and Hydra, like you said, they have been getting more aggressive. You said defensively, but that has definitely translated into the offensive half. They already have quite a few shots early on, already sitting at 6 shots as compared to Whiteout. Bit of a script flipped as another one coming through, but Biscuit shoots is just too high, and the accuracy, this time it's Hydra's problem in game 2.
I mean, but this is good to see as Mayo with the redirect, but saved again from Snail. He's gotten quite a few good saves just in these 2 short games, although a big whiff will result in an open net for Tashega, and he's not going to miss that. And I don't know, this might be unprecedented merely. We've had 9 shots in a minute and 50 seconds just about for the Hydra roster.
Yeah, Hydra realized that they were getting stuck on defense and were conceding because of it, so they just said, well, let's not have to play defense. Let's just keep the ball in their half 24/7. And so far, this is working out fantastically. I mean, a critical error there from Pharaoh, just completely missing the ball, but after so much time of the opposition living in your half, eventually something will break. That's Whiteout trying to get a few passing plays of their own. Nothing connects yet. The ball sent to the other side.
And straight into the hands of Larry. It was sent an early shot from Mayo, but, got up at double digits even before halftime. And, not to say when I was saying Hydra was playing bad that Whiteout is not playing well. They are playing well. So definitely on the back foot as far as game 2 is concerned. They were extremely aggressive in game 1, but just the accuracy, and really got to look at Larry as he came up with a lot of those shots. And the one that kind of came back to me was that one open net where you said he was kind of trying to clip, and I mean, he just had everything he needed in front of him and chose not to use it. It's the Shega off the backboard and past it. Pharaoh. Larry with a bit of a fake as the Hydra roster in shambles in the midfield, not able to get a handle on it. Finally, Tashega able to pound this one off the backboard, gets a demo to boot net. Someone opened Snail on the retreat, but Tashega couldn't find the read. And they are up to 13 shots already merely. Most teams, especially in playoffs, are struggling to even get past 5. And I mean, Hydra, they've turned it on, but still, the Whiteout team, they're coming up with 10 saves of their own just about. And they're going to have to do a little bit more.
Yeah, something light. 9 saves, 13 shots for Hydra. They have a little bit of the pressure, I suppose you could say, but really it just feels like Whiteout is losing every single micro battle going on. Now they're finally starting to get a little bit more pressure, and actually Pharaoh will be able to, once they break out of their half, they look fantastic, and it looks like they have found a way to break through.
And again, kind of not really a backboard misplay, but rather 2 players on the back wall. Even the third man there, they're all clustered in that corner. And going to be hard to read the opponent, let alone read each other on where your positioning is. A big mistake coming out from them with just over a minute left. And continuing to look uncomfortable on the defensive side. Once Whiteout finally get on offense, a big clear comes out. Pharaoh, he's up early. Almost ended up missing it, but was able to touch it off the ceiling. Biscuit with the pass to Tashega to the right side, but couldn't find it. Smart Mayo trying to secure the follow-up. We're not able to get there, but again, Biscuit able to show that he's got the passing game, and still Tashega with a double tap. It just is raining upon this Whiteout net, but they're standing strong.
And somehow they're still holding on, partially due to their great defense in this game too, and partially due to a little bit of inaccuracy by Hydra. I really like the plays they're getting, and a miss on defense. I mean, Whiteout has had so few opportunities to go in their opponent's half, but barely a handful, and they're still taking the lead.
Yeah, that's just a big whiff off the sidewall from, who was this? I mean, Mayo. I don't know if he was trying to get a soft touch and dribble it up the sidewall or what the deal was, but when you get dominated game 2 and you're putting up this much offense and you can't secure the win, as one more Biscuit tried to fly in and get it, but a huge insurance goal with 30 seconds left.
I mean, this is unprecedented. Hydra, let me do some quick math because the numbers are so high. They got 16 shots with 1 goal to show for it, and it still wasn't enough. Whiteout ends up beating them. Well, assuming now, I think it's a little bit beyond the point of no return. They haven't been able to break through that quickly. And Whiteout taking the advantage with 2 goals. I mean, they've just made the better of their opportunities. And Hydra looking so threatening on offense. Whiteout basically scrambling to every save, but they still pull off the saves that they need to. And they will be able to go up 2-0 in the series.
And Hydra, they did one half of the battle. They were where they needed to be, but they did not find the accuracy. And there was just so many plays that were saved from Whiteout. Again, Whiteout is playing extremely well at this point. A lot of big saves came out. A double tap from Mayo, double tap from Tashega that was put to rest by the Whiteout defense. But there were some other opportunities where Biscuit, he got a pass off to either Tashega or Mayo, and they just couldn't find the accuracy, or were just trying to get that pin perfect placement. But a lot of times even when a team is playing this much defense, you just got to force one more great save, because eventually they might rust and give it up. As I was going to say here merely, I think this would be a good time to take a timeout after these unfortunate 2 games, and they have.
Indeed they have. And, something I hadn't really thought about, Whiteout's defense looking solid, and the only time that Hydra was able to score actually wasn't even off an outplay of their own. It was off of that miss from Pharaoh, where he really should have gone at least a touch, but Tashega was able to take a completely free goal. And I mean, I don't know exactly how that bodes. Hydra was 16 shots and not really seeing any of them be converted. But Hydra needs to switch something up here. They were winning the battle for the boost. They had Whiteout almost completely starved. They were panicking so hard. That's why I said it looked like Hydra was winning the war in their own half, but Whiteout somehow hung on. So I don't. That might be on Hydra to take out more players. But either way, Hydra has to have a backup plan here, because clearly this all-out offense is not going to hold up. They have to be prepared to defend as effectively as they are holding through on offense.
I mean, I was just about to mention, because they do have to find another solution if the Whiteout defense is going to continue to be as stellar as it has been. And I just try and get more physical, try and go for some bump plays. I haven't really seen that many. I think I saw maybe 1 or 2 demos from even either team at this point so far in the series. And I think that might be one way, because not only if they can control the boost, why not take another player out as well to try and disrupt the rotation even more? But, I mean, at the end of the day, that was a game that they probably should have won. And even in game 1, where Whiteout was putting up that many shots and you end up losing the overtime, I mean, these are just 2 extremely hard losses for this Hydra team. And if they're going to come back in this series, they got to do it now, because given the circumstances, if they lose another tough one, I would be very hard-pressed to find a 3-0 comeback at this point.
I don't know. I'll have to look at my own history books. I know RLCS lands have never had a best of 7 reverse sweep. I don't know. We've probably had a best of 7 reverse sweep somewhere, right?
We have, actually. Biscuit's team got reverse swept.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, he reverse swept Mafiosos, I believe.
All right.
Back
Well,
in season
pineapples.
pineapples.
It
Whoops.
was a pineapples. We have been
You know, I just assume it was. Biscuit.
So we
yeah,
have
I
seen
think
it
we've had
happen
one.
before. I'm not saying they're not in that position just yet. And really, it feels like, you know, Mayo is someone that I am looking to absolutely try and turn things around. As here, okay, Tashega has a free opportunity. The slow shot will be able to pop through. And I was talking about Mayo, but Tashega, he'll get another one for the board. And this is a good sign for Hydra.
Sorry to bring up hard times for those in chat. There's a few Mafioso players in there, as I did mess up the teams there. But yes, a good shot from Tashega. The slow roller to the right side, but even then, it looked like the communication was a bit off kilter from them. It didn't look like Tashega quite had the read, and Mayo was quickly behind him, and nobody really knew who was going. Even more confusion coming out as Mayo with the back pass, but still, wideout player not able to capitalize on it just yet. Tashega straight into Larry, who was lurking in the defensive third. Quick save coming out. Pharaoh perhaps looking for the pancake, but a little too far away from the backboard to secure shot opportunity. As this ball loitering in the midfield, giving Tashega enough time to get back to it. And a demo, this is what I'm talking about, get more physical. Mayo there for the shot, and this is a 2-0 lead for them, the first in the series.
And, I mean, this is just a complete reversal. Last game, 16 shots, 1 goal. This time, 2 shots, 2 goals. And if you just remove the defense, then your life's going to be a lot easier. Also easier if you just clean beat them to the ball. Mayo getting the best of the defense there, and they will score another. Well, they're on the back foot early on in the defensive plays here. Hydra breathing some life into their offense.
More demos coming out. Maybe they had the old Morse code working, figuring something out. Maybe they need the old Bagel's advice as the demos are raining. It's starting to become a house of ash on the side of Whiteout. And if they can get a few more demos, just continue to make this Whiteout team uncomfortable as they get one of their own. And an unfortunate spawn off of Mayo's head is going to allow Larry to get there. But Mayo still, he will not. I mean, that may be one of the most unfortunate spawns in the history of Nemesis, but a huge dunk from Larry.
And Larry, I don't know why he was still flying towards this. The man could see the future. Like you said, the most unfortunate spawn you could possibly get, pinching it up perfectly. And Larry, he just had a vision, and he would not be convinced off of it, bringing Whiteout within 1 when it looked like there was no possible way for them to score there.
Yeah, I mean, if we can't get some Ray shenanigans, I do believe we can get some Larry shenanigans in the Rival League playoffs. And that being said, Whiteout will have to make it another round further if we would like to see more, assuming some more crazy stuff from Larry doesn't come out here. But Tashega with the slot, we'll put it top shelf. I would have liked him to even put it to the backside, but still, this is very promising from Hydra with the accuracy. 3 for 3.
And Whiteout not able to hang it as well with this pressure from Hydra. The defense there very close to getting the save, but the shot is just a little bit too good, and you can see it there from Tashega. He does not want to go down quietly. Hydra making a statement in Game 3 here.
And continuing to be more aggressive, although Tashega pulling off a little bit there. Going to give Larry a chance on this ball. Biscuit with the early challenge. Tashega with the leave. Going to allow Mayo to get in as he's hunting even more bumps, continuing to harass this Whiteout defense. Is Larry save off to the side, quick snail. Not really enough boost to follow, but Larry going to cut him off, actually. Forcing a double commit on his own team. Biscuit taking it slow. Snail will counter that play out. Is Larry going to collect the mid? But going to completely leave the ball, but will quick turn. And Pharaoh wasn't really quite ready for that. As Larry continuing to cut off his teammates, and still more shots coming out from this Hydra roster. Finally, they lose their 100% shooting, as it was bound to happen either way, but they will take just anything at this point. Is a huge save from Biscuit coming out as Whiteout are starting to get desperate, sending 2 players on defense and offense as a Rule 1 was just broken.
And if Hydra was looking for a way to lose the game, might be breaking that Rule 1. You do not want to anger the Rocket League gods when you're barely up 2. With that said, Hydra looks like they're in solid control of this game. Whiteout I mean, it's kind of been an issue throughout the series. It hasn't affected them so much so far, but I have noticed small miscommunications from them, confusion on who's going for the ball, too much patience when they really need to just be sending someone to challenge. Hydra is starting to exploit that. You can see it here as they've scored more goals than they have in the entire rest of the series in this game, and now looking much more alert. It is Hydra with the game to lose.
One more passing play comes out, but Biscuit still stalwart on the defense. That is now 4 saves for him and 2 huge ones to block out Pharaoh. And that shot right there, and all the more important as the seconds are starting to count down. But one more pass play to Larry. Not able to find the shot on it. It's going to have to be something here. The Snail does steal the boost, but Mayo burning the time off the clock. Pharaoh to the middle, but another huge 50 will put this game 3 to rest. Maybe one more for the road for Snail. And he will find it. I thought that would be 0 seconds, but there is 1 more second on the clock.
And have we ever seen a goal with 1 second? I don't think I've seen that before. But we might have a little bit of hope here for Whiteout, trying to hold on to their series advantage, making it a clean 3-0. They actually
wait.
wait.
Why would you think
What? So I think
it? There
Whiteout.
was 1 second on the clock, right?
Time management may not be a strength of this roster, as they seem to have not realized how quickly a second evaporates. I think going for a delay there is a proper strategy. I don't know about completely faking it, but it was unlikely that they would win the game off that either way. So we will be heading to game 4, where Hydra finally coming back a little bit. Whiteout now reduced to only a 2-1 lead.
The offensive equivalent to taking a knee while you're on offense in football. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe he thought the cheat up would be a little bit quicker, but man, that 1 second went by real quick. But kind of surprised from Whiteout actually to maybe not even take the timeout after that 1 game loss. Maybe try and reverse the momentum before Hydra maybe tie it up in this game to equalize the series at 2-2. But either way, Whiteout did actually end up beating Hydra in the shot department there. But either way, great bounce back from Hydra after losing a disastrous game 1 in that overtime and almost putting up 20 shots in game 2 and not able to find the victory. Great way to bounce back from them. But still, it was just the defense from Hydra. The Biscuit saves on the goal line, and still just the midfield plays coming out as Teshega will find another crossbar down. And I think every time Hydra scored first, they have won, which has only been the last game. So, I mean, we saw this at the LAN merely. They pulled up the statistics. It was like 12-1, 15-1, 18-1. Everybody that scores first when it matters most does more often than not end up taking the dub.
And you have to wonder, I have to say, I think that one of the smartest things Galaxy did in the grand finals of last season against my own team, the Pineapples, other than just clearly being the better team on the day, but one thing that really washed our chances away was the fact that they went up 2 games, we got a game back, and before we could even try to carry any of that momentum forward, they called a timeout, completely killing our momentum, resolved their game plan, and came back and just won the next 2 games. I think that using that timeout, it's a very valuable tool, somewhat underrated, and they might regret not using it, as clearly Hydra had just been able to carry this momentum forward, already getting 1 goal in quick succession, and Whiteout looks like their problems that they've had from the previous game are mostly unresolved.
And it's hard to really say what their problems are. I mean, both these teams, it just looks like they're slightly uncoordinated with each other. The individual skill, no doubt, is prime, as mechanics from Whiteout and Hydra both on display. A lot of double taps, a lot of just great passing plays coming out, but just the miscommunication, the presence between the 3 of them on the field for both these rosters seems to be the issue. And just looks like Hydra is getting the better of that, looking a little bit more coordinated. But yeah, I mean, the timeout, even if it doesn't inherently help you, even if you're not really talking strategy, like this is what we need to do, boys, if anything else, it might just be a stall tactic to try and burn the momentum from the other team, as Biscuit will charge in after a double commit on the defensive side. Again, the coordination for Whiteout, not there.
And that's really just a better touch you need there, even perhaps a faster challenge. I don't know if it was really possible, but you can't give that much space to the Hydra players. Their offense has looked so solid. And it seems like Whiteout, once again, looking very good on the offensive half of things. Once they're pushed back into defense, miscommunications abound. Their antsiness, which seems to work sometimes on offense, although sometimes it does lead to double commits as well, leaves them open on the latter half. And even though the net isn't completely open, Hydra has a lot of space to work with. They have time to set up these plays that they want to set up, and they are getting free realm. Whereas Whiteout will get another chance here, and Larry off the post does manage to bring it within one.
Mayo gets a solid first touch, but trying to get back to it and just could not find the accuracy. Biscuit not ready for that, and honestly, kind of we'll call it a calculated slot off the post. I didn't really quite think that was going in, but it does find the mark there for Larry, who does have 5 shots. Definitely the offensive powerhouse for this Whiteout roster. LaFaro back to the middle, trying to get another dunk out of Larry. We saw that crazy one in the last game. Not able to find it there, as Whiteout might be able to try and swing their way back into this one. Jega back to the middle, trying to find Pharaoh again on the outlet pass. This time Whiteout trying to get their physical presence brought into the field. And previously, like you said, Whiteout has been giving Hydra a lot of space, and they're giving them space to go for more bump plays. Even Biscuit right there trying to hunt another player down. He's still chasing him. This is going to allow Tashega to get back to it, finding a dunk to boot. Mayo with the shot, trying to put it behind Pharaoh, but not quite fast enough. Giving Pharaoh enough time to react to the pressure, as Tashega was about to start an air dribble before he was deleted off the map. And, you know, Whiteout, they're not really getting a lot of offensive demos, but they're just getting a lot of midfield demos and defensive demos to disrupt this Hydra offense, although still able to get some pressure here. But merely they got 1 more minute left. I think they need 1 more standout play, and this could be it. Oh.
Heartbreaking for Whiteout there. The flick was so close. It was a beauty, but just barely off target. And, I mean, Whiteout, they've been holding Hydra at bay, even getting a lot of offense on their own, but when it really matters, they're not getting the critical touches, the critical challenges, and double commits like these. I mean, Larry continues the air dribble. It's confusing for the defense, no doubt, but it's really not going to be an effective play, especially when both players are using all of their boost and aren't able to continue the play or sometimes get back on defense fast enough. Hydra, with 20 seconds to go, still has a huge advantage.
Whiteout almost got a huge bump attempt off. Snail had a really fast shot, and even though the bump came out, the demo did not. That was the last big opportunity from them, as Hydra looking to put this game 4 to rest. And another whiff, which might seal the deal. Pharaoh backwards over to Snail. Have to be a quick transition. Larry off the backboard. Snail there for the shot, but a double commit happens. Larry's still there, but he will get landed on by, I believe, Biscuit. But again, if that double commit doesn't come out, who knows? Maybe he might be able to sneak it in there. But just, I mean, like we were saying, the only weaknesses of these two rosters is really the positioning, the double commits. And we saw that on display here from the Whiteout roster. Snail, 86 points, just not able to get involved as he was getting hounded by both of his teammates, primarily Larry, just not able to get him involved in the play, as I think he was starting to feel a bit tentative on the offense and defensive side, because Larry was just, I mean, he was all over the field for both good and bad. I mean, 432 points, 6 shots, 2 saves, but I mean, Biscuit's defense, somehow Mayo ended up getting 4 saves and Tashega 2 saves as well, but Biscuit has just had such stellar defense in this series. They're going to have to be more coordinated with the bump plays, and I haven't even seen Whiteout really pass maybe more than once a game. They tried that game, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, and something that I was going to point out as well that you said, I mean, Quick Snail here with 86 points. Points can be telling of individual performances, and I think he has looked a bit lost at times on this field, but I don't entirely think that's all his fault. It seems like Larry in particular, like you mentioned, kind of zooming around at 1,000,000 miles per hour, trying to be involved in every single play, and it's creating a lot of confusion. Sometimes the confusion is good, But for a team like Hydra, which is really good at staying solid and evaluating the threat of different plays, it's not going to be as effective. And I think it's doing more damage than it is doing good for this wideout roster, especially losing the last 2 games. Perhaps Hydra kind of a little bit lost on defense in the first 2, but now that they figured things out, Whiteout has to try to figure out some more creative ways to break past this offense. I really think it comes down to being more patient. They're rushing a lot of opportunities, a lot of shots, and due to that, a lot of the times, they got, I want to say, 8 or 9 shots in that match, but none of them were too threatening. The best one seemed to be at the end of that game where they almost got the 0 seconds. Other than that, they're just kind of tossing the ball to Hydra, and when Hydra's defense is this good, you're going to have to work harder than they are to try and get that ball in the back of their net.
Yeah, and using a little bit of that patience to take the timeout, perhaps to maybe stall out this Hydra roster, perhaps maybe rediscuss their strategy, try and get Snail more involved, maybe try and have Larry a bit more passive. But either way, I mean, game 1, game 2 was a 1-goal affair. And granted, game 3 they did get 1 goal at 0 seconds, so still technically a 1-goal victory there for Hydra. But the main important thing for Hydra is that they've just been, it's as simple to say as they've just been scoring more and more goals. As Larry looking for a double tap, won't be able to find Pharaoh with a quick follow-up, but still the defense from Hydra has been so good in this series. But game 3, game 4 merely, I mean, ultimately they just were able to put up more and more insurance goals, and it's a lot harder to come back from a 2-goal deficit than a 1-goal, and I think that's really just what plagued Hideout. They're just giving up too many opportunities, and finally, Hydra is starting to capitalize off of them, as there's one more coming out from the passing play.
And, well, you reverse Caster's cursed it into existence as a nice shot from Biscuit on a disorganized whiteout roster, and they just haven't had the effectiveness to deal with these same plays. Both players kind of flat-footed on the goal line. Whiteout in shambles now, and even though they took that timeout, it seems like Hydra so far is really keeping this momentum flowing as they get another one. It's Biscuit again, and you just can't give them these free shots. This one is off the kickoff, so a little bit of leniency there. But once again, Hydra just pressuring.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, Snail, previous games he's been uninvolved because lack of rotation due to his teammates, but that one, that's just on him right there off the kickoff, unfortunately. He's just got to get back to net quicker or do a half turn to maybe get a challenge out because nobody was going for that ball, and Biscuit just said, okay, I'm going to charge in here and slot it on the right side, and one more huge shot from Mayo, up 3-0, and the timeout buff is not apparent here in game number 5.
Yeah, maybe a reverse timeout buff. Hydra said, you know what? We kind of like that. We'll take a little bit of time. We're playing well. We're going to continue to play well. Meanwhile, Whiteout, I mean, I've hardly had enough of a chance to see if they've really changed anything. They had that early double touch opportunity for Larry where he just barely missed. And that's definitely got to be coming back to haunt him now. Is this one just going to fly in again? Seabiscuit with the hat trick.
Can't tell if the ace combat came out. I'm not sure if the bump was made here off of Snail. Nope, it was just a fake, a dirty fake. And Snail, I'm not even sure if he was going to be able to find it if the redirect was made. And a huge, huge presence from Hydra here in game number 5. A statement game. Plenty of time for Whiteout to maybe mount some sort of comeback, but 4-0 going to be a tall task indeed. And again, the shooting accuracy for Hydra has been absolutely stellar since that 1-for-16 performance. They're sitting at 4-for-4 right now, but ultimately, Whiteout just needs to win these kickoffs merely. They've lost 3 kickoffs in a row and have been scored on shortly after. I mean, they got the first goal as finally Whiteout off of the backboard. That has been one more weakness from Hydra than that backboard presence, and on display there.
And I really felt like a position where Tashega should have already been on the backboard, but like you said, this has been one of Hydra's weaknesses. Whiteout perhaps forgetting that a tiny bit. Hopefully now, for their sake, they will remember that early on in the series, they were just pounding the ball off the backboard, and Hydra didn't really seem to have a good answer for it. They will find 1 goal here, but still a daunting task in front of them, still down 3 goals.
Yeah, and again, losing the kickoff, almost giving up another one shortly after it. And they just gotta lose it directly back, right, back, left, or just outright win it. Although here's a careening ball down. but nobody there for the follow-up. But Demo comes out. Larry hunting some more players in net as Pharaoh gets a good 50 Snail on the turn, but not enough boost to jump up quickly for that. Will collect his own corner as Larry looking for a clear out. Will find it. Tashego off the ceiling. Snail gets a good 50. Is Pharaoh opting to let Tashego dribble this. Let him give up possession on the ball. As he will take to a dribble of his own, perhaps. Looking for a pass to the middle, but then ended up getting bumped off the play. Looked like he had a solid dribble opportunity as one more wideout overcommit, almost proving to be deadly. It's a quick passing play out. Will get them out of defense. And Larry, more battle into the corner as wideout are starting to get desperate, and it's only if they still have 2 minutes left merely, but they're just flinging themselves at the ball trying to make something out of nothing and haven't really gotten punished for it yet. But I don't know. I mean, I don't particularly blame them because Hydra is starting to play extremely consistent at this point.
And in all honesty, to me, it doesn't look too much different than early, well, how they've been playing all series, maybe amplified a bit by the fact that they are down now 3 goals. But one of my main criticisms of Whiteout has been that they're pushing too hard for these goals. They're not playing patiently. They're playing like they just need a goal now and they'll do anything to get it. But you have to be aware of what's going to happen if you don't score. You have to be aware to get back to your own half. Without a real backup plan, I mean, Whiteout creates threatening shots, but Hydra's defense has been equal to a lot of them, only letting in 1 goal now. With Whiteout having 6 opportunities, this might be another one here, but Tashega will send it clear once again, and they just look unbreakable now. Tashega going for the finish, can't quite find it, and Larry barely gets the clear out, but Hydra is most definitely awake, and all 3 heads of the monster are coming through.
Almost a huge counterattack. They absolutely needed that to get back in this game, but I'll have to check and see who this was on the shot again. I couldn't quite see. But it looked like it was either Snail or Pharaoh's. That one just sneaks past Larry. And another huge insurance goal with a minute left. Another 4-goal lead for Hydra. But they missed it off the top right. Snail missed another top shelf shot just a moment ago. And unfortunately, when you give up that many goals off the kickoffs, you gotta hit one of those at some point. As Hydra is locked in, they will get 3 in a row here at this point. And I don't know, no timeout buffs left, although that didn't seem to work for them here, as Hydra just absolute monsters here. Indeed, the 3-headed monster on display. All 4 players getting involved, primarily Biscuit with 4 goals, 6 shots. Mayo and Tashega with an assist, almost able to find one more there. But I mean, I don't know, merely it's so hard to battle this debilitating momentum here for Whiteout. I mean, they look great on offense. They're even going for more bumps than I even anticipated them to go to, but Hydra has been privy to them as they're looking for the buzzer beater, and they will find it as a dominating game comes to a close. But I mean, what do you think Whiteout needs to do here? Is it just the double commits, the offensive pressure? I don't even know. It's just Hydra has finally started to get locked in here for me.
It seems to be a combination of all that. I don't think Whiteout is even playing necessarily that poorly. The thing is, this is when it gets real scary, because when Seabiscuit becomes the majority goal scorer, that really means usually that that the team chemistry is working. I don't mean that as in he's not the type of guy who can't normally slot shots, but when he is getting those opportunities and his team is able to set him up to points where all he has to do is slam in the finishing shot. I mean, that's what he does best a lot of the time. He's a great third man and he's a great defender, but he can also take those shots, and you can tell everything is working for Hydra right now. They are getting all of the pressure. They are dealing with Whiteout effectively, and as far as what Whiteout can even do, it seems like they haven't really tried to change up their game plan at all since they were up 2-0 in the series, which feels like it was so long ago. They've gone a little bit more physical at times, but not really for any extended periods. But they are getting outclassed in almost every way right now. They have to try to regain not only control of the midfield, but take control of the boost so that Mayo and Tashega cannot just walk all over them with these challenges. Try to get those demos in the backfield and open up some space. But with that said, we are heading to Forbidden Temple, so there's a Forbidden Temple buff applied. We'll have to see which team it favors.
As I double from Pharaoh, And it just might favor the way of Whiteout, who have suffered these past few games. But a huge start, as you know what? They finally won a kickoff, and good things happen when you win the kickoff.
Indeed, they do. And almost the perfect start. I believe Pharaoh even got bumped a little bit off that one, but managed to recover and get back for the double touch. A great start in game number 6. But they will have to hold on even further if they want a chance here. Hydra, no doubt, will not be put to sleep so easily. Plenty of Rocket League in this one left to be played.
Going back to that, all-important stat of scoring first, Whiteout did not score first in the past 3 games. We will have to see if that stat rings true here. If Whiteout can force a Game 7, bring us to Champions Field. On the counter, though, is Hydra, the outlet pass play. As Mayo going to be on the retreat. Larry with a quick giveaway of the ball. Perhaps it would have been better faking that out for Pharaoh or even taking to a dribble. But again, Larry, he's so concerned with going for these mechanical plays, these quick hits off the sidewall, trying to get his aerial prowess on display merely. And I think he just, we've said it a few times before, but he just might need to bring it back to the basics, even take to a dribble, get a pass play like here over to Pharaoh, utilize his teammates, and get them involved.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a very clear opportunity there that we all just saw. The ball was rolling out in the middle of the midfield with no Hydra defenders even close to it. A huge opportunity to, like you said, take a dribble. Even placing that shot in the far corner might not have been a bad option, but going for another high-risk, high reward as well, but another high-risk play just doesn't seem like it's worked out. Even in the games where they're winning, have to focus on the basics and have those down before you're going for these highlight plays. Maybe feeling more comfortable with the one-goal advantage, but from what we've seen in the latter half of this series, a one-goal advantage against Hydra is not something that you should feel comfortable holding.
Indeed, as Snail up in the midfield. Net actually going to be open. 2 players rolling back for Tashega. Couldn't quite get it as Snail did end up missing a shot on the previous drive, but able to put it below Mayo, who, I don't know. He just shouldn't be jumping. Simple as that.
Yeah, that wasn't really a position where he was ever going to get the better. And it wasn't a real threatening shot either, obviously. There it was Tashega, I believe, who wasn't able to get back in time. At that point, the ball was past no return. But if there was someone in net earlier, I mean, that was very simple to clear out. Now Hydra going down 2, and Whiteout maybe returning a little bit to their form, trying to push us to this Game 7.
And the offense starting to show out. Not quite the crazy shot totals they were getting in that first game, but 5 shots is respectable heading into halftime, and Hydra sitting at a meager, not even meager, just absolutely debilitating 0 shots and 1 more. Wait a second. He may have just saved that. I'm not sure if the final defender was going to get back in time, but either way, maybe a bump play was in order there as Larry looking for 1 more highlight reel. Not able to get it through, but either way, a bit of confusion on the goal line, but does end up working out to Hydra's favor as a chase for the 1 more counterattack goal from Biscuit. He's 50ing it on the goal line, and the penultimate third man has been an absolute monster on offense in this series.
And Biscuit continuing to pop off, bringing his
God.
team back within reach. I mean, once I saw that go up, there's a really good chance that you're scoring there. Biscuit knew it, Larry knew it on the goal line, but couldn't quite get the touch. And we will see the scoreline brought within 1. It's going back to these same issues. Whiteout, they've gotten much better looks, and Hydra has looked vulnerable this game, but I'm still a little bit concerned for that Whiteout future. As, once again, I'm not sure if that save was going... Oh my goodness, another close call on the Whiteout defense, but they managed to send it away. And like I was saying, that opportunity where it might have been a scoreable situation, it really felt like Whiteout had the entire advantage, and then either Larry or Pharaoh, they just completely cleared the ball away. Felt like a very suspect play, and another one of these symptoms, I'll say it again, of them just looking a little bit impatient on offense, not able to wait for good opportunities or try to create them. With that said, though, Larry coming out of the net will be able to add a 3rd one for Whiteout.
I think it may have been going in either way, but the goal secure, the goal steal, we'll never know. But it did look like that one was past Tashega at that point. But Whiteout have certainly stepped it up here in this important game here, as this was match point for Hydra. solid 2-goal lead. No 2-goal lead has been overcome this far in this series. And Whiteout, huge insurance goals to boot with a minute left. Although Mayo on the dribble will get bumped off the play from Larry. Double commit was forced, though, as Biscuit with the top shelf shot. And one more double commit, but Larry looking to disrupt any offense that Hydra might have in the final minute. Shot through, but straight over to the Pharaoh Snail with the redirect. Not really the most productive hit coming out from him, but still continuing the pressure. As Pharaoh up early with the slot, and again, the backboard weaknesses starting to come out. A lot of double commits on this backboard for Hydra, and not in position here due to them. As Tashega awkward on the goal line. Pharaoh with a quick dribble, quick pivot. Not able to get anything productive, but ultimately all they need to do is continue to burn this clock if they want to reach Champions Field in Game 7 to keep their playoff hopes alive. Snail off to the side, looking for Pharaoh, but he was on the rotation back. As Tashega ends up balling out Biscuit, and this is the final opportunity, and it will go via Whiteout's way. In a huge game from them, and merely going to Game 7. Is merely alive.
And I am
Am I alive?
extremely excited to see what Game 7 has in store for us. This has been so back and forth. It seems like either offense can pop off at either time. And you know, watching Larry play has actually reminded me of a quote. As Quick Snail will get another one here. But watching Larry play reminds me of a Spider-Man moment. With great power comes great responsibility. You know, the man is so fast. He can get to almost anywhere on the pitch so quickly that when he's on, I mean, he dusts everyone. He can create opportunities for his team. But that all relies on him being in the right positions. You can see it here. He finally is getting more goals, more saves, 2 goals to his name, 2 saves, and shots as well. But he has to keep that up through. It really feels like he is the key for this Whiteout to dealing with Hydra. He made them look uncomfortable on defense. He made them look vulnerable. And if he can keep that up, I think that they can take this Game 7. But it also relies on Hydra not absolutely popping off the other direction.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I was lagging or what was going on at the end of the game, but glad to hear your voice again. The transition wasn't as clean, but no, it definitely comes down to Larry. It's whether or not he can be passive enough to allow his teammates in, or if he's not playing passive enough, he needs to be able to hit those peak shots that he is going for, the double taps, the flip resets. And Pharaoh as well. Pharaoh is extremely mechanical, and a lot of passing plays have been off to him. And Snail, I mean, really all 3 players, it comes down to all 3 of them. Snail needs to get involved as well. See, we'll put up an opening shot here. And I will come up with a different Spider-Man quote, assuming they do get the backboard clear. I'm gonna paraphrase it, not gonna do the Macho Man Randy Savage impression, but instead of 3 minutes, they got them for 5 minutes on a cage match here on Champions Field. Does Whiteout, and they have Hydra on the back foot, but quickly a mistake coming out from Whiteout will give Hydra the opening goal, and every team that has scored first has won.
And it's on Whiteout now to break the trend. Just more miscommunication on defense, leaving a wide open net. The shot is good from Hydra. They are not going to miss those, and Whiteout has to be solid on defense. They have to remember who they're playing. As I say that, another completely open net. Biscuit will be happy to add to his point totals, getting his 2nd goal of the game in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's just so tough off of a bad kickoff. But again, you win the kickoff, good things happen. But Pharaoh just needed to leave that ball, rotate back. Nothing's going to come out of going for a ball awkward off the kickoff. And, despite, granted, they had a lot of time left merely, but I'm going to make a bit of a pun here. Whiteout does not appear to have the ice here in Champions Field.
Yeah, they really don't so far, but the ice really comes in the later half of the series, as Hydra's defense is the one caught sleeping now. And wait, is this Champions Field or is this Forbidden Temple?
I don't know. I mean, we did see some crazy things on Forbidden Temple, but Biscuit didn't look like he had enough boost to get to that ball. But either way, again, the weakness I think a demo did come out, but the weakness for Hydra has really been this backboard presence. If Whiteout can get the rotation in order, win these kickoffs, and put that weakness to their advantage, good things could come here. Although more mistakes coming out. Biscuit off the backward. He's going to fake it out for Tashega, who will slot it to the left side. And a huge fake, intentional or not, will give them another insurance goal.
No, I know you're proud to see that one. Biscuit with the fake and 3 players in net, but none of them even came close to saving that one. Credit to Tashega where it is due. Great placement on the finishing shot. Not a great look for Whiteout, and now they are down 2 once again. They have to try to battle back quickly.
Yeah, and again, the team that has scored first has not lost, and the team that has secured a 2-goal lead has not lost. So both stats in favor of Hydra here, but still Whiteout. Almost 4 minutes left and still have looked plenty of deadly, plenty of extremely capable offensive drives, but one more infield pass. Mayo with the rapid reset, looking to get back to it. Maybe offshoot the pass as well, but Biscuit and Tashega back on the defense. Has a bit of an awkward play coming out from Biscuit. And Mayo, again, on the backboard, but not looking comfortable. These woes continue to trouble them. Snail with the shot, and he showed up big here. He's missed a few in the previous games, but an absolute heater.
And Snail has been critical for this Whiteout team in their comeback, even bringing us to Game 7. He's really showed up when the team needs him most, and he's showed up again, bringing them within 1 goal now. A lot more doable for Whiteout, but they still have to hold on, and even more so, they have to push even further, trying to regain some of their Game 6 magic.
Snail has looked so good in this Game 7. He's got 2 goals, 2 for 4, approaching 400 points. Pharaoh and Larry need to get involved here if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. Down by 1 now. Larry, an opportunity with the double off the side. But Mayo, again, they just look so uncomfortable off of the back wall. Luckily, they're able to get a big 50 to go through. And where is the defense for Whiteout off of the transition?
And Whiteout, once again, just baited into a play where they really shouldn't be. That was a nice pinch out by Hydra, turning an uncomfortable situation into an advantage from themselves. But really, Whiteout should have been ready for that ball to be sent to the other half, sending one player and keeping the other one so close by, not going to work out effectively. Now they're back in the same rut that they have found themselves 3 times already now in this series. They have to try to battle back once again.
I mean, it was an unfortunate pinch, but again, if they're noticing the same thing I have, where they've looked so uncomfortable in this series, but Mayo off of the corner, a huge read. Again, the defense not present, but still the wherewithal to hit this shot.
And the pendulum has officially swung. Mayo going for the corner double touch. A beautiful finish. No one in net even expecting a shot on target. Now a 3-goal advantage, and they are looking to build even further.
Well, missing the kickoff and another huge shot from Larry. And it is, I guess I didn't lie when I made the Spider-Man reference, but this is a cage match and both offenses on display.
And you can tell the blows are being traded. Neither team coming away unscathed, but Hydra, the one with still more mobility in their limbs, as they have not been knocked down as far as Whiteout. Still, Whiteout not unconscious yet. They're going to try to regain. Still 2 minutes. Plenty of time to score 2 goals. But they will have to put a stop to these shots, and Biscuit will not let it happen. He is absolutely continuing to pop off, and he is putting in another one for Hydra.
Indeed, the double bump coming out from Mayo. I mean, I don't know if anybody saw this man at land. I didn't. I saw some pictures, but this man's got some guns, and you don't want to get in his way as he comes up big, giving Hydra, again, a 3-goal lead. Net almost open. Tashega not able to find the accuracy there, but still Whiteout on the attack, trying to press it in the midfield. Snail up. He's looked extremely deadly here in this Game 7, looking for the flip reset. If he had 10 more boost, might have been able to find it. Larry, the soft roller on the net, straight into Mayo's hands. A Snail looking to continue the pressure, but a big whiff here. Just might have to forfeit this offensive drive as Larry gets in the way. It gets demoed, leaving the ball for Biscuit, but a huge save from Snail. Where's the follow-up? Mayo, he goes up. Tashega all the way back in the midfield, but honestly, playing patient might not be a bad strategy. 3 goals. We know these Whiteout counterattacks can be deadly. One more shot, forcing the double commit. Bill, transition. Larry looking for a bump, but a demo onto the Whiteout third man was made, and they got 1 more minute, and the net is open merely, and it just might be a Tashega with the redirect, a 4-goal lead with just over a minute left.
And that might just be the dagger. Whiteout has tried so hard to battle back, but every time they think they have a shot, Tashega, Mayo, or Biscuit, this time Tashega, there to put their dreams to rest. And 1 minute left. They need a miracle here. I'm not sure it's doable, though, against a Hydra squad that is playing this well.
And they gotta win the kickoffs. Again, losing it does somewhat work out into their favor as they're shortly gaining possession. Infield pass to Pharaoh. Good 50 off to the side, but Biscuit there on the backboard, finding the clearance. Leaving the ball for Mayo, but Mayo gonna let Larry give the ball away. Does get demoed for his efforts, though. About demos being traded. Stashega to the middle. Larry gonna put it into his own corner, collecting his boost. Looking for the pass, maybe the pinch over to Pharaoh. Was find it, but straight into the Biscuit. Tashega is lurking on the sidewall for some reason, and the ball is coming to him, but not able to find contact. 30 seconds, the clock ticking down. They gotta get something going here. It is a huge 50 snail there. He gets goomba'd by his own teammate, and any hope that was left for this whiteout roster has just been put to rest.
And that's about all, folks. Hydra, they looked shaky in Game 6. Whiteout was able to bring it to a 7th, but once they made it here, it was convincing all the way through. There is no doubt that this is the 17-1 Hydra that you've all been waiting to see in playoffs. They are here to announce their presence, and they will be moving on to the semifinals. A brilliant performance, and really quite a back-and-forth game between two teams with a lot of history, but Hydra are the ones who come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, despite any inconsistencies that Whiteout may have had in the season to result in the 10-8 record, I mean, they did not look like the 8 seed. They were putting Hydra in some extremely uncomfortable spots. Even the fact that they brought this team to Game 7, granted, for whatever reason, they did sweep them to disrupt that undefeated record earlier on in the season. But Whiteout, they looked so good, but it really just came down to the middle of the series. I mean, they stole Games 1 and 2. They stole that Game 1 overtime. They stole Game 2 where Hydra almost put up 20 shots. And, you know, they could only steal so many games for so long until Hydra started to wake up. And, I mean, oh my goodness. I'm not even going to read off all these stats for this game number 7. There's just so many to count. But really, it came down to the captain, the penultimate third man in Biscuit, who just led his team to victory. Not to be said that Mayo and Tashego didn't come up with some huge plays as well, but Biscuit, he just stepped up when it mattered most, got the infield passes, got the shots, got the bumps. I mean, it was everything, but ultimately, it was just, they had the ice.
Yeah, not much more can be said. It really felt like in that Game 7, Whiteout lost the advantage early on with a couple of unfortunate kickoff maneuvers, and they just never really regained it. Try as they might, they did fight back. They looked like they were still in it for a good majority, but it really just came down to those couple of big mistakes that lost it for them early on, and Hydra continuing to build on the confidence from that point forward, just took hold of the series and decided that they wanted to run away with it. But a good job by both teams. Thank you for our first Game 7 of the night after a 4-0 and a 4-2. Not too terrible of lineups so far. But either way, a good performance. Tough to see Whiteout go out this way. I was really enjoying watching them play the whole season. They had a good run. They did get a bit unlucky going up against the number 1 seed. But they really brought it to them, and they were so close to pulling it out. A great effort from both teams, obviously. And speaking of great efforts, I guess probably no time to go over the bracket prediction. We're already pretty late here. We should probably get moving on to the next one pretty soon here.
Yeah, I was looking at the time as well. That being said, congratulations to Hydra winning an absolutely cage match of a series, going back and forth. Blows were being traded, but Hydra coming out on top. The statement game there in game number 7 on Champions Field. We are headed to a break here in a second, and coming up shortly, we do have another Rival League matchup going on. We have a rival going off against Knights. The winner of that matchup will play Hydra in semifinal number 1. We will catch you guys after the break. Don't want to miss it.
See ya.
Hoping I could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know. Brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering. I could be the one you're missing. the night. The city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back for some more playoff action. We're staying right here where we left off in the Rival League, bringing you this time some Arrival versus Knights action. Closer seeded matchup, indeed. And I am joined here by none other than the one, the only, the pre-jump legend, Jaegers. So what's going on, Jaegers?
Well, Amelia, not gonna lie, I feel absolutely awful, but I'm hyped to be here because this should be a good matchup. And it seems like everything's going up against Arrival. Like, they're 8-10, they got swept last time the Knights played them. They're even lower predictions in the power rankings. But that doesn't matter, merely, because this is the playoffs. And the playoffs, anything can happen. And I'm picking Arrival in 4. There.
Well,
I said it.
Arrival in 4. You definitely didn't hear it here first, but you will have the caster on your side, Arrival. As Arrival in 4, a bold prediction. I guess I don't have to ask you for your prediction now, as we do have it in the booth. Let's see if they can do it. We've got the squad, Foam, Luis, and Chipmunk going up against Sousa, Vulcan, and Squintle. Let's get this one started. See if Arrival can pull it off. Starting off quickly here, Vulcan taking to the air, looking for a touch off the ceiling almost, can't quite get it. Will be sent away. A Squintle coming through here. Pressure already a little bit in favor for Knights early on here, getting some looks at net, but nothing too threatening just yet. Luis going to clear this one down, stopped out by Vulcan, but he will get bumped off that play. Now Chipmunk hanging it to free area, but Squintle is ready for it. And that's a free shot for Vulcan. Luckily, Foam is ready in net to send that one away. There looks like there's more shots coming, as that was almost a shot from Foam onto his own net, but he does narrowly avoid disaster. And early seconds here, well, it is all Knights on the pressure, and Sousa will eventually be the one to put it home. I mean, this defense hasn't had much time to breathe.
It's a nice double tap by Sousa, catching the defense off guard. Foam a little awkward on the backboard, and the Knights are going to capitalize first in this one.
And that's a good start to the Knights. They will get the first goal of the series and making a real statement, not even letting the ball come out of the half of Arrival that entire time. But still plenty of Rocket League left to be played. Foam will be up for this one, taking a quick shot. Not quite able to get powerful enough on target. But some good looks for Arrival coming out quickly. Sousa up for this one, sending it down. Perhaps looking for the pass, but bailed off of it. Not expecting that pass to be so good. Here comes Luis getting it past, and Arrival links up to tie the game.
Foam with a nice carry. Just got a pass off to the side for Luis. Luis is peaking in hours right now, merely. It shows off for that placement. And tie game, minute in.
That has been a little bit of a concern for this Arrival roster. We know, of course, the Chipmunk man. We got to meet up with him at the World's Land. Was a good time, but he didn't have a chance to play Rocket League that whole time, and also busy with school and work. I think hasn't been playing the game as much. Foam apparently was on even less hours than him previously. But right now, you couldn't really tell, as they are playing solid as a squad. More opportunities for the Knights, though, trying to come through. Won't quite be able to make it happen. The score remains equal. Luis off the sidewall to Vulcan. Trying to get a touch out, and Foam can't quite make the touch. More awkwardness on defense. Chipmunk has to race back, and he will be able to get over one. Squintle has to accept a 50 with the opposing team. And now that things have settled down a bit, this looks like a much more even matchup, which was a little bit concerning for Arrival in the first 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, it just seemed like the Knights stayed on offense, and Chipmunk a little bit awkward there, and Sousa's just going to capitalize, putting a second win for the Knights. And it seemed like Squintle kept Arrival waiting off the ceiling shots. They were waiting to see what he was going to do, and Sousa just going to get his second goal of the game.
The rival really can't be giving that much free space. I mean, the ball was floating in the air over their net for what seemed like an
Oh, what a
eternity.
pass.
That was a great pass. Chipmunk
Oh
with the
my.
shot, and he slots it to the right corner. A rival staying alive in this game one.
Just a nice touch by Foam, catching the defense off guard. Vulcan may not have seen him coming, but Sousa not able to get back in time, and we have yet another ball game in this game one.
So far, I'm really impressed by these passing plays from a rival. Really using their full roster, taking advantage, and setting up some crisp opportunities. When they have been on offense, they have looked great. They have to solidify and not let the Knights through at all anymore if they want to be able to take this game one. Foam keeping it in. One will be high off the backboard. Vulcan trying to get a pinch out, and he gets a massive pinch at that. Luis looking to send this one back. Sousa clearing to some more free space, but it only goes as far as Foam, who sends it back. Now Chipmunk looking for the redirect. Can't quite find it, but the net is pretty much open, and
my
Foam
goodness.
will put it in. Absolute pandemonium on the goal line, and a rival comes out on top.
Chipmunk was just up fast for that ball, and the Knights defense wasn't able to get the read. Neither was Chipmunk, but Foam finds his way around the defense, playing a shot past all three defenders. And for the first time this game, a rival takes the lead.
And some convincing plays coming out of them. That one, a little bit more on the defensive Knights, looking a bit shaky. Not able to deal with that long clear. But still, a rival holding strong, now coming back from the first deficit. And like you said, taking the advantage. Now they have to hold on to it. Squintle playing this one patiently to the corner, leaves for his teammate. Luis will manage to get it out, but it goes right into the hands of another Knights player. Now a big miss coming out. This could be another opportunity, and Squintle will not miss that one, tying the game up once again.
Just unfortunate whiff on the arrival defense. Vulcan gets past one, gets a nice pass to Squintle, who slots at top left corner. That's the kind of placement you want to see.
And that is fantastic placement indeed. We already know that this Knight roster has some shooters on it. Sousa, the only one before, but now Squintle getting involved in the action as well.
Oh no.
And that's a big miss off the goal line. Luis have to get back quickly to recover. Foam will get the follow-up clear though. Squintle hanging this off the side, gets the double touch. And they're starting to set up camp once again in this arrival half. If you're a rival, you have to break out of this, and they will break out. Luis getting it past one. Actually, that one's just completely open. No Knights defenders in sight, and a rival regains the lead.
Merely, what? Where was the defense here? Luis gets past one. I could have sworn there was a defender in net, but Squintle doesn't make it back in time. And a rival just catches the Knights sleeping on that one.
The back and forth continues to be ever present. A rival getting the edge for now, but still plenty of Rocket League left to be played. Knights have a way back into this, and they'll have some open space here. Vulcan can't get the touch, but the follow-up, there's no one there. No one from a rival. Foam gets the save, but Sousa there. And I just don't know what's happening to both of these defenses.
Yeah, I mean, Squintle gets a nice shot, gets attacked by the crossbar monster. Regardless, Foam was awkward. Not much he could do there except pass out into the hands of Sousa, who's going to clock in with a hat trick in this game one.
Hey, you know, I did say I wouldn't be surprised to see another goal go in. I didn't think it would be that shortly after I commented on the fact. But the Knights will be able to regain. And a little bit of bumping going on defense. You know, both defenses looking a bit shaky. A rival has done a pretty good job of holding on with 3 saves to their name when they can, but on the other side of things, Knights looking like they are all offense, and Sousa coming through with another one, ensuring that their offense is felt.
Sousa is just popping off right now. 4 goals on 5 shots. One thing I just noticed merely is that the Knights have, let's count them, 11 shots, and a rival only has 3 saves. This Knights team has scored 5 goals without good accuracy. That's just insane to me.
And they have managed to break through multiple times. That's a huge bump. That one's going to go in, and it is not over. The script demanded another goal. The game will be tied up once again.
Oh my goodness, merely what was a slow floater, but Foam gonna get the bump on Vulcan, and I mean, with 30 seconds left, this is a high-scoring game. Some teams try to score this many goals in a series. Not a best of 7, but Like this is just insane volume by both of these teams, and it's going to make for a very exciting series. Can both of these teams keep up the scoring pressure?
It's so hard to say who even has the advantage now. Arrival has not had as many opportunities, but they've looked deadly on the ones they have. 3 seconds to go. Squintle trying to keep this one close. That might be an opportunity. The ball will touch ground though, and already game one, we have it underway. Overtime right here, right now.
Oh,
Who will decide it? Who will it be decided by? Vulcan trying to make it him, going for the air dribble, gets a bump, but the bump does send him back into the ball, sending it away. Squintle now trying to come through, gets it over one. Foam, the nice touch to the center, but Vulcan there with the shot. That one's on target, just off actually, and it will be sent back away. Now Luis with the touch, just buying a little bit of time, and that is something that Arrival will be glad to have for now.
and I mean, Arrival getting away with that one, but I mean, they still need to get outside of defense. Their rotation's looking a little suspect as Squintle is going to put one in the back of the net, and the Knights going to take this game one.
And so much awkwardness there. Luis getting bumped by the defender. Looked like he would have had control, but he won't be able to get there, and the game is decided, albeit very tumultuously, by the Knights.
Yeah, no, the Arrival and Four Dreams stay alive. I mean, Knights get game one, but anything's possible. Arrival, 1 goal behind. But no, I see this one going to 7 merely. All memes aside.
Well, if it's the rest of the series is anything like this game one, then I could definitely see it going to 5 or to 7, excuse me, as well. But you have to worry a little bit for Arrival's sake. They really fought back so many times there. It's a real big mental blow to lose in the eventual overtime. The Knights didn't look so concerned with their plays that didn't come to fruition, but I mean, Arrival worked so hard for every single goal. They were able to fight back even when the odds were against them, and just coming out with the loss, you have to feel like definitely will affect the mental a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, Squintle was popping off. Squintle and Sousa. Vulcan needs to get a few goals to his name to keep up with his teammates, because that was just a scoring barrage by them.
And most definitely was. I think he'll be happy as long as they come out the victors in the series, but definitely would like to see a little bit more from him. Vulcan, name that we've all heard plenty of times throughout the Nemesis League's history. Always been a solid shooter. Great mechanics. This one's actually going to be mostly open. Foam can't quite beat Squintle out to get there, but Chipmunk coming through with the double touch. He almost has it, but it's just off. The ball still lingering over the crossbar. Luis can't find it home either. It's still there, but the 50 will be sent out.
Oh my goodness, what a play by Arrival. All the shots, but none on target. All they needed was the ball just placed on target, and they would be up by 1. Instead, the Knights get away with 1. And they have possession to boot.
They definitely do, and that was a good look for them. Not quite the accuracy that they needed, but getting those scoring chances are just as important as ever. Now Foam looking to send this one center once again. Squintle will get it out. It's sent to the midfield. Now here comes Sousa on the other side. They've been so deadly off the backboard, but this time Chipmunk is equal to the read and get a short time for his team. Luis with a pre-flip, sending his way. Now looking for the pass. The follow-up is there, but Sousa blocks it out just barely. And it really is the Knights roster in this one who's barely holding on, with Arrival having almost all of the pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, Knights are just staying on defense. It seems like an absolute flip of the game. 3 saves already. This Arrival team wants this win. They want a tie series. And all they need to do now is put some shots on target.
And they might have to work a little bit harder for that even. Foam, no boost to his name here, trying to stay threatening, but 2 commit for Arrival. Chipmunk left by himself in the backfield. Will pinch out to the center, and actually this could be an opportunity. That one's going to slowly roll, almost on target, but Vulcan able to get the save just barely. Already at 4 saves, half the game gone. They've been holding on. Now they're looking to get some offense. Squintle taking this one over the top of 2. Luis will barely get the save, sending that one away. The ball is off the backboard once again. They've been so deadly from these positions, but this time Arrival is ready for them, and everything that either team is throwing at the other one is just barely being dealt with.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams are reaching. Unfortunate touch by I'm not sure who that was. That goes off the top of the crossbar. But I mean, this is just really a ping pong match. Passes going back and forth. No, I mean, plenty of good looks, but nothing of fruition just yet.
Nothing just yet, but we might be about to see some. Sousa trying to set up his team once again off the backboard. Another follow-up shot surely underway. The backboard is open again, and this time the Knights will break through. There he is. We talked about him previously, and Vulcan will put one on the board.
Knights scoring shooting barrage is just endless. Luis caught an awkward spot. The Knights just kept hitting the ball off the backboard, and eventually Vulcan finishes it off.
That backboard has been a really weak point for Arrival so far. They've conceded so many times off of the backboard. Reed's just looking uncomfortable and unsure how to deal with the pressure. They're only down 1 goal here, and they were able to come back previously. They've had plenty of opportunities this game, just not quite able to capitalize on any. Here comes Sousa looking for the fake. Can't quite get under, and Luis a little bit awkward, stuck under the ball here. Won't quite be able to get it. Now a minute left, and Arrival has to push even harder for this. This one sent down. Chipmunk getting it off the backboard, but Sousa ready for the follow-up, and they can't quite find this one in the center of the pitch now. It's all on Arrival to try and come back. The defenses have slowed down, or maybe heated up even for both of these teams, not laying in as many opportunities, but Arrival has yet to break through.
Yeah, I mean, merely it's still a 1-goal game like the last one. However, 10 less goals are in the back of the net. But here, Chipmunk gonna get a nice pass from Foam, gonna put one in the back of the net. And with 30 seconds left in this game, Arrival is gonna tie it up.
These infield passes are just so crisp from Arrival. They tried just sending the ball at net so many times, weren't able to find any success. They say, hey, we'll throw a pass in there. And it works out beautifully. Chipmunk finishing off the pass from Foam, and now another opportunity. This one a little bit far. Foam tries to shoot on target, but Arrival finding themselves back in this game 1. Might be head to another overtime, maybe even a chance for redemption for Arrival, but first they have to get there, and this one is dangerous. Chipmunk has to read it appropriately. He does get the touch out. 11 seconds left, and it's all Knights on offense. This one sent up high. Luis has to make a touch, get something here. Squintle still has it, but Chipmunk comes through in his time of need. This one should hit the floor, and we are headed to overtime, which, once again, I'm honestly not sure which team this favors, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, I mean, Arrival kind of got away with that one. The ball was awkward in front of their net. Squintle gonna put a shot on, but it goes off the back of the backboard. And, you know, merely, I really don't know. It's really back and forth. If Arrival gets those passing plays on lock, however, I could see them taking this one.
Yeah, it really feels like it's on Arrival to step up to this one. The Knights have had so many clear opportunities, and while Arrival has had offense, it hasn't really been super threatening chances. They've come close to scoring, but the Knights defense always seems to be there. These passes are what has been breaking through consistently. Here comes Foam, trying to get this one center. Runs out of boost, and now Vulcan looking for the musty flick off to a teammate. Does get off, but the follow-up is there. This one not quite on target, just barely off. Arrival holding on by a thread, and they still have to hold on against a barrage. This time, Sousa will be able to get back in time, and he'll have a free shot as well. Luis actually cutting back just in time, but the pressure is mounting from the Knights, trying to make this play happen. Arrival does not want to go down 2, but that might be where they're headed as Vulcan can't quite make the touch. Luis trying to get this one out, but with no boost to his name, he's only going to pass to the opposing team. This one coming through, Squintle, and Sousa with the shot, and it will be another overtime loss for Arrival. They cannot deal with this pressure.
That's so disappointing if you're a Rival. Like, the ball was just sticking around their defense. They could not get a good clear out. And eventually, the pressure gave way, and the Knights go up 2 games with a Rival taking a much-needed timeout.
We'll see the timeout coming here for Arrival. A smart move, in my opinion, on their behalf. You don't want to somehow go down 3 series Okay, I got a little bit concerned there, but we're all good. No technical issues whatsoever. You really don't want to go down 3 before you use that timeout, wishing you used it a game sooner. And I mean, for a rival, they're just so close this series so far, back and forth, going to overtime twice. They are just missing that final touch to try and claim one of these games.
Absolutely. They're well, honestly, merely they're just missing an overtime winner. Like they've brought to overtime both games and two very different types of games. One high scoring and the other more defensive. So like a rival can keep up with the Knights, but I mean the Knights are just finishing what matters most.
And they really are. I mean, both overtimes, it felt like there was a lot of back and forth, and then the Knights really sat up in their chairs and decided that they were just going to stay on offense. And stay on offense they did, eventually breaking through that Arrival defense. They have to try to get some better clears or something, but I'm curious to think what you really think the key to victory here is for Arrival in what's been such a close series.
Well, it's kind of basic merely, but I really think the key for a rival is just putting shots on target. They had a few open nets here and there that they didn't capitalize on, and they ended up losing because of it. They just need to calm their nerves. They're playing a good team, but they can keep up with them. And I see a rival taking this next game, and if they don't, the Knights are sweeping.
Well, we'll have to see if that timeout buff does come into effect. I'm not sure on the statistics of timeout buffs. We didn't see it help Whiteout in the last game, but usually a timeout is enough time to kind of reset, get your mentality under control. Any moldage that might be going on can get dealt with effectively, hopefully. But with that said, the timeout will be over. We will have to join back the lobby, and now Arrival. It is on them. If they go down 0-3, their odds get oh so much slimmer of being able to come back in this one. They have to try bring it to the Knights and take this game while they are still within a favored spot. Vulcan going off the backboard. Chipmunk this time dealing with the backboard effectively, and that's a good sign. You know, the backboard has been a bit of a weak point for Arrival so far. If they can shut down these opportunities quickly, they will be nipping at a lot of the pressure that the Knights do have, Jaegers.
Well, honestly, the rival just needs to get off defense. Like it seemed like the majority of each time they stay on defense, like they're staying on defense for more than 30 seconds. It feels like, and eventually the Knights just keep taking pot shots till one goes in. A rival needs to get some clears in, get some demos to clear up the Knights defense, and I mean they just need to hit their open nets at the end of the day.
And that would be nice. It seems like the Knights left a lot of open nets in the first game, a couple in the second. If the trend continues, they will have fewer, even more in this game. But Squintle doesn't care if the net's open or not. He wants to send this ball towards it. Vulcan trying to keep the play relevant, and Sousa following up quickly. Now some passing plays coming out from the Knights. That's a good shot on target, but Foam is ready for it. Sending it away once again. A small double commit from Arrival shouldn't be too tragic for them, as it does result in some pressure. Another demo coming out, and it seems like, to me at least, the Arrival strategy has become clear. The switch up was to go for more demos. V1 and SSG, I'm sure, would be proud.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're looking to capitalize off their timeout because they know their season is getting closer and closer to an end. They need to change up their strategy, mess up this Knights rotations, and I mean, they need to do whatever they can to score some goals.
It does seem like they're trying to do just that now. Foam going for the bump. A good patience from Vulcan, waiting on the backboard just long enough to be able to send it away. Quintal actually with a crucial mistouch. Foam will be able to get a double touch off the corner. Actually misses the follow-up. Ran out of boost. It will be sent back. Still the pressure from Arrival coming through. They found their way out of defense. Now it's all about converting that into general and real offensive pressure. Vulcan with the flip reset out. Can't find contact once again. They will be staying downfield. This one going to be awkward, and the shot is almost good. Sousa will finish it off, but a great play from the Knights to take the lead once again.
Wintle with a placement, top left corner banger. I mean, Sousa just having to finish it off, stealing the goal from Squintle, but just a nice play by the Knights. Good accuracy by them.
That is one thing that has not generally been lacking for this Knights roster. Their accuracy has been on point when they need it most. Showing off once again with more mechanical plays and Arrival after this timeout. They didn't manage to get the first goal. They're looking to bounce back, and this might just be a wide open net. Vulcan will manage to get back just in time, but another somewhat sketchy opportunity, but with redirects like
Oh my
that, who
goodness.
needs defense? Squintle coming through with a beautiful shot.
Just a nice pass by Vulcan. Squintle puts it top bins. And so far, Arrival doesn't have an answer for this Knights offense.
And it's not looking great. They have been able to generate more pressure in this game, but none of it has been able to be converted on so far. I want to see more of those passes, more of those real opportunities, as this one off the post. Actually touched away by Sousa, but here's a chance for Arrival if they can make something happen. Take the scoreline down to 2-1. They have more than enough time to mount a comeback. Chipmunk trying to stay close to this one. Luis will send it away. Trying to get a follow-up touch off the backboard. Sousa just impeccable on those reads. Will not miss another one. And the Knights look stalwart on defense. They do not look like they are cracking. It's gone better every single game. And now, I mean, how do you even find a way through this Knights defense if you're a rival here?
I mean, they started out with it. They need to keep up with it. They had good demos at the start of this game, and it seems like they kind of shied away from their passes. Vulcan, incredible save right there. I thought for sure that was going in. But Arrival has strayed away from their passes that they were doing in games 1 and 2 that allowed them to put those goals in the back of the net. I do feel like Louis going to get one back there, but 48 seconds left, anything's possible. But I do feel like Arrival is molding, and they need another goal to kind of get out of their heads.
At this point, it's hard to keep a cool composure when you are facing going down 0-3, but that's a good sign of life for them. They managed to get one back, and now Luis with a good opportunity manages to get the
Luis
dribble. That one's going to break
Baggins!
all the way through, and he does it. He carries the ball like Bilbo Baggins carried the ring into the heart of the volcano, and he ties the game up.
Oh my goodness, what a metaphor merely. But regardless, I'm not sure how Luis got that, but Arrival does not care. A bit of a fake kickoff there, it looks like. Not sure if that was calculated or not. But regardless, Arrival has a little bit of life left in this series.
And they've tied it up once again. Can we get 3 overtimes in a row? And can Arrival win one of them? The bigger question even. Or can they maybe close it out in regulation? Foam realized the defender was gained to that one. Opted just to hit it away. Luis off the backboard. This is an awkward ball. Sousa can't make the read, but Vulcan manages to get back just in time. Rival roster, though, looking reinvigorated, but they have to hold on at least for 4 more seconds. This ball will not touch just yet, and it will still be bouncing. Luis able to get past, but no shot coming through on target. Foam
my.
sending it middle, sent away, however, once again. And for the 3rd game in a row, we are going to overtime, Jaegers.
No, that's insane. And it looks like Luis might get the dunk, but Squintle gonna get it around. And I thought for sure Arrival was going to get their first win of the series right there.
It was so close, almost some kickoff magic happening, but instead, Knights hold on, and now they are the ones with the pressure. Chipmunk getting a touch to the corner, and Foam will have an opportunity here. Tries to get the air dribble, but I don't think he had enough boost to really convert. This one, a big miss from Squintle, but the follow-up is still faster. Chipmunk having to take control of this one. Sent out in the middle. This net is almost open if Luis can get the beat, and he does
Luis?
get the beat. Can he get the double touch? He can! And Luis manages to win the overtime for Arrival.
Luis pulling out the hat trick. What an insane double tap. Just being the defense, getting it around Vulcan, and putting his team on top. And I mean, look, it took a while. It took a minute. But it seems like the timeout finally paid off for Arrival. And they take their first game of the series.
And I tell you what, Jaegers, the situation looked dire for Arrival. Down 0-2 with barely even a minute to go. And they managed to come back, get 2 goals, tie it up, and then win the overtime with the huge double tap coming out from Luis. I mean, he is popping off. And there's no doubt if Luis is playing up to the standards to beat the Knights. But I'm looking at Luis can't do it all by himself. Who do we need to step up here? Is it Chipmunk or Foam to try and continue this magical performance?
That's a tough one, Merely. I'm gonna have to go with Foam. He was diming people up the first game of the series. Didn't really play as well in the third game. But I'm looking for him to be kind of that in-game leader for our rival. And I mean, our rival, Luis popped off in this one. Look for Foam to pop off in this next one.
Well, they've managed to bring the series score down to a 2-1. This is so much more doable for a rival, but the Knights still contending, and they have still looked completely solid, especially on the offensive side of things. The rival can continue to shut down, then who knows what is possible. This one sent out. Luis,
Oh
a
my
shot on
goodness,
target,
Luis!
and Chipmunk with the bump. He will continue to score, and he will continue to give a rival an edge.
I don't know, Merely. Something this last minute of game 3, something toggled for our rival. And I mean, they're just on a 4-goal sweep since then.
And it has been a great performance by the whole squad. You could see Chipmunk there taking out the defense. They weren't even able to get a touch. And they do look much more alive now.
Oh my goodness.
This one sent clear. Sousa makes a crucial touch just to slow down this arrival defense, but a tough bounce. Chipmunk reads it well. Still Knights on offense. They are looking to convert the double touch, but good patience from Foam. That not the best touch,
no.
and that one will be
my.
sent. Luis barely able to get back, and the Knights try as they might, not able to put this ball in the back of the arrival net.
Merely, how did that not go in? I am in all that ball, like, that was so lucky on the arrival part and so unlucky for the Knights. I could have sworn that was going in. The ball had all the makings of a bouncing shot, but it just seems like the Knights can't shoot now. I'm not sure what's going on with them.
Well, you can call it unlucky, but the fact does remain the Knights couldn't hit that shot, and there have been follow-up opportunities.
Oh
this
my
one
goodness,
won't be good
Luis!
either. The shooting from the Knights starting to falter a bit, and this is where a rival just making an insane goal line stand. Luis will not be scored on. In fact, the ball will be sent back, and we are seeing a ridiculous defensive performance from a rival.
That was insane, Merely. That, like, how did that not go in? I could have kind of, like, 4 times that the ball was about to go in, and, like, someone on arrival just made a diving save. What a defensive performance by them so far in this game 4.
And they keep their 1-goal advantage, trying to convert now. Chipmunk going for the flick, can't get past the first. But they will be sent back to their own half. Luis taking control once again. Manages to get it up. Sousa can't make the touch. The follow-up is good. Now it will be Chipmunk on the dribble, getting it past one. Dunking out Squintle, and the double demo. This net might just be open, and it will be open. Foam coming through, and Arrival takes a 2-goal advantage.
Oh my goodness, Arrival peak. What a couple of demos by Chipmunk, and Foam gonna get his for the first time in, what is it, like 5-6 minutes? The first player that isn't Luis scored.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, on the offensive side of things, Luis has been carrying this team, but Foam in the good position. The demo's opening up that space, a full team effort there. Managing to get another one on the board. However, Jaegers, so far, we have had 3 overtimes in a row. Are we going to see another overtime here, or is Arrival going to get a clean win?
Hey, you know, Merely, I may be jinxing it, but I do think Arrival's gonna get a clean win. But that all can go away if the Knights finally get their accuracy issues under control, because right now they just can't hit a shot to save their lives.
And I really thought we were going to see a 3-goal lead by Arrival there. That was a bit of a misread by Luis, but he's not perfect. So far, he has been doing wonders for the Arrival squad, but can't quite get that third one. Still, Arrival keeping up the pressure, and they haven't really been getting locked in their own half as hard as they were in games 1 and 2. They've looked much more free to break out. They get to the Arrival squad as Foam with no boost. But Luis there for the challenge, maybe even trying to go for the follow-up. Can't quite get, and with one minute left, it's been a bit of a drought for the Knights. They haven't been able to score in a while, and in fact, Chipmunk, the entire Arrival squad, getting involved on offense to take a 3-goal lead.
Absolutely. Chipmunk, the only one not taking part, decided to join the party. And Arrival, with a minute left, up 3 goals on Knights. And I think it's safe to say we're not, knock on wood, we're not going to overtime in this one.
I don't know if it's safe to say that yet, seeing as how the rest of the series has gone. But it definitely looks like we're headed to an Arrival W with 50 seconds on the clock. Still time, and Squintle, I hope you did actually knock on wood there, Yakers.
I think it's wood.
I would be disappointed to see another overtime. That would be a miraculous comeback from the Knights, and a little bit of life breathed into them there.
Yeah, I know, just a good play by, I believe that was Squintle playing in the back of the net. Just an awkward read by the defense on Arrival's part. I could have sworn another one was going to go in off the kickoff. Just goes off the right side. But 38 seconds left. Can the Knights come back and bring it to overtime? Only time will tell.
30 seconds left. They have to try and make it happen now. Vulcan, not with the best touch to the corner, but the follow-up is good. Foam trying to keep control, but this might present another opportunity to the Knights. Luis maintaining control as well. The shot coming out. Bit of a double commit from the Knights. They are really pushing for this next goals. Can't blame them when only 10 seconds remain. Still, Luis will be the one to take control, and that should secure game number 4 for Arrival and Jaegers. After a miraculous comeback and a great game 4 performance by Arrival, we have a tied series on our hands.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the content we wanted. Like, down 0-2 Arrival manages to fight back with a... wasn't necessarily dominant game 4, but they hit their shots. Knights, a little unfortunate with their shooting. Could have been a tie game, but... I mean, at least we can go to Forbidden Temple. Like, hopefully it's not the end-all be-all for this series. But it's going to be his step on the road for now.
And that game 7 looking pretty juicy right now. I don't think the Knights actually, they didn't opt to take their time out. They still feel confident just heading into the next one. And you have to wonder if they maybe do want to put a stop to this momentum by Arrival, who look like a much different team from game number 1. Both of these teams have grown over the course of the series. But is Arrival with the momentum? We'll see how they fare in this game number 5, a critical game to see who goes up as we are heading into Forbidden Temple. Chipmunk with a miss, quickly off, trying to get the follow-up, but defense will not be bothered by that from the Knights. Ball will be sent back. Vulcan trying to get around everyone, does succeed in doing so, but the ball is just a bit too fast. Now he is trying to be a nuisance for this defense. The ball can't be cleared out just yet. Luis in awkward position, but no threats so far from the Knights. Playing a bit further back, not sending all of their resources. My goodness, I don't know what happened to me there. But it will still be Arrival who breaks out, and it really feels like the Knights, they had the clamps on Arrival in games 1 and 2, just keeping them locked in, but since then, they haven't been able to find the same sort of consistent pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said back in game number 3, something toggled for this Arrival offense. Getting off of defense, putting shots on target. And merely, I will say this, I am very surprised Knights didn't take that time out, because their woes weren't mechanical. They could still do things. They just simply weren't hitting their shots, and that's all mental game, like hitting the open net. And I mean, that could very well be the downfall of this Knights team in this game number 5.
On the other hand, Arrival has to be feeling much more confident, getting 2 game wins in a row. So far, remaining scoreless in the first minute and a half of this game, but a demo coming out, and this might be an opportunity for the Knights. A huge 50. Goodness. That one, almost a fortunate affair for the Knights, but they couldn't quite break through. This one off the backboard once again. We've seen it so many times from the Knights, but this time, the double fake coming out, and Foam will be able to send it back. And in fact, we'll be able to get a shot on target. That one just bouncing off, but Chipmunk
goodness.
manages to get the follow-up, and Arrival continue from where they left off.
Boom, just a nice pass across the middle. Gets a fortunate bounce off the right side wall. And Chipmunk just got to beat the defender out. Put his team up one.
And there it is. Arrival managing to strike again. Double demo coming out. The Knights have to try to find more success. I mean, it's hard to continue to fight with the same amount of pressure when your shots aren't landing, but with that said, a huge defensive misplay from Arrival, and the Knights will find one on the board.
Tusa just got to catch Chipmunk sleeping there. The man stayed glued to the ground, perhaps sheeting up a bit too much, and I mean...
Props.
The Knights do not want to go down in this game 5. They do not want to drop 3 games in a row. They want to show that they didn't need to take this time out and that they don't need it to win.
Well, we'll see if they are correct in that appraisal of the situation. Right now, it's Arrival on offense once again. Luis looking for the corner, tries to get a soft touch to set up his teammates. Now looking for a bump. But Vulcan avoiding every demo possibility. The offense from Arrival, so much more impressive though. Managing to keep this ball locked in the Knights' half. But this Knights defense still holding strong. A huge shot coming through, and Chipmunk, he has woken up and he has chosen to place his shots, the upper left banger.
Oh my goodness, Bardowski's, what a shot by Chipmunk. Had the pace, had the accuracy, and it found the back of the net. 2 goals for Chipmunk in this one.
Hey, you know what, Chipmunk, I apologize for saying that your lack of hours might come into play here, because you could not tell that this man has less than 60 in the past 2 with how well he's shooting. I mean, these shots are nothing light, and the Knights are feeling them. Now 2-1. In Arrival's favor, might just be about to be 3-1. The fake coming out, the 50, and Chipmunk gets another one. The hat trick for the Chipmunk man.
You know, Amelia, I'm really not sure what happened there. It just seemed like the Knights defense fell apart. And I mean, Foam had a nice little flick and a bit of a goal steal by Chipmunk. I'm not sure if that was going in regardless if he hadn't. But Chipmunk with the goal secure, let's call it that, and Arrival gonna score 3 goals in this one so far.
Well, I'm pretty sure that touch from Chipmunk was actually crucial, as he might be about to get another one. This one barely saved away, but he managed to get the dunk on the defender, who looked like he might have been getting the save. So I would say a critical touch from Chipmunk there, even if it was just a bit of a finisher. Still, Arrival, you know, any mental problems they might have been suffering with from the 2 overtime losses in a row, long forgotten by now, and it is the Knights who are struggling, making a lot of missed touches, not able to deal with the Arrival pressure as effectively as early on in the series. And now 1 minute remains. They have to fight back once again. We haven't really seen it yet, other than in game 1. Chipmunk looking to put another one on. A missed touch. Chipmunk setting it up for his team. Foam will overcommit with the rest, but another questionable defensive touch. And the Knights are starting to look a bit shaky here in game 5.
No, it just seems like an entire role reversal. It seems like the Knights were on defense Knights were on offense the whole time, and the script has just flipped. Arrival setting up camp on the Knights' defensive side and just putting shot after shot. Arrival out shooting the Knights 10-3 in this one.
And it doesn't even really matter if these go in. They're just killing time at this point. Another good defensive stop from Luis should secure the game number 5 victory. And as we head into Forbidden Temple, it is none other than Arrival with the advantage. You have to think, okay, the Knights have to use their timeout now, right?
They better. I mean, like, if you drop 3 games in a row coming off a timeout, you got to be thinking to yourself, maybe we should do that. Like, I don't understand this Knights. It's all mental. Like, they're just being beaten by Arrival. They're being beaten to the ball. They're not hitting their shots. And there it is. There we have the timeout.
And Vulcan will opt to finally use their timeout, but you have to hope, for the Knights' sake, that's not too little too late. I mean, Arrival has already had a chance to build up so much momentum, winning 3 games in a row. That's not an easy task to recover from mentally, even with the additional minute on the clock. Arrival looking poised to take this one in game 6 if they can continue this spree. And I'm wondering, Jaegers, the Knights, it does seem like all mental issues, but Arrival is also playing extremely well now. What can the Knights do to throw a wrench in the organization of this roster?
I mean, I feel like the Knights just need to. I mean, I said this earlier for the for Arrival, but I really think the Knights just need to go for demos, like mess up their rotations and hit their open shots, because that's why the Knights haven't been scoring. The opportunities were there. They're just not hitting the open net.
It has been a little bit of inaccuracy plaguing the Knights and giving up a lot of space. I mean, from what we saw in game 1 and 2, I've said it many times, but the Knights just set up shop in Arrival's half, and they hardly ever left. Arrival getting a few counterattacks here and there. But once you stop having that much immense pressure, it can be hard to figure out a secondary game plan to deal with this Arrival roster. So I definitely agree. Lots of demos definitely will throw a wrench in the Arrival game plan, but on top of that, I mean, who specifically are you looking at to step up for the Knights? It seemed like it was a full team effort in the first 2, but now it seems like no one is really stepping up and placing these shots home.
I really think it's Sousa. If I remember correctly, he popped off with 4 goals in the first game. He's shown he can shoot. He's shown he can put it on net. Like, he just hasn't been there the past few games for this Knights roster.
And we'll have to see if he can step up now. Knights will take an early possession, but actually it's a demo from Foam, cutting that one off as shortly as it began. Vulcan having to make another defensive stop, trying to get the double touch, does succeed. This one will be sent across. More opportunities for the Knights as Sousa comes through. A little bit of miscommunication from the Arrival roster as Squintle looks for a bump of his own. Won't result in a goal, and another missed touch. They took that timeout, but seems some of the mental fatigue is coming into effect still for this Knights roster. Is Vulcan going to get a missed touch? But he will make up for it with a demo as he's coming through. Knights trying to break through, but Sousa will have to do something as Chipmunk Man calling for a reset. I'm not sure exactly why. It appears that Luis has disconnected. I think we will be getting a reset on this one. Yeah, there it is. Luis lost connection. Well, no goals scored for either side. So a little bit of mechanics practice here for Foam. But with that said, no goals scored for either side. It looked like an even beginning, at least, there for both teams.
I mean, it definitely did. Like, it seemed like a little more on a Rivals like defensive side. I mean, it seemed like Knights had the pressure, but then again, they were just whiffing on the ball. I'm not sure what was going on there. A few mechanical errors. I really think the Knights are just extremely in their heads at the moment.
It does look like that. Even in the first minute, I mean, we saw a lot of just complete whiffs and, like you said, mechanical errors coming out from the Knights. They did have a decent amount of offense, but nothing that Arrival had much trouble with dealing with, even when they had Luis disconnected, apparently. Obviously, they did have to reset, and we will be resetting this as well. Hopefully we don't have internet issues here deciding another matchup.
I mean, that's going to be very unfortunate, especially if Arrival can't get it together. I mean, they had all the momentum 3 games after dropping the first 2. That would be quite a way to go home, merely if they lose based off of a forfeit.
That's not to mention, I mean, I know they have a sub, but Luis has been such a huge part of this roster. I can see Luis loading up Rocket League now, so hopefully his issues have been nerfed, and he is going to join us back. But if you lose Luis, I mean, that is such a key ingredient to the success of Arrival. Now, after the timeout, taking even more time, and it might be a little bit difficult for Arrival to try and pick back up where they left off with this huge break in between games.
I mean, it could definitely be. I feel like this is just a longer timeout for the Knights. Uh, give Arrival a little bit of chance to reset, maybe stop the momentum and just reset the game because it seemed like Knights did have all the pressure. Uh, they're just whiffing on their touches. I'm not sure what the deal was there.
And well, we will find out as the players certainly getting a bit antsy. I've seen Luis back on Rocket League. I'm not sure how stable his internet connection is, but hopefully we can get them back in here. I'm not sure exactly what the rule is on how long. I think they have 10
10
minutes, if I'm not mistaken, but a few of those have already gone by. Um, okay, we do have 7 minutes. And well, some information from the chat. Lush says it was a PC crash, not internet. So hopefully that's an easier issue to resolve. I know if your internet just completely goes out, can be absolutely devastating. But with a PC crash, you boot back on and hopefully you're just good to go. Because it would be a shame to see a series that has been this good so far be ended in another forfeit.
Would be highly disappointed. It looks like her rival is getting their sub on. I'm not sure how warm they're going to be. It might take a second for Louise's game to get back on, but they have 4 minutes left, and it like we were saying, it would be very unfortunate to have that insane comeback by a rival and have to forfeit it away.
Yeah, we're really fingers crossed we don't face another one of these situations. We've already seen way too many this week, with two teams, unfortunately, Flame, one of the favorites to make it to the grand finals, getting knocked out in a 2-2 series by Cool Kyle's internet disconnecting. A truly tragic result. And on the same day, we did see, I believe, the Kings getting knocked out by... I apologize. I'm misremembering who they were supposed to play. Let me take
Blaze,
a
I
look.
think they were playing Blaze.
They were supposed to play Blaze. That's correct. And that series didn't even happen at all because of, well, I believe just no one could make it home in time. But with that said, time is ticking, but Arrival is getting their sub on, and it
No,
looks like
Louis joined back up.
okay, we got the clutch. We got the clutch. Luis is back in here. Apologies for the slight issues. PC shutdown, and we'll have to see if Arrival can pick back up where they left off, or if the Knights will be the one to take control after some short momentum. Luis getting a double touch out. Quintal trying to play this one patiently, but doesn't get the best touch. Chipmunk will have an opportunity to get this one through. And the game will continue as it will progress. Foam trying to get the shot off. Can't quite get, but a backboard. And Chipmunk with the shooting. It looks like some time has passed, but Chipmunk's resolve to score has stayed the same.
I mean, the man just stays warm. What a shot by Chipmunk reading the backboard. And I mean, he's going to put his team up 1-0 in this pivotal Game 6. He does not want to go to Game 7, folks.
And that will be a brilliant sign for this Arrival roster, continuing to threaten and continuing to put shots home. Foam passing up to Chipmunk. Can't quite make the touch. That will be the Knights' ball. Squintle going up for this one. A little bit of a double commit, and no one's there for the follow-up, but a huge demo from Sousa will ensure that the counterattack does not come too quickly. Oh, still Foam sending this one away. Only to meet another clear. A lot of back and forth between these two teams. And I will say, the Knights, even though they got scored on, they look a little bit more solid in terms of their fortitude early on in this game.
Absolutely. They're looking more solid on defense. They're making pivotal touches. It does look like their ping is having a little bit of issues. Let's see if that resolves quickly. Hopefully it does, because you never want to lose due to ping. But that being said, it just seems like Arrival is just a bit quicker to the ball. Foam with the shenanigans, got to put one on target. Oh my goodness, how does that go in? Louise is going to get another one.
My goodness, this is not the way that the Knights want to concede. Foam tripping up the defender, and Sousa just pushing a little bit too far out of the net. Now 2 goals for Arrival here on Forbidden Temple. They are looking poised to take this one in 6 games, but still quite a bit of work to do. Squintle will have a free play here, but Luis will cut it off quickly, not fast enough to really make anything happen. And I mean, Arrival just looks like a completely different team. The roles have been swapped, and they are the ones commanding the presence in front of the Knights now.
No, yeah, like, if you remember back in Game 3, they were like a minute away from going down 0-3 in the series. Managed to fight their way back and steal that game number 3. And, I mean, they're on match point right now, and they're up 2 goals. You can't ask for a better position. Well, you definitely can, as Squintle gonna put in the back of the net after the bump by Vulcan. Good heads-up play by him. And the Knights cut this lead in half.
That is just a phenomenal bump by Vulcan, bringing it back within 1 and just leaving the net completely open. I mean, even with all their accuracy woes, you know your team's not going to miss that one. If you can't get past the defender, just go through them. And the Knights now making this a much more doable task, trying to fight, trying to bring us to Game 7. But will it be enough? Foam here on the dribble, doesn't have much boost to work with, and the recovery is slow. That one, almost an open net. And Vulcan will try to make it another one still. The backboard defense cleaned up so much since Game 1 by Arrival. They've looked so much more solid sitting on that backboard. Foam can't make the touch. Luis bails him out just barely, and they stay alive, maintaining this lead still. Knights putting on even more pressure. Zusa a little bit far back, and he will get flicked as a result. This one's sent out, and the double commit coming out from Arrival. No one can make it back in time. Squidle has a wide open net, but he misses the open net. And the Knights had a completely free goal, but somehow they don't manage to put it away.
Nearly, I am at a loss for words. I thought that was going in. How did that not go in? That is just, look. The Knights are just in their heads right now. They're not playing bad mechanically. Like, but I don't know what's going on with them.
Color me completely flabbergasted, because I don't care how little boost you had. I mean, that was a wide open net. That is such a tough opportunity to concede. I don't know how the Knights can bounce back from that. If they do, it'll be a miracle, but they only have less time on the clock now, no goals to show for it. This one sent down. Knights still looking to push forward, and they haven't lost their resolve, but they have to be having that in the back of their mind as Vulcan trying to pre-jump, can't get a touch. Chipmunk with the beat on this one. Luis trying to set it up for himself, can't quite get the double touch, and this is another opportunity for the Knights. Squintle looking for the touch, and Chipmunk has to pray to his whatever god he believes in that one doesn't go on target. This one going past. Luis sending it away, and Squintle will try to bring it back, but that's a huge turnaround for the Knights, who really should be in a tied series right now, Jaegers.
Yeah, no, I still haven't fully recovered from that. That's just insane. Like, they had the tie game. It was right there. All he had to do was shoot with a little bit of pace, but instead, Luis puts his team up by 2 goals with 16 seconds left. And it's looking more and more likely that the Arrival is going to take 4 wins in a row and then move on to the semifinals.
16 seconds. Knights have had plenty of opportunities, but they need them quickly here. Foam will be sure to cut that off. It's another open net for them. That one will fly in, and Arrival, against all odds, maybe sending a Venmo to the Knights team to miss that open net, but they managed to come away with it. They win 4 in a row. And I mean, your prediction may not have been entirely accurate, but Arrival did manage to get 4 wins and win an extraordinary series.
What? Dude, I don't know what happened there. I just, what a game by Arrival. You know, I mean, everyone touted them as the underdogs. Power rankings, people were saying they were going to lose. The survey said they were going to win. You and I both knew they were going to win. But, I mean, Arrival, they were just a completely different team than those first 2 games. And what a series for them. Hats off to them.
And you heard it here first. Arrival in 4+2. What a result. I'm going to need to take a short breather after that one. We are also pretty far behind schedule. Thank God that one actually didn't go to Game 7, or else some of our teams may have never played. But we will be moving on into the next one very shortly. After a quick break, we have Melons versus Velocity, another 1 versus 8 seed matchup, heading into a different league, into the Prospect League, where we should have another fun matchup on our hands. But for now, this was a great series. Gonna wrap it up for now. We'll catch you guys right after this short break.
See ya.
started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. I am your play-by-play today, Puggles, and I am graciously joined by it's Charles. How are you doing today, Charles?
I'm doing all right. Just yet again excited for some playoffs. I mean, last match. I mean, just absolute pandemonium, and I'm kind of hoping for the same result this match. I don't know about you, Puggles. I just want some good Rocket League here as we have the Melons going up against Velocity.
Yeah, the Melons and Velocity, two of my prospect brothers, fighting it out on the opposite side of the bracket. I'm kind of glad that I get to skip out on the Melons, but we do have this exciting series as the winner of this is going to be playing Gladiators. And Charles, I know you did a little bit of research. I know you did a little looking at these teams. What can you tell me about these two?
Oh, these two teams. All right. On the Melon side of the pitch, you have Jimmy, Alex, and Midnight. And for Velocity, you have Big C Dubs, JPH, and OK Tiny. All right, that is your starting lineup for this match. And honestly, I mean, the Melons are looking pretty good coming into this game, obviously. I mean, first seed, that's not a fluke. But, I'm just excited to see how Velocity stacks up against this Melon team and just see how ready the Melons are for this playoff run.
Yeah, Velocity, they did battle it out in the play-in tournament. They beat Rooks in a close Game 5, and then they took Hypernova all the way again to Game 5 and managed to squeak out there. So props to them to making it this far, but unfortunately, they go up against the number 1 seed Melons,
Oof.
who actually, a little prospect lore for all of y'all. They're playing without Alex because Alex is not here, and he actually got banned in game. So, with all that being said, the teams are joining up. What is your prediction here, Charles?
Man, I mean, I love Velocity. I love their roster. Kind of a Cinderella story going on over there, but you have to go with Melons if you just want some channel points or just want to put a good bet. I think Melons in 5.
Melons in 5. That's a good point. As like you said before, we got Melons here with Jimmy, Midnight, and Adala. Velocity, the Big C Dubs, an all-star player, Beast Mode, JPH, and Dukes rounding out the roster. Dukes, he is technically the sub on this Velocity roster, but he's been playing more and more, and especially a lot in the play-ins as it was looking to start off early, unfortunately just hitting the crossbar. But Beast Mode able to take it all the way out of his own half, threatening this Melon's corner, but Adala takes it up in the air, gets by Dukes, looking for the double, sets up a teammate, Midnight, put it over one, and a great team play here from Melons early off in the game.
You just love the patience by Adala. I mean, he knew exactly what he wanted to do from the moment his car left the ground. Beautiful pass, and the finish by Midnight. Put it top. There's no way you're saving that if you're Velocity, and wow, what a start for Melons.
Yeah, great start. Super hot off the draw here, playing with their sub Adala after Alex did get banned. So, good start here as Midnight, he's 50ing up against one of the players, but Big C-Dub's not able to read it off the crossbar, but it's gonna be cleaned up by Beast Mode. As C-Dubs gets 50'd by Jimmy, but Dukes able to clean it up, gets it out into the Melons half, but Midnight able to take it up into the air, gets beaten out by Beast Mode, putting it in the corner. A little double commit here from Melons, but Velocity not able to capitalize on it as Jimmy sends it mid for Adala, who puts it up off the backboard. Jimmy there not able to count or finish it, and Midnight just needs to put a slow shot on target, and it's not fast enough as this Velocity defense let one in early, but they're holding strong now as C-Dubs 50s one to the corner. Melons throwing it off the back wall, not able to get anything out of it, and here comes a huge counterattack opportunity. C-Dubs in the corner, gets beaten out by Adala. And right now, Charles, I'm seeing a whole lot of pressure coming from this Velocity team, but there's no shots to show for it.
Yeah, I will say I am seeing a lot of pressure from Velocity, but they're not getting close enough to the net, and that is where it really matters. That is where the Melons are thriving right now. All I'm saying is I'm seeing a whole lot of green in that red end, and that is not what you want to see if you're a Velocity player. And if this continues, I mean, this is going to be quite a game for the Melons. And honestly, I'm just kind of curious to see how Velocity reacts to this and how they're going to adapt and overcome to the Melons just barrage of shots.
Yeah, and as you're saying that, Velocity getting a shot on goal, getting another one, Beast Mode threatening the net, but here comes Jimmy onto the red half. He has a full tank of boost, trying to send it mid for a teammate. But unfortunately, no teammate is in a good enough position to take a threatening shot. As Midnight gets it over Beast Mode, but Dux able to get it over one. Beast Mode up, but not able to connect. Dux, again, another shot off target. And for this series, Velocity is really going to need to shore up that accuracy and make sure those shots go in on good-looking nets. But that opportunity is going to pass by the wayside for Velocity as Dux throws it in the corner. Beast Mode, a huge pinch over the bar, but nobody from Velocity able to go up. Jimmy, a big shot on target. It's going to get saved away by Dux. Throws it into the corner. Midnight, huge 50. Able to get out mid, but again, no teammates from Melons. Able to go out in front, and no blame to them as they're just trying to hold on to this 1-0 lead so far.
Yeah, and one thing I'm noticing from this Melons team is that shot almost sneaks in. Is they are really aggressive with their third man, and that is exactly what you need if you want to score goals. And although they haven't scored, they've only scored one this match. They're really looking dangerous in the offensive zone here, and I feel like Velocity could definitely capitalize on maybe a third man coming a little too close. And I think they just need to look into that if they want to sneak one through.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see how this Velocity team is able to pressure this third man, try and make the third man respect these huge clears, which is something we do need to see because Velocity, currently, they're just getting stifled on their own half, really not able to break it out for a large period of time. But as I see that C-Dubs, a huge shot on net, Midnight's going to own goal a little bit there. The ball bouncing awkwardly for them. And Velocity, they tie up the game here late.
And that is exactly the shot you need to make a team respect you. And the third man there couldn't get the ball, almost had it, and he actually put it in himself as a beautiful, beautiful shot by C-Dubs, putting it off the crossbar. And, you know, you love the bounces, and the bounce just kind of favored them there. And that is a great goal from Velocity, exactly what they needed to get right back into this one. But if I had to bet who is going to score this next goal, it might not be in regulation, but overtime, I would have to bet Melons, as they've looked sharp.
Yeah, I'd have to agree too, but Velocity, they're finally starting to get some offense, maybe a little bit too late into the game, as this clock is going to hit 0 once the ball touches the ground. We are going to go into an overtime, and Charles, you already said that Melons are most likely to get this next goal.
Yeah, and I stand by it, actually. I think they've looked really good in this game one, especially on the offense. And you know, Velocity, all they need is just that one clear, that one hit to really get back at Melons. But I'm not seeing that so far. So as long as the Melons, you know, make one of the Velocity defenders miss, and maybe, you know, a little bit of a solo play like we saw from Midnight, we could see an overtime win for Melons here. But you know, only time will tell. And I have to ask you, who do you think is going to score the next goal?
Personally, I think it's really going to come up to Jimmy. Jimmy, he is the highest MMR player on this Melons team, but it doesn't matter if Adala is just going to put in shots like that. A huge, huge win in overtime.
I mean, that's not the player who you wanted, but Adala, I mean, the sub coming in clutch. He has been top on the leaderboard, and look at that. A win for the Melons in game one, a crucial one at that. And that's exactly what you need from Melons. You need a hot start, because a lot of people are picking you to win this game. You have to have that confidence going in to that game number 2, and that's exactly what they have. And Velocity, they played pretty well, actually. I was a little impressed with their gameplay here. They really held it to the Melons, and they made the Melons work for it, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and Melons, they did get the first game win, but it did come in at a very close overtime. But you gotta give credit to Adala. He is no slouch of a sub. One of my teammates this season. He, in my mind, he's proven himself to at least the Melons in his ability and skill. Because Adala is just a great player, but sometimes there's just a few things that don't quite go his way, and that's okay, as he's found a home here on Melons, and it's really great to see that, as he's getting some good playtime too, summing up this legendary roster.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying watching him play right now. This is the first time I've actually heard of Adala, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here. It's like he still can't get over that first shot he had in game 1, or the first pass rather he had in game 1. It looked really good, as Dukes is going to put that in the back of the net.
An early goal here out of Velocity, and a very important one, as Dukes able to put it in, and Big C-Dubs setting his teammate up for success, something that C-Dubs is well known for throughout the Prospect League. He's able to take deadly shots, but also a great passer, as we see a bit of a card change switching over to the Fennec. But Jimmy, he puts it up. Adala there, huge angle, absolutely insane, and a big tying goal.
Whoa, what am I watching? I thought I was watching Rival League for a second there. What an angle. I'm speechless after that one. I did not expect that coming out. But, I mean, the pass was there, and he was on the backboard ready for that, which I'm very impressed with. And, I mean, just an absolute explosion from the Melon side of the ball.
An insane angle, and that's how you tie up a game with authority. As C-Dubs, he's going to make one save, but he's going to rely on his teammates to make another, as JPH is able to answer that call. And Adala trying to threaten the Velocity net once again. Definitely going to be on the radar of this Velocity defense after hitting that. But Dukes able to send it off the backboard. C-Dubs there, but not able to get it past Adala, who sends it into the corner. Jimmy able to clean it up. Adala once again throwing it out to Jimmy, who doesn't get the touch, but Adala has an open net. C-Dubs rushing back, not able to get there. And Adala, he's got a second early in the game.
I think that it almost like it looked like Jimmy didn't touch the ball, but he did, and he made the defender miss. And that's just going to be an easy goal for Adala. And I have to say, Adala's looking really good. Same with Jimmy. I mean, this Melons team looks really complete. And if you told me that there was a sub on Melons, I wouldn't believe you, because this looks like a whole roster.
That does is another pinch. Gonna go in, this time for Jimmy. And now, at this point, Charles, we kind of need to question the Velocity defense of why nobody was in the net here.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a lapse on rotation there. I think the third man kind of got caught up somewhere and just didn't rotate back in time, and that's just an unfortunate case. And that's just going to lead to the third goal for Melons, and that's not what you want to see for the Velocity side of the ball, especially down 1-0 in the series. Just very crucial that they get the second game, and I'm just curious to see if they can pull this one out and, maybe, just maybe, surprise the Melons a little bit.
Yeah, but they're going to need to surprise everyone at home with a game win here in Game 2, as right now, Melons, they have all the pressure, all the momentum. Velocity was looking good at the beginning, but now they're starting to falter a little bit, as we're just over 2 minutes into this game. And we need to see some more offense from Velocity, as Adala coming into C-Dubs, but not able to find the demo. Would have been yet another goal for this Melons roster. But Adala off the post, not quite in, but Jimmy's able to follow it up, and Dukes was going to take it away, take it out to the mid. But he gets 50'd, it goes up over C-Dubs, C-Dubs sending it off the backboard. Adala's up, he's going to put it in for the hat trick. Only half of the game, and we're only through half the game.
An unfortunate pass by C-Dubs, but Adala, he read that surprisingly well, and he's just going to put that in the back of the net. And what I've noticed here, Buggles, is the speed by Melons is just unmatched. I mean, they're really flying around the pitch, and they're flying to the ball. They're flying to demos. They're just flying to the boost. They're literally, they have wings at this point, and they're looking really good. And I don't know if they're just fast or Velocity's playing slow, but I mean, something has to give before Velocity make a change.
Yeah, Velocity, they're not looking too great, and they're, like you said, they're moving quite slow, and I'd have to agree, but that could be partly due to a boost issue. They're not able to preserve and hold on to that boost as Melons. They seem to control it all over the pitch, and C-Dubs, he needs to get up high for that first save, but Dux needs to get up as high and can't, and Jimmy's going to put in his second.
That is a huge dunk. All I've been seeing is Adala and Jimmy working the magic in the offensive zone, and that's exactly what you want to see. But don't count out Midnight. Midnight has 4 shots, pressuring the net and an assist. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see from somebody who's on third in the leaderboard. You want to see that they're still producing pressure, and that is exactly what you're seeing. And I'm excited to see if Midnight can really just cap off just a wonderful game by Melon so far.
And Midnight yet to hit the scoring on the Melons roster, but Dux trying to set up his own teammate as JPH doing a little backflip there. Not quite what you want to see. Sadala's going to send it to the backboard. C-Dub's able to save it away. And now Jimmy's picking it up, but not able to get it much further than that. As Midnight pops it up, Dux able to read it, sends it out mid, but nobody from Velocity is ready for it. And C-Dub's taking it into the corner. Gets 50'd by 1. Adala up and over, but JPH almost gets the save, and Jimmy is able to capitalize. And now we got 2 Melons players with a hat trick.
Is it bad that every time Jimmy goes up for a ball, I just expect it to go in at this point? Jimmy or Adala? I mean, they're 3 for 4 on shots each. That is ridiculous stat line for both of them. I mean, they're working well off of each other. This Melons team, I mean, I would be terrified if I was Velocity. I mean, you have a team who's just driving circles around you, and they're just looking really good. And I just think Velocity need to maybe get a goal here, gain a little bit of confidence, and just really, I think this is where you use your timeout, because they are struggling to find any semblance of offense here. And I think they just need to, sit back, and talk about, what they need to do to secure game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. And this is definitely not the scoreline you want going into that game 3. So you really got to look and take that timeout, like you said. I think that's a great call, but we'll have to see if Velocity does that, as this game is going to decisively go to Melons. And we wait here for this, hopefully for this timeout to be called. But Velocity, they have some things to change. And Charles, what do you think is the biggest thing that they need to change?
The biggest thing I think they need to change is the pace of play. They're playing slow, they're playing sluggish, and Melons, they look like the better team. Like there's some cases where the two teams look equally matched and they look like they're going the same speed, but the ball is just like flying all over the place. But Melons is they look clearly like the better team here. And I just think it's because of how quick they are. They get off the ball and they put the ball towards the net, and they're scoring. I mean, 6 shots or 6 goals, ridiculous. And from 2 players having 8 shots and 6 goals combined is just a ridiculous stat line. And Velocity, obviously they didn't take the timeout, but you have to wonder, do they feel like they can change something, or do they feel like what they have is enough to continue this game number 3?
Yeah, and that's going to be the question going into it. As so far, it doesn't look like much has changed, as Melons, they're already putting on the pressure on this Velocity half, and Jimmy, a huge shot just wide, and Adala able to take it up the wall. Sends it out mid. Midnight goes up. Is he able to beat him? Yes, he is. Midnight, he gets on the board in game 3.
There's the man himself. I've been wondering where Midnight was, and here he is. What an entrance. Oh my goodness. I mean, just beautiful shot. And the pass, too. I mean, there's just not much else you can say about this Melons roster. If I was in Velocity's shoes, I'd be terrified of them. They're an incredible team so far. And, for in the Velocity side of the pitch, you just have to think. Like, there's so many things that are wrong with the roster and how, or wrong with how they're playing the game right now. I just think they need to take some time to really work out those issues, because I'm thinking of like three main things they could do better against this Melons team, and they just need a goal. I think a goal right here would be a big help for them going down the stretch.
Yeah, a goal. That's definitely gonna be something to help boost their confidence right now. It kind of looks like they're lacking it, as they're just really getting beat to everything. As once again, the ball in the red half is Midnight able to beat out one, and Adala takes it up the wall. JPH not able to connect. Adala going back down, looking for the bump on C-Dubs, but C-Dubs able to get up high enough and over it, but not able to follow up the ball. And once again, this red team just completely out of boost. A huge demo, and Dukes out of boost, flipping in the net. Not what you want to see.
And here comes Midnight. What a shot. Just perfectly places that ball right out of Duke's reach. And just perfect placement and just absolutely clinical goal. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of those as this game continues.
Yeah, it's definitely running out of time and boost for this Velocity team, as there's still 3 minutes left, but it really doesn't feel like they have a chance right now, as Beast Mode is working the corner, sends it out mid to Dukes. Jimmy and Adala both up. Adala able to make contact. He's going to follow with it. Midnight, he might go up. He does go up, but Beast Mode able to beat him out as Dukes. Another high clear. Sending it out. JPH able to follow it up. A big shot on net, but he puts it right into Adala. Adala making it a nice save as C-Dubs fakes at Adala. Looking for a teammate in the middle, but Midnight able to shut down that flick before it happens. But Adala up off the backboard. Jimmy is there, not going to put it in. And Melons, they're just going to keep this ball on the red half. And right now, the Melons offense, they look relaxed. It doesn't look like they're really pressuring for the ball, and they're just really letting Velocity make the mistakes and then capitalizing off of them.
I would have to agree. They also look incredibly confident right now. You can see it because they're going for shots. They're going for pretty ridiculous shots, actually. I mean, if you're Melons right now, I would have so much confidence. And you can see it as they're putting shots up. They want to get those Nemesis clips, and they're doing it right now. It's 2-0 with a minute and 30 left in this game. You have to wonder, how can Velocity take this game 3 from under the Melons' grasp?
Yeah, like you said, it is 2-0, but right now it feels 10-0 the way Melons is playing, just so confident, and they're just, once the ball gets onto the red half, it's most likely going to end up in a goal, or Melons are just going to retreat back into their own half, be on defense for like maybe 15 seconds, and then just do the process all over again. But C-Dubs trying to make something happen. He gets shut down in the midfield by Adala, as he's going to take it up the sidewall. Gets a nice pinch. Dukes just picking up 100, but he's going to have to use all of it to try and stop Jimmy. But not even that is able to happen, as JPH working this corner in the green half. Adala, a little mistouch there. JPH having to turn around, but another clear from Melons. So they get it all the way down to Adala. A huge shot on net, but a bigger save from Dukes is Beast Mode. Able to pinch it off the wall, but gets met by Jimmy. Dukes off the sidewall, and Adala's just going to clean up for him. Take it right back into the red half. And it doesn't look like Velocity is able to do anything onto the green half right now.
Yeah, and that's been the case pretty much all the series so far. And obviously some changes needed from Velocity, but if you're on the Melon side of the ball, just keep doing what you're doing, because it is working, and it is working beautifully, as the ball is almost going to touch the ground here, and I think it's about to. Never mind. And there we go. Finally happens. 3-0 in the series. I mean, one more win, and you're sweeping. And I think Melons right now has every right to sweep this Velocity team. And I don't think it even comes up to changes anymore from Velocity. I think it's just about um, scoring when it matters. And that's exactly what Velocity needs to do. They need to take advantage of those chances because they're getting there's so few chances, but they need to capitalize off of them if they want to stay with this Melons roster. Maybe make them panic a little bit. You know, if you get close to at least like a reverse sweep, you're going to make them sweat a little bit, and maybe that could be their downfall.
Yeah, and you said the word reverse sweep, and that's going to be required for Velocity to take it. And right now, I think we both agree that we don't really have the confidence in Velocity to really do that right now. But Velocity, they are going to take their timeout. It's going to give us a little extra time to keep talking about this. But like I said, Velocity, the confidence, from me personally, is not there for them to really take this series away from Melons.
No, it's not there for me either. I mean, I've just watched Velocity. I mean, they're missing balls that they shouldn't. They're looking slow. They're looking sluggish. They're not winning those midfield battles, and they're basically. I've seen a lot of solo plays from Melons. I mean, every member of the Melons team is just having a blast right now. They're just taking the ball past like 2 Velocity defenders, and that just can't happen if you want to be competitive. And, you know, this is definitely looking like a 1 seed versus 8 seed matchup here. You know, unlike the last match or the match before that, as you know, I don't see anything happening for this Velocity side, and I'm curious, do you see any sparks at all from this Velocity team, or is it just completely it's washed?
You know, I do think Velocity have the chance to win. It's definitely going to be difficult, but I think one of the things that needs to happen is we need to see someone from Velocity step up and start playing. So there is going to be a change in the roster for Velocity is something they hope hope at this point is going to help shake things up. We got OK Tiny in place of Duke, so the roster for Velocity is now the big C-Dubs, Beast Mode JPH, and OK Tiny, who is actually their third highest MMR rated player. But like I said, Duke's just getting the start over in a few games. So we really got to see if this is what Velocity need to really shake the tables here.
Yeah, and I think a substitution could definitely help maybe clear some things up. As what an air dribble by C-Dubs. I actually saw him take a shot before, and he looked really good. I mean, C-Dubs is coming out hot. And as you said earlier, I mean, one player needs to step up, and I think that player could be C-Dubs with this fresh roster.
Yeah, C-Dubs, he was an all-star this season, and we need to see an all-star performance to make his Velocity roster go further. But right now, he's going up against Midnight, who's also an all-star, and he's showing off that all-star accuracy, able to put it over 1, and Melons, they strike early once again.
It's the power of the lime green. What can I tell you? As another shot goes in for Melons, and you just really can't stop this Melons roster. I mean, there's some rosters where there's like one bad link in the roster, but I've yet to see that as Adala puts a beautiful shot in off the kickoff.
Yeah, this Melons roster looking like a 3-headed beast as Adala right off the kickoff, able to beat C-Dubs, and JPH not able to get back in time. And now another not great start for this Velocity roster. They're already down 2, not even a minute into the game. And OK Tiny, he's going to try and 50 Jimmy, but that's personally just not a fair matchup. As C-Dubs, he takes it off his own back wall, finds JPH in the midfield, and this is an opportunity they've been looking for. A huge shot on net, it is going to go in. Velocity, they're on the board.
There we go. That is exactly what we mentioned earlier. The opportunities are few, but you have to make do, and that's exactly what Beast Mode does here. Beautiful shot, and he passed that thing right to himself. He's doing it all himself right now. I mean, C-Dubs, great player, but I mean, I thought he was going to put the team on his back, but so far, it's looking like Beast Mode is taking the reins.
Yeah, and that is the Velocity's first goal in 10 minutes of game time. They're able to score in game 2 very early on within the first minute. And now they're able to break that drought, something they kind of needed to if they want to keep the season or keep their season going at this point. But JPH able to beat 1, not able to beat Midnight. as OK Tiny's going up the sidewall to 50 Jimmy jumping from the ground, but Midnight, a huge shot on target, goes off the crossbar right back to him, and Midnight's gonna keep that lead at 2.
He not only beat one, he beat 2 players on that, and he passed it to himself. Those solo plays, as I mentioned earlier, they cannot happen if your velocity. They keep on happening time and time again. And if they win this game 4, I would like to formally apologize to whoever they go up against, because this Melons team looks absolutely unstoppable. I mean, this is they're basically at this point the Tom Brady of Rocket League.
That's actually a great analogy, but not to look too far ahead, but whoever wins this is playing the Gladiators, who actually perfectly swept Warhawks. Warhawks not able to score a single goal in 4 games. I wasn't able to watch that series, but definitely heard of the accuracy issues that Warhawks were plagued with. But now we got to see Velocity fix some of those same accuracy issues, as Beast Mode is up in the air, trying to take it away from Midnight, and he's able to, but he just gives it to Jimmy, who throws it off the backboard high. It's able to be shoved away into the side, but Adala takes it up the wall, not able to get it out mid for a teammate, but he's going to steal the corner boost, send it out mid again, and Midnight's there, not able to put it on target. But Jimmy, he fakes 2, and OK Tiny, the third one, not biting as an open net. It goes all the way in. And Velocity, they finally they get 2 goals in a game now.
I mean, I would like to say something great about that shot, but I just can't. That shot was an absolute fluke. I mean, you had 3 people in one spot. I mean, it can't happen for Velocity. I mean, just a lot of things going wrong with this Velocity team, but I will say a goal is a goal, and the goal is exactly what they needed here.
Yeah, they're now back within 1. We're going to have to see some more repeatable goals from Velocity, as so far one of them was off a good play and the other one was off of an open net cleared from their own half. And now OK Tiny is just going to leave it for his teammate C-Dubs to 50 out Midnight as he passes it back to Beast Mode. Beast Mode throwing it into the corner and not able to follow it up as Jimmy throws it to the other side. Adala's already up in the air, leaving it for Jimmy as he throws it to the side wall, but JPH already over there, has no boost, not even going to go up for it against Midnight, but instead he's going to bump him once he lands. OK Tiny has a free path to the net, but unfortunately puts it over as C-Dubs was there for the finish, but the ball not in a dangerous position as Midnight, a huge pass down to Jimmy, but it's not quite going to go in. It's OK Tiny, he's sitting under the ball looking for the flick mid, but Jimmy able to shut it down early. But the ball goes back into this green corner, sends it out mid. C-Dubs not in a good position to finish it. And JPH is going to try and work this wall again, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to follow it up as OK Tiny. It's a 50 off the corner. And JPH is going to try and get it out, but Jimmy, he sends it back to his teammate Midnight. But JPH going to read it. Midnight there, able to make the save, and a dangerous chance from OK Tiny, but the dunk not going their way. Adala was going to go for it, decided to turn away, and Midnight had to try and salvage the situation. But Jimmy up early, the net is open, Adala takes a huge shot on net. Beast Mode with a huge save, and C-Dubs, he has to work it out, 30 seconds remaining. As Jimmy gets dunked by C-Dubs. C-Dubs a huge shot on, or JPH a huge shot on net, gets saved away by Midnight after getting bumped, and now Velocity, they need some more offense to save their season, but Jimmy, he beats 2. OK Tiny, he dunks 1, but C-Dubs needs to clear of his life. He doesn't get it, and Melons, they're going to take this in a sweep, and they're going to move on to play Gladiators.
I mean, I don't know who didn't expect this result. I mean, I thought 5 games, but, 4 is very close to 5. And just a great game by Melons. I mean, we've basically been raving on them all game. Just beautiful work by every single one of their players. I mean, I think, honestly, the standout player for me is Jimmy. I feel like he definitely, even though he probably didn't get the most amount of goals in all these games, he definitely helped his team move the ball and get assists when they needed to, and really helped. I think everybody on that Melons roster really helped on the defensive side of the ball, and I think that's really important if you want to build a powerhouse team, and that is exactly what the Melons have. And, you know, on the velocity side of the pitch, the substitution did bring a little bit of a spark as the OK Tiny sub coming in. He is my PlayStation buddy. But just didn't work out in the end as velocity goes down 3-2.
Yeah, Velocity not able to close out that game 4, but after all of this is done, we still have one more match coming up later today. It is going to be something to watch as it is the Kraken going against Vanguard, going all the way up to the Titan League. You definitely don't want to miss it.
From the moment you were born, you always had it all. And I guess someone dropped the ball, 'cause look where you have gone. You had everything, fucking everything. You don't know. You had everything, threw it all away. You don't know. You got everything that you need, everything that you need. Hold on. You've got everything that you need, everything that you need. Hold on. You've got everything that you need, everything you need. Hold on. You've got everything that you need, everything you need. Hold on. Feel like you were unaware of all the things you ever squandered. Feel like you could live a dream, but you just failed to see it. There is always another day. For you, there's another round. No day is ever too late. There's always a way out. You got everything that you need, everything that you need. Hold on. You've got everything that you need, everything that you need. Hold on. started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here once again, rounding out some Nemesis League action. We've had a full day of matches, some very close series, and some less close series, as in the last one we just had, Melons versus Velocity. Velocity gave it their all, but in the end, it was too much, as we are working through some shenanigans. But while that is happening, we'll introduce a man you all know and love. He's a GOAT, and he is here with me once again in the booth. Already commentated one. Why not make it two tonight? How you doing, Bagels?
Doing pretty good. Ready for some Titan League action. Yeah, there was some, usually it's the players that make the mistakes in here, but our lovely streamer in Kripist has named the teams incorrectly, and the players were not that happy about that. Which normally every match I play in League Play, it's like a miracle if you can even get the teams named. But that being said, it is a stream match, so we do need those team names to be correct. And it is the Krakens versus Vanguard here tonight for our final matchup.
And there you have it, the Krakens, number one. They have not lost a single series this entire season, actually. They have had a few close calls, but they have come out on top in every single series so far. We're looking to see if that trend continues into the playoffs, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, Bagels. Do you just think they're gonna sweep, or not sweep, but just win out from here?
Well, I thought I did have some information for you. I thought Luca would not be playing, but it looks like he is in fact in the lobby. I thought it would be Revi subbing in for him based off of some previous information. That being said, Tomer will be subbing in for Magic Mike on the opposite side, so this is going to further increase my it's going to further increase my prediction that the Krakens will take this in dominating fashion.
And I gotta say, that's a pretty good start. Coffee getting the hit back. Luca gonna secure the goal. He did most of the work anyways. Very swiftly breaking down that Vanguard defense in the first 6 seconds. But, it's a kickoff goal. Kickoffs can be quite volatile. So, perhaps, Vanguard, they are very, very clear underdogs in this situation. They will be happy with... Well, I would say I don't know if they expect to win this one. Everything is packed against them. I hope they still believe in themselves, with some great mechanics coming out of Arrow. Tomer looking pretty good in the plans, and Zera as well, actually here, not fixing his car or being booted off his PC. They might have a flying shot here.
Yeah, it just depends on how much the Krakens are trolling, which the series is pretty late, so I figure they kind of just want to relax the rest of the night. So I think they're going to want to try and get this one over with as soon as possible. That being said, gamer hours, everybody's staying up past midnight and whatnot. Wouldn't put it past them to troll a little bit, as Luca almost with the flip reset double tap. And Coffee gonna find the follow-up for a quick 2-0 lead, and this is just Krakens running the show.
And a cool second goal. Coffee putting in another one. I almost saw Luca get a spicy flip reset double touch there, just narrowly missing, but the pressure he was able to generate managed to be enough to get past this Vanguard defense, and they really are up against it because the Vanguard defense, from what I've seen, has been quite, well, I wouldn't say quite weak, but that is their weak point as a team, sometimes struggling to communicate and rotate effectively. As another double touch attempt potentially. Luca will hit this one over the top. Stay alive for now, but with a Kraken's defense that brings as much heat as these guys can, you gotta imagine it's gonna be a rough road ahead.
Yeah, and putting in a third goal. And I mean, Tomer, he played very well in the play-ins, but that being said, he was also up against the Pinnacle roster, which honestly, even with Tomer subbing in, no offense to Pinnacle, but I still thought they were going to get swept, and I still think they should have gotten swept. So Vanguard, unfortunately put themselves in this position going up against Krakens. They would have had a much easier road, as Mitch will collect a fourth. A much easier road if they in fact won that game. They would be playing the Spartans on Friday later. So not only would they have Mike, assumingly, but they'd be going up against a much easier opponent. Meanwhile, Pinnacle gets the pleasure of playing Spartans, which, I still feel like the Spartans are probably going to sweep them. But, anything could happen.
Well, anything could happen. I do hope we get to see some Vanguard outplays sometime soon here, as 3 minutes and already, or 2 minutes, 3 minutes left, already 4 goals for this Kraken's roster, which we know is exceptional, being flashbacked to the Rocket League Worlds Grand Finals right now as a bit of a stomping in this Game 1. Luca gonna secure another one, and this Game 1 might just be out of reach for Vanguard.
Yeah, this is a GG go next. I mean, really, at this point, I don't want to discount them the rest of the series, but obviously, going into this, I thought Luca was going to be subbing out, so I thought it was a sub v sub matchup, which would have been much more equal. Not quite sure where those rumors, allegations came from, but Luca is in fact here and showing up 2 for 2 with 2 saves here in Game 1. But I mean, 5-0, halfway through, pretty much a 2-goal lead in Titan is secure. Even some 1-goal leads, depending on how you're playing, as they are just mopping the floor with them. But yeah, Vanguard, they just gotta troll the rest of this game and move on to Game 2 and try and come up with some sort of strategy to get Tomer involved against these higher level opponents and get some demos in, get some boost deals, just something to disrupt the mechanics of Luca and Mitch here.
And there is just no mercy being shown from the Krakens. I would say they want to go to sleep as fast as possible, but the better way to do that would actually be to not score for the next 2 minutes. So it looks like they're just kind of chilling, putting in some more goals. And, it's only the first game. All hope is not yet lost for Vanguard, although they will have to pull off something pretty spectacular to recover from such an initial burst. It looks like they might be able to get one here, and actually Luca managing to get a save off of the crossbar. Thought that one might just be straight in. But Vanguard's starting to get a little bit of pressure, and if there's one thing that they can do towards the end of this match, it's try to generate a little bit of pressure for their own, try to find some ways to try and just find any weakness that they can exploit in this Kraken's defense, and try to figure out their game plan moving forward. That's a great save from Zera, keeping the ball out of their net for now, but the follow-up from Luca will be good, and he adds on to get his, the 7th goal of the game for Krakens, his 3rd.
Yeah, just a good shot off the side while Zera couldn't get back in time, and a really good shot from Mitch on the previous drive there, going for the Doomsy. Happened to just split into the hands of Zera on the goal line, but a dominating 7 goals here. And Vanguard, again, is looking to get some sort of momentum here, heading into game number 2. But I don't know, this could be a real ugly we may see some record-breaking stats made in this series. I don't know.
We just might. It's looking a little bit rough as Luca with the pre-jump off of Mitch's double touch. At least looks like we're gonna get some cool goals out of this one. If not an absurd amount of them. But 40 seconds left, this one well beyond the reach of Vanguard, I should say. They're just playing out the clock now, kind of autopiloting, just trying to GG's go next. And moving forward, I am curious, it looks like a complete blowout. It is a complete blowout here in Game 1. But is there anything this roster and Vanguard can do to try and create some sort of chance for them to survive in the rest of the series?
They could get Magic Mike in here, as he is in Twitch chat. But I know, based off of previous information, as the Brazil is secured, Mike is stuck in Dallas, apparently.
Oh,
So he's just in Twitch chat to support his team. I did hear from Arrow that he was sick, so either way, probably not an ideal situation for the Vanguard roster, as Game 1 will come to a close. But I mean, to your point, to your question rather, I mean, just kind of like I said earlier, I mean, the success to this is going to be to try and get Tomer involved in some way possible, which, like I said, he did have a pretty standout performance there in the play-ins, but just the rotation from Arrow and Mike wasn't ready for the emergence of Tomer there in that series. So a lot of double commits did happen. But that being said, Tomer, again, on top of the scoreboard here for game number 1 for his team. Granted, a little bit of a garbage time goal there to put him ahead of his teammates. But they just got to get Tomer involved somehow, some way, in an effective manner. Because using mechanics from Zera and Arrow, it's just not going to get the job done when you're trying to solo with mechanics in a 2v3. Maybe if they don't have boost, you might be able to put a few goals past here and there. But just the overall speed from Krakens is going to be too great to try and do that with a subpar rotation. So they just got to get Tomer involved in some fashion.
well, he did score their only goal, like you said, and with that Arsenal profile picture, the thing of beauty. If there's any man who can pop off and try to put something up against the Krakens, maybe they can get all 3 players involved. But moving forward, it's a tough road. The Krakens, no slouches. They're undefeated for a reason in the highest league, with potentially one of the best Nemesis teams of all time. But no one is unbeatable. We'll have to see how the Vanguards try to adapt. Mitch already with a redirect off of the kickoff. This one going to go high. Tomer trying to clear it out. This one will be sent into the half. Some quick opportunities. A miss actually from a Krakens player there.
Oh,
Will provide a shot attempt. Zera takes a quick shot off the backboard, but it will get cleared away. Arrow trying to send this one down, but Lucas sends it right back. Vanguards already beating out their pace for the first game at least. Haven't conceded just yet. And in fact, actually getting a few looks on net so far.
Yeah, looking to just be pretty aggressive here early on. Haven't been punished for it yet. But, try and set the pace here. Vanguard needs to do. It's a missed shot coming out from Mitch. If that was on target, nobody was up for that ball. But yeah, they just got to try and somehow set the pace, which sounds weird to say considering the position they're in. But if they can somehow manage to do that, they will put the Krakens on the back foot. And, granted, Blizzard, well, technically I think there's been 3 teams to take Krakens to Game 5. That's been Blizzard twice, and Godfather's Week 1, which that was the most troll series of all time, and my team in the Grandmasters. So, Vanguard, they don't exactly have the double flip reset potential and power of Mad Max on Blizzard. But you know what they could do? They could play like the Grandmasters and just fake every single ball and be the most unreadable team in history. And they might have a chance in this series.
Yeah, that combined with the also Grandmaster strategy of demoing whenever you are given an opportunity. Or maybe that's just a bubbly thing.
No,
but either
everybody.
way, if you could take some of those crucial gears out of the equation of the formula, potentially you might just have a shot. For now, still remaining scoreless. Mitch was airborne before I even switched to his perspective. That ball had not left the ground before he was in the air, and he is continuing on his way. Actually, that'll be Luca going for the air dribble towards the net. And now a bit of a breakaway, but Mitch will be able to make it back in time. Doesn't look like there's many concerns for Krakens at the moment. If there was ever a time for Vanguard to try and strike, it would be now. Still trying to keep what pressure they have. Zera can't get the 50. Coffee gets this one sent up over his backboard, and now it's Luca looking for the touch. Blocked away nicely. It's a good sign from Tomer. Getting involved with the defensive play, making a critical touch. But it's Krakens in the driver's seat now. Luca looking for the touch. Tries to get the ceiling shot. Sent away once again. And still scoreless here in Game 2. A much better result for Vanguard. But you're still having flashbacks if you're them, and you're still remembering how scary that this Krakens roster can be. Here comes Luca with another solo play, looking for the ceiling pinch. Zera hits it right back into him. That was reminiscent of the play we saw earlier today with Larry getting the dunk off the midfield. This time, not resulting in a goal. The Kraken's keeping up this pressure, and it feels like it's only a matter of time before Vanguard breaks.
Yeah, I mean, as a pinch attempt coming out, but they've certainly held on, and it can't tell if it's a credit to Vanguard playing a much better game or Kraken's just taking their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. Kraken's not making any mistakes by any means. It just looks like they're marginally slower, and that's just a credit to Titan League. I'm sure a lot of the lower league viewers in chat probably still think this is a much faster game, but as a fellow Titan League player myself, I can definitely tell they are taking it easy here, not going all out, as they probably know this series is in the bag for them, and it's good to have confidence, but at some point they do have to score, taking it easy or not. And credit to Vanguard, putting up a good amount of saves to block all the shots from Krakens, and not giving them too many solo play opportunities, but they only have 3 shots themselves, so really it's just a matter of whoever makes the first mistake here in regulation. Otherwise, you have to wait to overtime.
Now heading into the last minute. Still no goals put away, and that's a double commit by the Krakens. Might offer an opportunity for Vanguard as Arrow trying to get this touch. He actually fakes it out. He almost got the Grandmaster's style fake there. Didn't quite work out, but did give them a look at the opponent's net. Only a marginal amount of seconds to go, and Zera trying to take this one to the ceiling, trying to get the block. Does find the block on Mitch, but follow-up a little bit weak. Tomer just kind of sending the ball right into the hands of the Krakens, waiting patiently. And it will be difficult to move forward. Looks like we might be heading into an overtime as Coffee looking this one out. Tomer with a nice shot. Zera might be able to get the angle, but won't quite be able to find it. The ball will remain airborne, and fast pinch from Luca. This one will land on Arrow's car. Opts to let it hit the ground, and for our first, well, this is literally the complete opposite of game 1. Just a stalemate as opposed to, well, we all saw what happened in game 1.
The utter dominance in the Brazil there, and I just wish Arrow had a little bit more boost there on that 0-second play, as Arrow with space and the ball is a dangerous thing, but not able to manufacture enough boost to get there. Always up for this ball. Backboard not open for a double tap there. Will be clear to get away once again. Now Luca on the solo play, but carrying it off to the corner. And yeah, I mean, they're doing just enough to hold on, but they're not putting themselves in the driver's seat to take control of this game. Although, awkward spot here, but Lofter will be sent into the hands of Luca, and they just gotta, again, they gotta set the pace somehow. They gotta go for some demos. Haven't seen too many bump attempts, as otherwise the freestyle play will come out between the Mitch and Luca connection like we've seen all season long.
And I think, was that a pinch or no? Mitch just redirected, I'm fairly certain. Was it a pinch?
Nah, it was just a quick hit.
Either way, a solid play coming out from the Krakens. It was a 0-0 game, but they still never really looked like they were in much danger. They were breathing normally, and just kind of seemed like they were hanging out until the last minute mark. They decided, all right, we're gonna score here. Still, Vanguard, they had some opportunities. That fake almost net them a goal. If they had been maybe a tiny bit more accurate. So now down 0-2, an even more daunting task in front of them, but still potentially a way forward for Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, really, from casting Luca games before, I mean, he's been in the league so long, and I've been casting a lot of these playoff matches that he always ends up making deep runs in, and I can tell you that the way to beat him is to get bumps and get boost steals and just be a physically aggressive team. And Mitch has a very similar playstyle to Luca, so that is definitely the way to go. And if they're afraid of the boost steals, afraid of the bumps, these fakes can be absolutely disastrous on the defensive side. And we saw that literally all 3 players were waiting for a shot, and no shot came out. But the problem was the follow-up for Vanguard wasn't there. So, granted, the communication is not the biggest strength for this Vanguard roster. Arrow, not really an effective communicator. Zera, a little quiet as well. And I'm not quite sure as to how Mike or Tomer are, but Mike is not here, and Tomer is their sub, so definitely the chemistry not quite there. And if you're going to be pulling off a lot of bumps, a lot of boost steals, a lot of fakes, the communication needs to be tightly in order. And in that situation, it was not. But, again, first minute in, They're holding on.
Holding on they are, although that bump almost creating a scoring opportunity for the Krakens. Surfing around the net of Vanguard. And you know, Arrow might not have the best communication, but he does have some pretty good mechanics, and so far he's been, I mean, just absolutely shut down every single time he tries to go for a play. But if he could potentially find maybe just a little bit of space, we do know that he's capable of making some plays, creating offensive pressure, making threatening things happen. Still remaining scoreless. Luka doesn't get the best touch out, but he will follow it. That's a good beat by Arrow. 2 defenders win, but Luka already back in net, going to be so difficult. Arrow passing across, but Sarah just wasn't ready for it. Wasn't in position. Still a good shot coming out. Not enough to break through the Krakens, but more good looks coming out from Vanguard. They still will have 0 shots credited to their name, but they've at least managed to get a little bit closer than in previous games. With half the game going, still 2 minutes left. That was a good look again, but the double demo coming out. COVID Coffee not able to make the touch. Arrow standing tall, the only member of his team alive, manages to send it away. And 2 minutes 30 seconds here now. I mean, this looks a lot more like game 2, but there might be a chance here. That one going to make its way through, and Vanguard sees their first lead of the series.
Their first shot of the game, too, and a great pass from Zara to beat out a pre-jumping Mitch. And just back post enough to where Luka could not react in time. Great shot location from Arrow there. And, you know, if you give Arrow boost and you give him space, just like I said, he can do really good things. Granted, we haven't seen the flip reset double tap potential yet, but, you know, with a sub playing in, it's going to be really hard to be put in those opportunities. But, again, if they can get bumps, if they can get the boost deals, they can set up Arrow for some really good shooting opportunities. And that, between the boost deals, bumps, they can finally get some mechanical success on this Kraken's roster, who we all know, with Coffee as a legitimate third man back there, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to get by any of these 3 players, but at that point, that's the recipe for success.
They need to try to hold on to this. Mitch got the fake over one. Didn't quite find the outplay on the second, but it will be Kraken's possession once again. Luka getting dunked out. That one narrowly avoiding going in the back of the net. Vanguard so far doing well to hang on to this small advantage that they have. Arrow saying this one to the middle. Might be a shot follow-up, but Luka expecting the pass, manages to block it out. And the demo in net. That one might just be rolling in. Mitch came out of the net after getting a filthy demo and manages to secure it.
You know, that was almost very reminiscent of the first goal that I think Mitch actually ended up scoring in game 1, where he just ended up flying out of net. And, you know, as long as you maintain the position after those demos, you can do a little bit of a half rotate and able to get a goal right there, as he kind of just ended up floating right in front of the net. And, you know, with Vanguard only at 2 shots, I mean, Kraken's only at 5, so a low shooting affair on both sides. But, I mean, you can't let Vanguard back into this game, and a pass out to the middle for Luka, but not able to put that one through. And Vanguard going to have to come up with one more stellar opportunity to try and stop this surging Kraken's roster.
It does feel like the pressure is once again mounting. We've seen this so many times in this series. Usually it results in a goal, but this one's actually going to be a goal for Vanguard, managing to catch the Krakens out on the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, just Mitch out of position, and again, looked like Coffee, you know, especially the higher up level you go, you don't want to, I mean, I say it all the time, don't smack the ball off the sidewall, and especially in the corner. You got to be very careful doing that on the offensive side, because that can result in some quick offensive transitions for the other team. And if you're not on the same page, that's exactly what happens. But, I mean, really good for Vanguard to be converting on the few mistakes that Krakens are presenting to them.
Oh, that's an open net, though. The demo once again. Luka caught lurking, and he manages to get the perfect demo. The ball just came right to him, too. I mean, that's a really tough play for Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you know, I've been calling for Vanguard to get for some more bumps and demos plays, but I think it almost seems like the Krakens have got north of 6-7 demos here in game number 3, and, you know, especially with the rotation being as slow as it is. It's hold on, Tomer with the busty. The rotation being as slow as it is, the demos are going to absolutely be affecting this Vanguard roster. And I mean, now they'll be headed to another overtime here, potentially. Unless the 0 second goes via Vanguard's way. Ball will not touch the ground yet. His arrow back to the middle for Zera. Over to Luca. And now, again, these quick offensive transitions, but the ball... Okay, you know, it just won't touch the ground, really.
Whoa. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, we do head to an overtime after a very close call for Vanguard. They looked quite close to conceding, but managing to stay afloat now. It's actually Vanguard with the first opportunity. Won't be able to find success, and Luca on the dribble. Palmer, though, staying patient, not letting his momentum fall off too much, manages to make a good defensive play. Now on the other end of things, Vanguard almost finding their way through. Palmer gets beat to the ball, but that's okay for Vanguard. They just send it right back. Now Zera trying to follow this one, doesn't have enough boost to make anything convincing happen, but Arrow will. Trying the redirect off the sidewall, won't be able to find it. This one almost on net. Another close call for Vanguard. In fact, they will be the ones with possession. Arrow looking for another double touch, trying to send this one center. But the patience, I mean, the Kraken's read on where the ball is going is impeccable. Now Mitch going for the redirect, gets it off the backboard. Luca up for this one, gonna try to follow it, gets the touch, and it's almost on target. But more patient defense, and now the backboard. Mitch surely has that one, and indeed he does. Krakens take a third game in a row.
I didn't expect him to get the pancake on this one. Originally, when he went up for it, didn't look like he got the flip reset. But another bit of a bump came out in the net. Luca smashing Tomer to the back, and you know, if that bump didn't come out, the mechanics of Mitch would have not been shown out there. But either way, a really good shot from Mitch to secure Game 3, going up 3-0 in the series now. And again, I called for it. And Vanguard, they were bumping and, you know, getting a little demos here and there, but oh my goodness, Krakens. I mean, again, another goal resulting off of a bump. And I mean, this is what Krakens look like when they're taking their foot on the gas pedal light. I can't wait for them to see in their semifinals matchup, assuming, well, actually, I guess Nebula could make it through, but obviously everyone thinks the favorites there are going to be Blizzard. I just want to see another Krakens Blizzard. We've seen it twice in this season already. I want to see it a third time. But anyways, back to this series. Vanguard down 3-0 in the series. Again, Tomer, top of the scoreboard. He is getting involved here. But it's so hard to break through this Krakens roster on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, and, well, Vanguard needs to do it 4 times in a row if they want a chance at reviving their playoff hopes. Not a small feat to ask for. But, you know, miracles do happen. Well, depending on who you ask. Maybe miracles are just coincidences. But one thing is sure, and that's that Vanguard will need a miracle in order to take this series. They'll be focusing on one game at a time. And if there's any consolation, it's the fact that the last game did go to overtime, the closest game of the series so far. They at least managed to get some pressure, get some shots off. However, they still have a tall task in front of them as Luca with a ridiculous redirect. That was filthy.
I mean, a little bit of credit to Zera. I mean, just a challenge he shouldn't have really been up for. 50s it perfectly off the sidewall, but either way, that was dirty. Not only to get that touch, but to put it in, you know, the top left to Bardowski, and huge opening goal from them as Arrow off the ceiling will find the follow-up for a quick answer.
And there's the Arrow that we all know. He gets the beat on one. Not sure exactly where the defense went, but regardless, Arrow will follow it up with the touch off the ceiling. As soon as we saw them there, we all knew with no defender in the net, that ball's going back there. And he will equalize quickly. A couple of very mechanical goals coming out from both teams, and now another one actually. Arrow managing to get a flick past the defense, and some life for Vanguard perhaps.
And, you know, I mean, again, like I said, you give Arrow space and boost. You know, good things happen. Good flick. Looked like Luca may have been able to get there. might have taken off a little bit too early and boosting in the wrong direction. But I mean, you know, it only takes microseconds of misinput to put yourself a little bit off target. But either way, a great kickoff, great goal from Vanguard and Arrow. And, you know, and that's another thing. They got to start winning these kickoffs. A lot of them have gone the way of Krakens. And, you know, pretty hard to beat two high-level 1v1 players in Luca and Mitch, although they are bumping each other on the goal line, and Zera will put it in the top shelf. So, you know, that's the thing with 1v1 players. You got to work with your team here.
I apologized for laughing because that timing of what you said and what happened on the field was just uncanny. But Vanguard here getting a 2-goal advantage off of a couple defensive lapses from the Krakens, and you know, they were able to hold on to a 1-goal advantage for a fairly long time. Maybe they can hold on to a 2-goal advantage. Still, plenty of time left in this game, plenty of time for the Krakens to mount a comeback. Tomer will try to take this dribble, pinching quickly into the Kraken zone. This one will go up, almost another net for Vanguard to shoot on, but the Kraken's fast enough to it this time. Coffee going to have to make a touch here, and this one actually going to get past the shot. Follow-up, not good enough, but more opportunities for Vanguard, and they will just be happy to see that they have opportunities. But Luca on the counter-attack, I think they might have gone smokescreen there on the goal line as Krakens bring it within one.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely, it was in fact the smoke. I mean, either way, that was perfectly placed on the far left side there. Arrow being in the right spot, being in the center of the net for that opening shot. But, I mean, just the smoke and combination of perfect accuracy. Going to slip that one past, and now only down by 1.
Well, you know, I've heard of one-way smokes in Counter-Strike and Valorant. Perhaps this is the meta of them bringing... Oh, hold up a second. Arrow, I think just no one on the pitch expected him to get that last little touch. And Vanguard up 2 once again.
I mean, I think Mitch was ready for it. It was just a combination of him having to race back, and I don't think he had any boost. And Coffee with the pre-jump, which, you know, a little bit of an early pre-jump, especially considering the speed at which Arrow is traveling in the air. Not much he could have been able to do with that. As a big whiff off the back wall for Luca, but luckily Mitch able to bail him out. Rare mistake coming out from him, but that being said, a lot of rare mistakes coming out. Becoming a little bit commonplace here in game number 4 for the Krakens, which has led to Vanguard scoring 4 goals on them. Not going to see anybody usually put more than a 3 spot on this team, as a 5th one almost ends up flying in. But either way, good momentum here for Vanguard. Still halfway through this game for Krakens. Try and get things under order for their misplays, as, whoa, my goodness, almost 3 players whiff on the side for Vanguard. But, I mean, either way, Vanguard playing well here. And kind of for the first game, Tomer not on top of the scoreboard. Arrow with a hat trick.
And Arrow's been a huge part of this success in game 4. Obviously putting in 3 goals there. Zera looking to add another one to their tally. Not quite able to find it, but Vanguard creating chances now. On the other side of things, Kraken's making a lot of big defensive misplays. Luca barely able for this one, but he does manage to rush back, get in position in order to save it. They'll be sent back into their half once again, and Tomer creating chaos on the goal line, managing to demo one, make the other defender jump. Not quite enough to secure a goal, but enough to at least waste some time off the clock. And now Tomer passing back to Zera, passing back to Tomer, and Mitch with a crucial demo there. Didn't want to see that play come to fruition. So 50 through 1, but Zera equal this play once again. And I mean, I don't know, it might just be the Krakens kind of messing around, not caring too much at this point. But Vanguard looking like they have a much more real, well, okay, here comes Mitch. He has something to say about what I was about to say.
I was gonna say, I mean, even when the Krakens troll, they still are trying to win. And that being said, you give Mitch a perfect and open backboard opportunity like that, he's gonna hit it more often than not. And not only that, with the bounce shot, you know, he had the open left, he had the open right, but you know, just for the ultimate disrespect, put the bounce shot right below the final defender. Definitely not miss accuracy coming out from him right there. But now, only down by 1, and Vanguard starting to falter a little bit. Is now Tomer racing back with 0 boost. Good opportunity for Coffee. He was getting hounded by Tomer. But still, open opportunity, but Zera racing back to get a save, and the final minute going via way of Krakens. And Vanguard, I have to hope to put up quite the defensive stand in the last 30 seconds.
And they will certainly have a lot of obstacles to deal with as this one's sent away. Tomer getting a nice clear. You know, if anyone was wondering how these guys are 19-0, we're crazy enough to think that the last goal should be a good reminder of why they are. And still, they don't have much time to score in this game. And when you're kind of laying off the gas a little bit, still can be tough to try and find them, even if you do consider yourselves a better team. 10 seconds. Mitch sent back into his half. This one's almost open for Vanguard, but 2 players commit. And now Mitch with a free ball. This is not where they want to end up. Pre-flip over 1. Luca keeping it up, but it will drop. And Krakens don't get to see the sweep. Vanguard will take at least a game.
Yeah, and I mean let's not discount Vanguard just yet. You said 19-0. They are 18-0 currently.
Apologies, I can't count.
I mean, just like everybody else, I do believe they will win this matchup, but and move on to 19-0. But Vanguard with a bit of an anomaly there in game number 4, putting up 13 shots, a very high shot total from them, but also a very underperforming Krakens in game 4. And again, I wouldn't say they're trolling. It's just a very blip on the radar kind of game. Coffee bumped Luca, resulting in an open net. Bit of a 2 kickoff goals that kind of went in when they shouldn't have. So I wouldn't say some lucky goals for Vanguard, but definitely ones that Krakens should not be giving up. So I really feel like Krakens probably come back here and maybe give them the gentleman's reverse gentleman's sweep. Normally you give up the first game and then give them 4, but maybe you give up 3 and then give up 1. But either way, I think Krakens come back and they dominate here. I don't think they want to see anything coming out of Vanguard. That being said, this will roll in for the left, and I don't know, maybe Vanguard, they might be onto something.
Well, you know, like you said, let's not discount them just yet. Arrow getting a clean beat over Mitch, and that is a goal they worked for off the kickoff. But nonetheless, it will count on the scoreboard, and Vanguard starting off this game same way they ended off the last one, in the lead. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. It's really going to be about consistency from them. Tomer not able to make that touch. And Luca actually with something that reminded me of the pinches that I try to go for in my own games. Just bouncing further than the ball did off of the wall. But nonetheless, Kraken still maintaining pressure here. Mitch going for the sidewall, no doubt looking for the redirect, but it will be sent away. Coffee sends this one through. Mitch trying to get something going, but it's not quite coming to fruition. Now Arrow with a free double touch opportunity, just barely. Actually, Coffee saved that one. I think that was going in, and he barely managed to get the save off of the crossbar, no less.
And that was the first real solo play opportunity. We saw Arrow get a dribble in the past game. As a huge bump comes out, Tomer going to take to a dribble of his own, looking for a fake, and he will put it past the expert SSL 1v1 player in Mitch. And you know, I said get Tomer involved. I said get Arrow involved. And, you know, we're waiting for Zera. He's just been playing a solid midfield role. But, oh, my goodness.
Wait up just a second. Like you said, he 1v1's one of the best 1v1ers in the lobby. And all of a sudden, Vanguard carrying the momentum from Game 4. Getting a couple goals on the board. Building their own confidence. Maybe starting to believe in themselves as Tomer gets a nice save. But waiting backboard, this one a beautiful clear by Zera. Crucial touch to avoid conceding. And they are looking like a completely different team from game number 1. Managing to find some counterplay to this immense Kraken's offense. Still, Kraken's intent on breaking through. Zera will get this pass though, and this is another chance. Mitch sending it away quite handily. But that's not the best touch from Coffee. He will recover. Sending it out. And Mitch getting a pass to the middle, perhaps even further. Luca there for the shot. And a bit of a confusing play to read, but Kraken's had it all the way.
Yeah, these are usually how our league games go. You know, if you don't know what you're doing, then they don't know what you're doing.
Exactly.
It was a bit of a fake pinch attempt perhaps coming out, or maybe Coffee really did want the pinch, but looked like he didn't have any boost. Either way, a great infield pass over to Luca, who will secure that one. But, I mean, still, I mean, just, again, Tomer, he is the sub for this roster, but, I mean, he could not be filling Mike's shoes any better. for his MMR. The past two, I haven't seen him play since he was on Blaze in the past season or two. But, you know, the play-in game, this series, I mean, they're not in the driver's seat in this series. Do have the lead here in game number 5, but Tomer has done exactly what he's needed to do in this series for his team, getting some really good saves off some tough shots. And, you know, Arrow starting to get some boost, starting to get some space, pull out these solo plays. And I'm just waiting for, not that, I was waiting for Zera to get involved here too, but an unfortunate touch off of that save.
And oh, that is just so unlucky for Arrow. Cheated up a tiny bit too much off of the goal line and pays heavily for it. But like you said, you know, this Vanguard roster, they're putting up a good counterattack to the Kraken's roster, managing to find some, as Mitch barely missing the corner read. Especially Tomer, I've been impressed with him throughout the entire play-in tournament as well. He's looked really good in place of Mike, and I believe in place of Zera for one game, if I'm not mistaken. But Zera actually coming through here, he's been a little bit quiet the last couple games, but he'll make his presence known.
Yeah, you know, when I wanted Zera to get involved, I didn't mean quite like this. As the Kraken's triple commit comes out, and you know, Coffee, I have to say, 95% of the time, Coffee does have insane third-man defense. That being said, he is known to come out with some sus kind of trolly touches. Hold on, he's going for the double. Did have the read, but was sent away. He has been known to own goal at times. In fact, he owned goal once in our series that we played against him. Not sure if it's a misinput or, you know, what's going on. Either way, the triple commit was extremely unwarranted. No need for everybody on the team to go, but, you know, a little help from Coffee goes a long way here for Vanguard, as almost a triple commit of their own. They're looking to get more of a foothold on this series, try and mount some sort of reverse sweep hopes attempt on. You know, if Mitch and Luca get reverse swept, I don't even want to think about that possibility.
Well, right now we are looking at the possibility, as a minute to go and Kraken's still trailing by 1. Vanguard, even though they haven't had the edge in the series, will concede again, making me eat my words. And, you know, I'm wondering, we've been talking about them taking their foot off the gas, but how long can they take their foot off the gas before it becomes force of habit and Vanguard finds their way back into the series?
They're definitely, I'd say the first few games, they were, after game 1, game 2, game 3, they were definitely looking a little light. I can tell they're definitely trying to increase the pace here. They're just, you know, I think what you said is correct. You know, they're spending a little bit light on the gas pedal, and now they're trying to play faster. They're trying to play more precise, and they're starting to make some mistakes. And that's, again, another rare mistake coming out from Luca. Great goal a few seconds ago from them. They're getting the bumps. They're bumping way more than I thought the Krakens would ever bump. So good on them for that. But their defense is not under order, is another one in a dangerous spot. Will be sent away by Luca. But yeah, I think they've been playing relaxed so long. They're trying to speed things up again, and it's hurting them.
And, well, we all know Rocket League is as much of a mental game as it is a mechanical. That's not a good touch coming out once again. And the Krakens, I mean, I'm not sure what is happening to them right now.
Yeah, they're doing a bit of trolling, as this time Mitch gonna ball out Coffee. But again, whether or not Coffee should have made that touch, it was a double commit. And Coffee, he was further away, even though it was his ball, he had the better read. But, you know, the defense just not in order. They're not in sync with each other. As another mistouch to the middle. But Luca able to send that away before Arrow could get a shot off. And, you know, there's definitely been some great Vanguard goals. There's definitely been some extremely sus and weird Vanguard goals. Sans the Zera. I don't even know what kind of goal that was that Zera was able to pull off. His right place, right time. But ultimately, a lot of these coming out from just extremely blatant Kraken's mistakes. And, you know, I figure if they're trolling, they're taking things easy, they maybe give up one game. But now, starting to get a little bit of doubt in my mind as to how much they are in the driver's seat in this series, as this will be game number 2 that they will be giving up in the series. And, you know, now this means we're headed to Forbidden Temple. And if any shenanigans are going to happen, it will be on Forbidden Temple. And if Krakens are really going to troll all the way to game 7 and, you know, give up their playoff hopes for the sake of content and their own personal giddiness, that would be quite the move. Not the correct move, but quite the move.
That would in fact be quite the move. Not completely unprecedented, as I believe we have had probably Luca once again having some shenanigans sending us to games where we definitely should not be. But, with that said, I'm no expert in the field of psychology, but I do know humans are creatures of habit. If you make it a habit to not give it your all and kind of allot yourself these silly mistakes, whether intentional or not, or as a byproduct of letting off that throttle and not giving it your all, sometimes, especially in a series format, it might be difficult to regain. And like you said, it looked like they were trying to play faster, trying to revamp from their kind of lesser playstyle, and they weren't quite able to find a way back. And Vanguard, these aren't bad players by any stretch of the imagination. For the most part, we just consider Luca and Mitch with Coffee as a solid third to be a tier above most of the rest of Titan League. But we can't forget Vanguard roster does deserve to be here. They've earned their spot in the playoffs, and they are not going home quietly. Either way, we head into Forbidden Temple. Like you said, how many how many silly matches have we seen on Forbidden Temple? This one, who knows who will win?
Okay. Yeah, too many is the answer to that question.
Yeah, definitely too many. But at the same time, we do love to see it. Luca trying
Always.
to create some offense here. And another even start. We won't see a complete reversion to Game 1 just yet. And if the Krakens are planning to go to Game 7, maybe, I'm not sure if I'm more worried for theirs or Vanguard's sake. But either way, still remaining scoreless here, and things kind of the same as they have been for the last 2 games now, Bagels.
Yeah, I mean, as another huge shot from Arrow, and again, actually, I think there was one game where Vanguard scored first and they didn't end up losing that game. But every other game they've scored first, they have won. Again, the all too familiar statistic of scoring first and you win. But yeah, I mean, we have seen the same thing the past few games. It's just Krakens trying to speed up, trying to get back to their caliber of play we know them to be at. And whether it's via intentional or not, like you said, they are not at their peak performance. They're not even at really half performances. Arrow looking for a double tap, but again, great defense from Coffee when he's not sending it on his own net. And Vanguard, they're playing well. Zera's getting involved in the midfield, just being a nuisance, getting those 50s, getting a pass every now and then. Arrow's getting these solo plays, and Tomer is getting some really good saves on the defense and getting involved on the offense as well. So, this is a great spot to be if you're Vanguard. Kind of a shame they decided to give up 3 games in a row to start off the series. And now Krakens, they're gonna have to play serious here. I mean, I know they don't really play serious that often. It is playoffs though. I mean, it's honestly, it is a little bit about the money, but it's more about just saying, it's about the glory. It's about saying you won and just proving to everybody that you are the best team in the league. But they might not get the chance to do that if they can't get through their way of the 8 seed in Vanguard, who barely made it here. Granted, they do deserve to be here, but they were sitting at 7-1, and they fell all the way to 10 and I'm not quite sure what their record was to finish off the season, but they barely snuck in here, and they are losing right now. This Krakens team is, and if they somehow lose this, Arrow will not let them hear the end of it.
Yeah, I think there are quite a few people who would have something to say if they did manage to lose this somehow. Some of us would be just slightly bewildered. But right now what we are seeing is Vanguard taking the reins in game number 6, up a goal, and not really looking like they're in danger of losing it that much. The constant threats in games 1, 2, and 3 have seemed to subside a decent amount. But we can't forget who we're dealing with here. I'm sure that Vanguard has not forgotten either. Sarah trying to make something happen here in the corner. And will be kind of hanging out awkwardly. But Mitch will manage to clear it out, trying to follow it as well. Manages to get a touch, and this could be a shot. But Sarah gets back that one on target, and Tomer with a ridiculous pinch out. I have no idea how he even managed to save that one.
And another big team bump. Arrow and Zera not on the same page. Both players going for the bump when one of them should have stayed glued to that ball on the sidewall. But again, Tomer has come up with so many huge saves on the defensive side. A chance to put up an insurance goal here. And I'm just looking at the clock now. There's a minute left. That would have been a big, huge goal as another double commit. Going to be dangerous here if Mitch can get something started on the counterattack past one. Looking to get a pinch play. But Coffee, again, double committing. Kraken's not on the same page either. Zara going up for a bump, but Luca was up extremely early for that. And I mean, this is just, Forbidden Temple, it just provides pandemonium. And we have 1 minute left before a reverse sweep potential could be realized.
And I don't even know what to say at this point. Like you said, less than a minute left, 40 seconds. All that Vanguard really needs to do is try and keep Krakens backed up, not let them get opportunities on their net. But they've been pretty consistent at doing that so far in the latter half of this series. 25 seconds to go, and it's on the Krakens to try and score here. See what Luca can do. Can't flick past one even. Arrow misses his touch. That's not good, but Coffee doesn't really get a great follow-up. In fact, Tomer will be the one to send it clear. Luca equal to the save, but time is running out, and the Krakens... nothing to show for all their efforts in this game. 1 second left. Zera faked it out. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but Vanguard is taking us to Game 7. Reverse sweep potential on the line.
That was dirty from Zera right there, just making everybody bite thinking he was going to do that. And honestly, I don't blame him. Very surprised to see Vanguard just diving on every ball that was coming out of the defensive third of Krakens. Especially considering the talent Luca and Mitch and even Coffee have in the 1v1 arena. You don't want to give them too many opportunities. And there was a huge dunk from Tomer just a few seconds prior to that play. So they're just really, they were not trying to take any chances. That being said, you got to be careful about throwing your body on the offensive side of things, because we saw a lot of double commits in the last minute on both teams. And now it is nut up or shut up time here for this Krakens roster. They've been apparently, I could tell they've been trolling at some points in this series. It's time for them to kind of figure things out. You could only troll so far before this Vanguard roster just might surprise you one more time and knock you in the teeth. That being said, another big double commit to start off this offense for the Vanguard roster.
And this is the same series, which at the start of it, I mean, we weren't saying it, but we were pretty much discounting Vanguard's any opportunity once they got Braziled very convincingly in the first game. Now they have managed to bring us back to a Game 7, and whether you believe that Krakens are by far a superior team or not, the fact remains that winning a best of one is a much different percentage than winning a series against a team. Anything can happen when you only have to win one game, as we've seen plenty of times. This one actually going to get beat out. Arrow, if he was able to get another touch there, might have been dangerous. And the last time that it looked like the Krakens were playing at full strength, they Braziled. They scored in the first 6 seconds, maybe even scored like 4 times in the first minute. Now, over a minute has gone by, and they have not scored. Is this where the Krakens start to get a little bit nervous?
I think so. I think they've been nervous the past... I wouldn't say nervous. I think they've definitely been feeling the heat the past few games, but still, I mean, it's only a matter of time, I feel like, before they score, because they're definitely on full try-hard mode. That being said, Coffee with the mistake. Luca there for the shot, but a huge save from Arrow. They are throwing everything they can at the offense, and Vanguard are biting on every play. There's double commits left and right. There's low boost. It's only a matter of time before Krakens push through, but still, Vanguard able to make their way out of the defensive side, as Krakens have been double committing as well, although a little bit of a lucky touch falling through the middle was Mitch. 50 off the backboard. And Tomer cutting it off. I mean, I don't know. This I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you who's going to win. I have no idea.
Right now, it is an even game still with almost half the match gone by. Opportunities flying left and right for both teams. That's a ridiculous shot on target, but the save from Arrow still keeping Vanguard alive. And Krakens have had a few opportunities which, if they had looked like their normal selves, you would expect them to absolutely slot it to the top shelf, but missing wide on a couple of them. And Luca with an uncharacteristic miss at himself in the corner. Still, it's Vanguard's over and over being thrown back into their half, forced to retreat time and time again. as time continues to tick and still remaining scoreless here. This is dangerous for the Krakens, though. Coffee can't get the shot off, but still coming through. Tomer will save this one. He's been the man. He's been the guy for Vanguard, coming out clutch, but every single member of the roster
Oh, the pass.
in this reverse sweep has been coming through. They just need one more game of brilliance, maybe even just one more goal of brilliance. Zera gets another 50 out, and as we remain scoreless here, you have to think, with time going on for this long and Krakens remaining scoreless, it almost feels like Vanguard are the ones pressing the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely shaking in their boots a little bit, but a bump attempt. Tomer with another big save. He's done this all series. But the Vanguard, they just got their first shot. Mitch is going to slot it with the slow roller. And honestly, my heart's been palpitating a little bit because I had my heart set on a Blizzard Kraken semifinal, but a huge goal from Mitch. The first goal they've scored in quite a while. And they're in the driver's seat now, but still, I can tell Vanguard has one more push in them.
And I have to say, even though Vanguard, the massive underdogs, they'll get the demo coffee taken out of the equation, and the confident play strike again. Vanguards immediately equalize.
And, you know, one of the things I was saying, you gotta bump this team, and they haven't gotten that many demos, but a crucial demo right there, and Mitch not ready for coffee to be annihilated off the field, pressed too far up in the defensive box, and Vanguard right back into it. That being said, off the kickoff, Luca, he's got space, he's got the flip reset, looking to take it down, but the opportunity was shut down early, and we are back to square one merely.
And this Vanguard players, they look just infinitely more confident than they did at the beginning of the series. You could even see Tomer pre-jumping saves off of air dribbles. The players look like they have a very good read, and on the other side of things, Krakens are shaking in their boots. They are making so many uncharacteristic missed touches, not making the plays that they normally are known for. With a tie game, this is still anyone's series to take. Luca, with a risky touch off, does manage to get past the defense, or excuse me, past the oncoming offensive Vanguard, but the ball's still lingering in the half of the Krakens. Luca has to make another touch, and he'll have to try to get past another. Now Zera last back, but he does well to get it free. Getting another touch as well, trying to 50 Mitch. Won't be able to make it happen, and as we approach 20 seconds here, so much back and forth still being realized. Luca gets us past one. This is a dangerous spot, but he doesn't have the double touch. Still, the net was wide open. Mitch can't find the shot. 9 seconds to go, and the net is open. Coffee will be the one to put it away, and heartbreak for Vanguard.
I mean, it looked like, who was this? Arrow just not ready for the double tap out of Mitch. You got to put 100% faith in that he's going to hit this. 3 players in net, essentially. And Coffee, he just might well get the dagger to save. I can't believe I'm saying this. Save Kraken season.
I don't know what this series even is, but it's not quite over yet. 0 seconds. Vanguard still with the opportunity. Tomer to the touch, but it's just wide. And the Krakens, after coming so close, David was 1 stone away from taking down Goliath. But in the end, the Krakens proved to be too much in one of the craziest series I think I've ever seen.
I mean, that was just unfortunate for Vanguard there. They had a real good shot there in the final second, but a double commit didn't allow that shot to come through fruition. Tomer, he may have even with the double commit, maybe I think he got bumped a little bit by Arrow, whoever that was. Could have maybe still put that shot on the left side. The left side was available, but how am I even saying that Krakens went to Game 7, winning by 1 goal, scoring with 8 seconds left against the 8-seeded Vanguard team who is playing with a sub? That being said, that may have been the best Rocket League that Tomer has ever played.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can't discount Vanguard at all. Tomer was playing out of his mind. Arrow showed up, and Zera as well. Tomer, the most impressive to me as well, being the substitute, but still playing such a huge role in taking 3 games off of the best team in Titan. At least the best record. Maybe you can debate who the best team in Titan is. But wow, after winning 7-1, going up 3 games, we somehow stuck around for long enough to go to Game 7. I apologize. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what just happened. Because after they lost one game, I thought, okay, Kraken's just messing around. They lost 2 games. I thought, okay, they've been messing around kind of a long time. And at a certain point, I think it's like what we talked about. They started doing it, and they found it hard to stop. But to their credit, once again, Vanguard played extremely well. Looking forward to seeing Krakens once again in the semifinals. Congratulations to Vanguard making it through the play-in tournament. No small feat, and making their way to the quarterfinals and really taking it to the number 1 seeded team. But in the end, it was a bit too much. They couldn't clutch it out with the ice in Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, just wow. I know that there was definitely some elements of trolling, but that was just Krakens playing really, really bad. And, I really hope they figure this out in the semis, assuming that Blizzard mops the floor with Nebula. Not that Nebula doesn't have a chance, but Blizzard. I really think Blizzard could absolutely sweep Krakens the way Krakens were playing today. I think Blizzard could have absolutely taken either of the 2 series they played, both of them going to Game 5 earlier in the season. The last series that went to Game 5, a 0-second triple flip reset, almost coming out from Max to tie it up. But I mean, yeah, what a series, and I think this may be the first playoff series where nobody used a timeout, and I'm pretty sure Krakens could have used it.
Honestly, yeah, I think they just were already concerned enough that this game was being streamed and just didn't want to stay there for any longer. So I did see Mitch come into chat saying he doesn't want to talk about it. That's all right. It was a while.
You come to us when you're ready.
Yeah. We'll be waiting. But either way, we have had a full day of series. I even said beforehand we've had ups and downs. I don't even know whether I could call this an up or a down, but it was certainly a spectacle. It was a spectacle at the very least. Credit to both teams. And we'll see what goes on with this. We will be back on Friday night for an amount of matches. I'm not sure how many, but we will have more playoff action Friday and then Saturday as well. As always, Saturday Night Rocket League. You know where it's at. This has been an extremely wild stream. And thank you guys all for watching. I think we hit almost 100 viewers there at some points. I mean, I would have tuned in as well if I wasn't casting to watch that Game 7. But thank you guys all for watching. I don't think I have any subs to thank, unless I'm incorrect. But thank you guys for your support. As always, it's been a blast. And we will see you guys back here once again on Friday.
I'll make you feel good. Don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I could
eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we get started again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we get started again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though. Give up the ego.